Good morning, everyone. This is Chauncey Goss. I'm chairman of the South Florida Water Management District Governing Board. Today is August 13th, 2020. And I'm going to call the Governing Board monthly meeting to order. First on the agenda, as always, we're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to ask Colonel Roman if you would lead us in that. And if staff and board members can unmute to say along with Colonel Roman would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pledge allegiance
to
to
the flag
of
the United
States of America
of America
and to the
the republic
republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
with justice
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Colonel Roman. If you could all remute yourselves, we'll go ahead and get the meeting started. A couple of housekeeping items first. Members of the public, if you'd wish to address the board, you can use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. If members of the public, if you're having any trouble and need help, please go to our website, sfwmd.gov, and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, please press *9 and *6 to mute and unmute. And as a courtesy to others, we're going to ask you to speak only once on each item. Board members, I'm going to ask you also to use your raise your hand function during the meeting, except when making a motion or seconding a motion. This is how we've done it in the past. In those instances, please unmute yourself, state your last name, and then make the motion or the second. During the presentations, you can raise your hand at any time during the meeting if you have a question. And as we've done in the past for actual voting, we'll be doing a roll call vote. So please unmute yourself to cast your vote when I call your name. We're going to work through lunch again, so make sure you've got some snacks handy. And now we're going to turn this over to Mr. Bartlett to recognize some of our outstanding staff. Drew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it is my pleasure to announce the August Employee of the Month. His name is Kevin Pagan. He's a senior purchasing special in the Procurement Bureau. And recently the Procurement Bureau has been doing an outstanding job getting our job done here at the district. But back to Kevin, he has been absolutely critical as we've moved into our COVID operations. He has been front and center at trying to locate and acquire difficult to find protective equipment for all of our employees. And we've been under this COVID operations, by the way, for 150 days now. And because of his work, we have been able to respond immediately when we happen to have a COVID case at the district. We have very few at the district, but when we do, we immediately spring into action with Kevin at the lead to get places cleaned so we can get back to work and repopulate those areas. In fact, as Hurricane Isaias was approaching, Kevin sprang into action on Saturday afternoon. He was notified that we needed 3 pump stations clean. And by 5 p.m. of that same day, all 3 were clean and we could repopulate and get our operators back in those pump stations in preparation for the arrival of Hurricane Isaias. Those who know Kevin know he's enthusiastic and he's a great joy to work with. There's no job too big or too small for Kevin. He's always there willing to get it done. And I can just say that we would not be where we are today being successful during this pandemic without Kevin's hard work and leadership to make sure we could continue getting our job done. Thank you, Kevin, and congratulations for being August Employee of the Month. Our August Team of the Month is the Abiaki Prairie Restoration Project Gopher Tortoise Survey Team. That consists of Holly Andriata, Joe Bazzo, Brian Garrett, Jason Huckabee, Thaddeus Penfield, Natasha Wariak, and Kim Willis. Now, this is the Abiaki Prairie Restoration is a wetland restoration where we're taking a former citrus field and regrading it and making it a wetland again. As part of that process, the Fish and Wildlife Service requires us to do a complete survey for gopher tortoise and burrowing owls. And so this team heard it was a requirement and they sprang into action and they personally combed 1,300 acres on foot and with ATVs, pushing aside trees, old citrus trees, to look for these endangered species so they can provide the protection for them. This was done in July. It saved us $150,000 and it is done. And we can move on to clearing and grubbing and getting rid of the old citrus trees and get on with this wetland restoration. if anyone ever wonders whether there's folks at the Water Management District that care about the wildlife at the Water Management District, just think about these 7 folks and what they did in July to make sure that those endangered animals were protected. Thank you, and congratulations, team, for being August Team of the Month. And Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, like I said, we've been under COVID operations for 150 days. And as I've talked repeatedly about my pride in the workforce here at the Water Management District continuing to get the job done, I wanted to share an appreciation video that we put together to recognize the good folks at the South Florida Water Management District. Thank you.
As our country responds to the COVID-19 pandemic, your South Florida Water Management District remains hard at work and more dedicated than ever to its mission. To safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems, to protect our communities from flooding, and to meet the region's water needs while connecting with the public and stakeholders. South Florida Water Management District staff, from scientists to engineers, construction crews to pump station operators, are on the job every day, 7 days a week. Each day they leave their families and come to work with a sense of pride and purpose to accomplish critical work on behalf of more than 9 million South Floridians. They are in South Florida Water Management District's Advanced Science Lab, analyzing water quality samples to protect the Everglades. They are in the River of Grass, surveying wildlife.
Today I'm visiting 10 Mile Creek Reservoir, Section C impoundment, and the C44 reservoir projects, performing snail kite surveys. There are lots of wading birds, shorebirds, gators, quite a few deer out today, but it's pretty quiet out here and peaceful.
They are building restoration projects that will help get South Florida's water right and send clean water south to Everglades National Park. They are working at field stations, sandblasting gates that move floodwaters away from homes and businesses. They are staffing a 24-hour control room that manages water across South Florida. They are taking the necessary precautions amid this health crisis to get the job done.
The job gets done, you're part of a bigger picture, and it eventually helps out, the environment, the natural state, and we're moving water at the same time.
And when this emergency has subsided, they will continue serving this great state with the same dedication, perseverance, and resourcefulness to handle the challenges that lie ahead.
That's such a fantastic video. Thank you for the film crew for putting that together and all the staff that were in it. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thanks very much, Drew. That was a wonderful video. I wish everyone in the district would have the opportunity to see that, what we're doing and the fact we're still doing it. I'd also like to congratulate Kevin and the team for their great work. We'll move on to the next item, and that's agenda revisions. Rosie, do we have any?
We do, Mr. Chairman. Item 18 is postponed.
Thank you. Item 18 on the consent agenda is postponed. Next, we're going to head to agenda item abstentions by board members. I'm going to call each board member's name. If you have something you'd like to abstain from or you have a conflict, please let me know. We'll start with Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Bergeron, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're doing
Okay.
abstentions.
Okay. Yeah, I am abstaining from voting on discussion item 26A, my company Bergeron Land Development, Inc. was the successful lowest responsive and responsible bidder in a sealed bid submitted to the district for the STA-1 West refurbishment project.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Butler.
Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
I was not involved in the bid specifications and will not be participating in discussions or voting on item 26A.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Butler.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Ms. Martinez, are you on yet? We'll come back to Mr. Martinez. Ms. Meads?
I have none.
Colonel Roman?
I have none.
Mr. Steinley?
I have none.
Mr. Lipich?
None.
Vice Chair Wagner?
None.
And I have none. Thank you. We'll come back to Mr. Martinez when he comes back on. The next item is the consideration of the approval of the minutes for the July 9th meeting and the July 29th Lunch and Learn workshop. Any board members have any changes to either of those meetings? If not, I'll ask for a motion and a second to approve those meeting minutes.
Wagner, moving.
Bergeron, second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wagner moves. Mr. Bergeron seconds. I'm going to call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Lipich?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 8 to nothing with Mr. Martinez not present. We're now going to move on to general comment. If members of the public, if you want to speak, you can use the raise your hand function in Zoom. If you're
Sorry,
using
Mr. Chair, it's Jay Steinley. It's your prerogative if you'd like to skip
geez,
the.
it is not my prerogative at all. I'm just flying along here. I'm sorry, Jay. Chairman.
I'm all for speed.
Yeah, I know you are. I'm not going to let you get out of this, though. I want to hear the Audit and Finance Committee meeting report. I apologize for that. Mr. Steinley is chairman of the Audit and Finance Committee, and I am now going to turn it over to Chair Steinley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, not a problem at all. Audit and Finance Committee met on the July 9th, obviously also by Zoom. We had a presentation by our treasurer, Lucy Weinberg, and this was for the investment update for the fiscal year 1920 through May of 2020. And until that point, the district had earned about $6.5 million from its investment portfolio. Obviously, a lot of discussion due to the current market conditions relative to COVID and the broader economy and how that impacts interest rates that the district relies on for its investment earnings, as well as potential impact on the timing of ad valorem receipts. We decided to target an operating account, i.e. cash balance of 25% rather than the typical 10 to 15%. So that leaves us with about a $440 million cash and cash equivalent balance, about a $230 million invested investment balance. So about 35% invested, about 65% cash and cash equivalents as the as the profile was at the end of May. We budget fiscal year earnings of 7.86 million. The goal from where we were at the end of May to the near future will be to be invested at about a 60% rate with 40% in cash and cash equivalents. We also discussed and the committee agreed that the clearest indication, the degree of change was in the cash account. So you might recall we were receiving on our cash funds about a 1% yield in March, or right after March, it immediately dropped to 10 basis points. So 1/10 of what we were receiving before. And so as a result, that sort of sets the stage of what we're seeing broadly across the portfolio. So obviously we have a very clear mandate for the investment portfolio, which is principal protection, liquidity, low risk. So the committee will continue to focus on this, meeting this mandate, even as the rate environment makes that more challenging to achieve the yield that we've had in prior periods. We then moved on to the Inspector General's audit reports. There were two. The first was the audit of the education reimbursement program. And this is where the district provides financial assistance to further the education of staff. And over the course of the program has assisted more than 325 employees. And the purpose of the program is to support undergraduate and graduate degree programs, and the employees are reimbursed for classes after they complete them. So the audit had two objectives. The first, whether tuition reimbursements were made according to policy and procedures, and to assess the value of the program in providing the employee with an opportunity to assume higher job responsibilities. And the audit results found that while in general reimbursements were made accordingly, some required documents were not on file, did not include the required receipts, or didn't have the supporting documentation to show the course was paid for prior to reimbursement. And secondly, found that while the district doesn't track the overall effectiveness of the program to those employees or the district itself, the audit did find an indication that employees who used the program had achieved 3 times the degree of promotions to versus overall staff, so achieving its benefits there. And then the recommendations were to improve the control and accuracy of reimbursements, and secondly, to develop a method of tracking the effectiveness and outcomes of participation. Management concurred with both recommendations, and the committee approved the audit. The second audit was the audit of the district matching of Save Our Everglades Trust Fund and Land Acquisition Trust Fund appropriations, specifically distribution of program funds for Everglades restorations from the Florida DEP to the district is required to be equally matched by the district. So the audit purpose was whether the district is on track to match the program appropriations received by the state for Everglades restoration. And the audit results found that, the audit results identified a net of 110.6 million that did not require matching contributions by the district, and that overall the district has an adequate process in place to ensure that eligible matching expenses were tracked. There were 5 recommendations made. Management concurred with those recommendations, and the Audit and Finance Committee approved the audit. That concluded the Audit and Finance Committee meeting. Our next Audit and Finance meeting will be held on October 8th. And that's a summary I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Steinle. Do you require any action from the governing board regarding your finance report and changing those numbers around?
We do not, because it's within a band. So
Understood.
unless I'm corrected, we do not require action.
Great. I want to thank you and your board and for all your hard work on this. I know it takes a lot of extra time, and I'm so glad you're doing it, and I appreciate your leadership. If any board members have questions for Mr. Steinle, please raise your hand. I'm seeing none. We're going to move on. Thanks very much. Now we'll move to general public comment. So where were we? We're going to ask members of the public, if you want to speak, you can use the raise your hand function in Zoom. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute yourself. Just so you know that all written public comments submitted to the board meeting were provided to the board ahead of today's meeting. They're also going to be published as part of the final meeting packet after this meeting. The 3-minute comment guideline still applies. You'll see a timer on your screen, and we appreciate your abiding by this. Rosie, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, we have Newton Cook, followed by Ryan Rossi.
Good morning. This is Newton. I got a notice from the FWC yesterday that the WCAs are closed to most public access. The water's too high. The animals are up on the levees in stress. We're right in the middle of deer season, and of course that means no deer hunting for obvious reasons. And I just want to express the fact that why is the water not flowing south under the Tamiami Trail and draining these WCAs? I know there's some water going south, but obviously the amount is not enough. And I'll be interested when I watch John's water report later on today to discover why every year we seem to have this problem of the WCAs filling up and they're closing to public access. So that was my comment for this morning, and look forward to seeing the water report this afternoon and discovering why that the water's not moving towards Florida Bay and emptying these WCAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Mr. Rossi, you can speak now, followed by Betty Argue.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Rossi.
Thank you, and thanks again for providing forums for us to deliver these public comments and certainly uncertain times. You know, I had the chance to review your draft strategic plan, as I'm sure many others did, and have some concerns regarding the section on water supply specifically. As a director of the South Florida Water Coalition, that remains my primary focus, and I'd like to raise attention to a few things that were curiously left out of the plan. The first, it mentions several functions that water supply is useful for, such as pushing back against saltwater intrusion, but it neglected any mention of our area's primary freshwater resource, which of course is Lake Okeechobee. That I was able to see, the lake wasn't mentioned a single time throughout that water supply section. Number two, the district strategic plan is a perfect place to state the district's position that Lake Okeechobee's management has a driving influence on South Florida's water resources, and that this critical resource must be managed properly. I think all of us know that lake management directly impacts all 8 million people who live here, our environment, certainly our economy. So, you know, the lake must be responsibly managed based on sound science. With a lot of these new reservoirs coming online and the dike repairs nearly complete, you know, it's possible for lake operations to restore reliable water supply performance for all of South Florida's people and natural resources. We need this to protect against droughts and for the resiliency in the face of climate change, which of course is a reality that all of us have to acknowledge. In fact, adding this sort of information to the strategic plan should be easy because it really would just be following the law. Florida's legislature directs the district to ensure reliable water supplies for all existing and future uses and our natural systems. I think the first priority should be Lake Okeechobee's operations in recovering the water rights of existing users and also making sure SERP projects are developed to store new water, but without taking that water from our permitted users. Curiously, there was also no mention of any sort of baseline protections to our water supply. The savings clause, as you know, South Florida depends on these guarantees, especially in the event of a shortage, which of course is entirely possible. So again, the strategic plan mentions droughts, but offers no protections to the 8 million users. And I think that that's quite troubling to bring up climate realities without mentioning the obvious methods to address them. So I look forward to learning the specifics of the water supply portion of the strategic plan. And I think that, as I've said many times before, we need to treat water supply with the same level of urgency that we are giving to other water matters. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Next, we have Betty Argue, followed by a phone number ending in 5372.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board and the executive director. My name is Betty Argue. I am the president of the Indian Trail Improvement District Board. Yesterday, I sent a letter to all the board members and to the executive director to address some emergency concerns that our district has, and trying to look for an opportunity to resolve these issues. Because of COVID, we haven't had an opportunity to get in and meet with each one of the board members and with the executive director, which is what we were hoping to do. Obviously now we're in the hurricane season. Now we're dealing with a particular issue with respect to a breach along the southwest portion of the district's MO Canal Spoil Berm, which separates us from the J.W. Corbett Wildlife Management Area. The breach was about a half a mile east of the L8 Canal, and we're concerned that there's a long history here, and I don't want to, reiterate all the stuff in my letter, but the long and short of it is that the Corbett has been held at a higher water level than what that spoil berm was created for. And as a result of that, that is creating a situation where it has a detrimental impact and financial impact on the district in terms of repairs. But in addition, it raises the concern about what the result is going to be when we have a hurricane that hits our area, or even a storm that stalls over us, like Tropical Storm Isaac, which started this whole discussion in 2011 in the first place, or 2012. So right now we have half a levee. Actually, that's what we've been saying, but it's actually a third of the levee of the area that we're talking about that borders the Corbett and separates Indian Trail from there. And we really need to resolve this. We've been begging for the money from the state and haven't been getting anywhere. And we need South Florida Water Management's support and perhaps even funding to get this done. So I look forward to talking to you all in the very near future to try to resolve this issue and see how we can support the initiatives of the state in terms of storing water and cleaning it, etc. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Argue. Next, I have a phone number ending in 5372, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Yes, this is Drew Martin with the Waxahachie group of the Sierra Club. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Martin.
I want to thank the governing board for permitting us to make comments remotely. I really appreciate the courtesy, and thank you so much. I just want to talk a little bit, and I was interested in hearing the comments of the other commenters. I noticed that, when Mr. Rossi comments, but he never talks about conservation and how those 8 million users can improve the amount of water and help their own water supply. And I had served 8 years on the Palm Beach County Soil and Water Conservation District, and we operated mobile irrigation labs. And they used to have those urban mobile irrigation labs, which the South Florida Water Management District assisted in the funding. That's a way to help irrigation users to reduce the amount of water they use. And I know that Executive Director Bartlett has been working with various users to get landscaping codes and irrigation codes brought up to standards, because as I ride a bicycle to work and back, and I come back in the middle of the night when people are watering, and even after a heavy rainstorm, I'll see a lot of watering going on, a lot of the water running out of the pavement. I even see from time to time people watering during rain events. And a lot of that's just that we're not following good landscaping rules when it comes to irrigation. I mean, property owners don't need to be irrigating during a rainstorm or immediately afterwards when you have flooded streets. And so irrigation is an important issue because it uses 50 to 60% of your water. Available water is going to landscape irrigation. So I'm encouraging the district to continue to work to reduce the amount of water that's wasted in unnecessary landscape irrigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Nyla Pipes, followed by Doug Gaston.
Good morning, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. Boy, it's been a busy month, and I continue to be impressed by how much work all of the state agencies are getting done in the midst of COVID. And I also want to echo the comments thanking you for the opportunity to speak. I think that we continually need to be involved. And I think that this Zoom opportunity is a really good tool that we need to keep throughout the rest of time, quite frankly, because it allows people to be more involved, even if they have jobs to be at, et cetera. A couple of the meetings that I was privileged to participate in this month were really important meetings I wanted to touch on. One is the ASR peer review workshop. I'll tell you, that was a 2-day meeting that was done really well with lots of really in-depth, beautiful science talking about what ASR is, what it isn't, what we know, what we don't know, and how we can move forward. And I just have to commend all of you for putting that together and for the work that has gone into the ASR program. I'm really excited to see us moving forward in a steady and careful way to evaluate how these ASR wells go in and how they help us. I remain convinced that we absolutely have got to rely on ASR because land is not available for a lot of large scale projects. So it's a big part of what we're doing with Everglades restoration. And if you haven't taken the time to watch, to listen to those workshops, you really should go back and do so. Lots and lots of great science there. The other is the FWC meeting. And I bring that up because I want to personally thank Mr. Bergeron for his support of the sportsmen and women in the state of Florida and conservation and the Everglades overall in finally trying to get at a solution for the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow issue. And I know a lot of people say it's not a problem, except it really is. It is one roadblock to sending water south. Yeah, it might be one of the smaller roadblocks. I mean, honestly, I don't think we know that, which is why there were a lot of sportsmen calling for a review of the situation by the CEQ, which of course, if Governor DeSantis were to support that, that would be really great. But Mr. Bergeron, you continue to just be a really great advocate for the Everglades, and I cannot thank you enough for that. Finally, I want to end by drawing attention to the fact that the St. Lucie River is in pretty bad condition, even without Lake Okeechobee discharges. We have not had discharges since March, releases from Lake O. And without those releases, we get an opportunity to see what's really going on in the St. Lucie River. I'll end by highlighting the fact that we continue to have fecal bacteria contamination at Layton Park, the Roosevelt Bridge, Veterans Memorial Park, and River Park. All of those places that happens on a very regular basis, and that feeds our algal blooms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Our next speaker is Doug Gaston, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Good morning, Chairman Goss, members of the governing board, Doug Gaston, Audubon, Florida. My comment is about the draft strategic plan for 2021 to 26. And it's the blueprint for achieving the agency's core mission of restoring and safeguarding our water resources and ecosystems. And to that, on page 3 of the plan, there are 2 categories of restoration projects and programs identified, SERP and the Northern Everglades Estuaries Protection Plan, or NEP. And there are discrete projects listed under each category. I think even a cursory glance demonstrates that the projects and programs listed under SERP are much more expansive in terms of water storage and water quality treatment than those listed under NEP. And I think that's an important thing to recognize, because nutrient loading in the lake from the northern watershed will continue to fuel harmful algal blooms unless water storage and treatment north of the lake is made a priority. The projects are properly sited and constructed at the earliest opportunity. We also need programmatic improvements that remove barriers to success. And those need to be identified for future legislative initiatives. For example, the 40E61 rulemaking and constraints that keep that program from being an effective tool for protecting the works of the district. Other current initiatives to update the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Protection Plan and other watershed protection plans for the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie must include proposals that match the size and the scope of the challenges. And this focus should be incorporated into the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Next, we have Mike Elfenbein, followed by Mark Perry.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. I wanted to take an opportunity to say that the last month has been extremely exciting. I wanted to applaud district staff and governing board members. You guys continue to amaze me by your engaging sportsmen and other perspectives that aren't the loudest. Last month, Jennifer Reynolds took time out of her day to come learn about Big Cypress and go for a buggy ride and understand some of the complex issues associated with Western Everglades and sportsmen's concerns. Governing board member Bergeron took the time out of his busy schedule to appear before the FWC Commission and lend some support on the seaside sparrow issues that I know that you all are working very, very hard to resolve. Drew Bartlett has been attentive to all of our concerns, very transparent in handling them. Your staff is incredible. The governing board, the direction that you guys are going in is wonderful. Proud of you all. I'm feeling good today about you guys, and I want to make sure that other people know what a great job you guys are doing. I am very anxious to work with you guys going forward on other wonderful projects and solutions to a lot of our problems. And overall, you guys are doing a really great job, and I think people need to know that. People need to be aware of it. And let's not lose sight on this sparrow issue now that the locks are open and water's flowing. Let's try to resolve this in a timely manner so that we don't have to keep reliving this Groundhog Day situation on an annual basis. Water Conservation Area 3 was closed, or it was issued an executive order to be closed on Friday, once again, due to high water levels. In addition to the difficult situation that creates for camp owners, recreationalists, and hunters, it does some catastrophic damage to our flora and fauna, which is why those closures are required to protect them. But the reality is that the closures are just keeping people from seeing the damage that's being done. And the sooner we can resolve those issues with the 333 and the 333 North and the water levels in the L29 and the 356 and the S12s and the 343, the sooner we get more fresh water running through the Everglades and down towards the bay. So again, I thank you guys so much for doing such a wonderful job. I am very proud of you all. I thank you for your time and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Our next speaker is Mark Perry, followed by Michael Collins.
Yes, good morning, Governing Board. Appreciate the time to address you. We've had a lot of rain, of course, over the past couple of weeks, even though the tropical storm didn't drop a lot. We were still in the situation where, the water levels in WCA3 have jumped up to about 1.3 feet above the scheduled location. So we're really in jeopardy in 3A and Water Conservation Area 3A. And the reason is that we've dumped about 2.9 billion gallons a day keep coming from the EA basin runoff into the water conservation areas. As you'll see in Mr. Mitnick's presentation, you'll see how much water is actually flowing from the EA basin into the water conservation areas. And we're really filling those up so quickly with that basin runoff. We really need to have that retention and detention of that water in the EA basin before it comes through the STAs and into the water conservation areas to protect them from danger. We've in the local basin, I want to clarify too that the water quality in the St. Lucie Estuary, Southern Indian River Lagoon is very poor right now. And we've had about 1.1 billion gallons a day coming in primarily from the C23, C24, 10 Mile Creek, and C44 basins. These have structures, the Gordy Road structure, S49, S97, and S80. And that amount of water coming in is primarily from all the agricultural runoff. There are over 62 project culverts that drain all of those basins into the primary canal, C23, C24, 10 Mile Creek, so forth. And what we get into the estuary is this major amount of runoff in order to drain these areas. And the concern there is it drops this water quality tremendously. Yes, we've had no discharges from the lake, and you know, the inflows into the estuary though are coming from these canals, and we've got to have some control into stopping this water. Again, requiring landowners to retain and detain that water before it enters into these canals and then is discharged through the water management district structures into the estuary. So I plead with you to help work on that, and let's get those two items kind of addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we have Michael Collins, followed by a phone number ending in 3004.
So good morning. Like one of the previous speakers, I also went through the strategic plan. It's always been an item of interest since I worked on so many of them. And I got to tell you, I am finding it extremely disturbing that this district has seen fit to support the Army Corps and their interpretation of the Savings Clause, removing statutorily granted protections from downstream users at a time when, you know, they potentially could be removing 400,000 or 500,000 acre feet of water from the water pie. And I find not a word other than a passing sort of, well, you know, there is such a thing as water supply planning. I don't see any planning in your strategic plan for water supply at a time when coastal communities are threatened in a major way by sea level rise. The well fields in the coastal communities are very much at risk for saltwater intrusion. Supporting removing a huge amount of water that might be made available to them as time goes on, I think is wrong. I think to not be working on a strategic plan that addresses those future needs is totally unacceptable. You know, when I was on that board, we were spending close to $50 million a year on alternative water supply development 18 years ago. A lot of it in partnership with utilities and coastal communities. And I think that's something that should be done. All I can find in terms of dedicated funding there is a $7 million pass-through from DEP that's legislative funds for that. I don't see any money being spent out of ad valorem for that at all. And I got to tell you, that is a statutorily mandated responsibility of the agency and this board to address those issues and to plan for those issues in the future. I would strongly recommend to all you good people that that plan be amended to at least start looking at what you're responsible for in those coastal communities before they receive those impacts. It's going to be way too late. It's going to cost those inner cities, especially, amounts of money that those people can't afford to spend if nobody anticipates dealing with that, you know, those issues. We closed down the access to the Biscayne Aquifer and started those planning processes many, many years ago. And I think it's your responsibility to follow up on those, and I would strongly urge you to do that. And I appreciate the time, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Next, we have a phone number ending in 3004. If you could unmute your mic by pressing *6.
Hello. Hi, this is Gene Duncan. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. We've been in this, I like what Mike said, Groundhog Day. We've been in this now for 2 decades. I remember coming before you when you were first appointed a year ago or so, and talking about the number one issue you're going to have to face is the Sparrow and the blockage of flows south, and then which results, of course, in the flooding of the conservation areas, which by and large are state-owned lands. And I appreciate all of the comments that I heard the board members make last month, and therefore I'm certain that you now completely understand this issue. What baffles me is why you haven't sought the governor involvement in getting the CEQ to review this. Do you need to pass a resolution? Do you need to write him a letter? I just don't understand. If you completely really understand how serious this is, why we don't have the governor screaming for help. And really it's baffling. So I don't have anything else to say. That's only 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, there are no other raised hands.
Thank you very much, Rosie, and thank you to all those who took the time to comment. I appreciate your comments, as I know the rest of the governing board does, and we listen to each comment and do take it into consideration. We're now going to go to governing board member comments. So I see Mr. Lipich, you have your hand raised. I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, fellow governing board members and staff and public. Jackie Thurlow, Lippish. I'll try to run through these things. First, I wanted to thank Representative Toby Overdorf, who is from District 83 in my area. And he went on a ride in the helicopter with the Executive Director, Drew Bartlett. And when he called me to let me know, and I asked him to please speak to Executive Director Bartlett about quote unquote obstacles to sending water south during that tour. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm trying to spread that out as far as possible. I've continued my field trips during the COVID time to educate myself. I did go on a trip with Drew Bartlett, Maggie Herchella, and Eve Samples from Friends of the Everglades to, once again, for me, to Stormwater Treatment Area 3, 4, and 2. Was extremely educational. I had gone a year ago, and the condition of 3 had not improved since that time. And Executive Director Bartlett also showed us an area in Stormwater Treatment Area 2 that I think it was, I can't remember how many acres. I mean, it was like looking over Lake Okeechobee, and it had no vegetation because of issues. You know, they're really hard to keep those things going. They're not all flat on the bottom. They're not the right height, whatever. So it was a very good educational experience. I'm concerned about the stormwater treatment areas, as that is what everything is based on. I also went on a trip to Bird Drive Basin. I bought my first pair of rubber boots. Steve Collins and Steve Coughlin took me walking through that piece of property. It was full of beautiful native plants, as sawgrass, as well as melaleuca. And I needed to see it to understand the trade with the 83 acres for the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project. I also visited the Lake Worth Drainage District and met with wonderful Tommy Stroud, their executive director. Based on those maps that we talked about last month, I'm really trying to make the connection between the primary canals, the secondary canals, and the tertiary canals, and also the utilities, to understand how we could put, I guess I want to say, pressure on everyone to be better users of water. It sounds to me, when I ask the question, that the district is the overarching control factor, even when it comes to communicating with the utilities and residents. And there's a complication there probably because maybe utilities want water to be used, but we need to stop using so much water. And Tommy Stroud also talked about the connection to, I think it was Water Conservation Area 1, and how that water kind of is connected to the drainage district. And it was an extremely educational piece. And with everything I do, all I can think of is more water needs to go south. That's the answer. The last thing, in a very beautiful experience for me, was I visited the Arthur Marshall Wildlife Refuge, and I met with some teachers, one being Bradley Rosendorf, and some other teachers from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School who have a vision. They showed me their Marjorie's Garden on the school campus, and they would like to try to extend that educational component for their community of Parkland and Coral Springs around the area of the intersection of Water Conservation Area 1 and 2. There's a lot of work to do there with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, but I love dreams, and I will do what I can to educate and assist them. The last thing I wanted to bring up is that I would like to ask that our new attorney would please look at the 40E61 House Bill 5003 implementing bill. I believe that there is a possibility that that bill was unconstitutional. I did serve on the Constitution Revision Commission. I was appointed by Joe Negron 2017, 2018. I'm very serious about this, and I wanted to make that public. Thank you very much. I look forward to the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Thurl-Lipich. Mr. Bergeron, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to be brief. A lot of the details of the issues that I'm going to bring up here were, I want to be able to reserve time when John Micknick does his water update. But I do want to mention that we have a Zoom meeting tomorrow with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and South Florida Water Management, of course, the U.S. Corps, regarding the Cape Sable sparrow issue, and which I'm very excited that I think we're moving forward on the resolution of the best interest of the global Everglades and being able to move water south compatible with the environment, the ecology, and all our wildlife and all of our endangered species. This is extremely important, and it's a very big concern for all of our stakeholders that we get resolution of that issue. Also, when we get into the water condition area, I want to talk to John about starting some releases in the southern part in order to minimize releases out the Caloosahatchee, St. Lucie, Indian River Lagoon. The lower part of discharging to tide, I think, is important. All of the Central Everglades is above schedule dramatically. And on August 14th, which is tomorrow at 10 o'clock, obviously there's impact to the public, and there will be no access in the Central Everglades. When we get into the water presentation by John, I want to be able to present and point out some other ways that we can move water south where it flowed naturally. But we'll get into it because I think the board members and the stakeholders will follow it better when we can point out exactly what we're talking about. We'll get into an update on the 333 North structure, which is an extremely important project that should be completed in the next couple of weeks, that will be able to increase the flow of water south. And you know, moving water south, extremely important to reduce the discharges out our rivers and rehydrate Everglades National Park and stop seagrass from dying in Florida Bay and reduce the impacts to the Central Everglades and the inconvenience to the public because of the August 14th closure. So we are also have been in negotiations on the L28 in regards to the restriction of having water levels at 8.5 for 90 days. We're looking forward with District 6 and possibly even as early as today in writing that that restriction will be removed because the old Tamiami Trail the trail is being raised, the contract has been let, where when the contract is completed, we're able to bring the L29 up to 9.7. That's the second stage of modified water delivery that would deliver the compatible water levels that flowed naturally through the River of Grass before man compartmentalized the system. So thank you for the time you're giving me on this. And when we get into the water condition area, I'll try to get into a little more detail. And I want to thank John Micknick and Drew Bartlett and all the staff that I've been working with, trying to remove or connect missing links or any obstacles that would stop this wonderful step forward of modified water delivery, moving water south for the benefit of the global Everglades. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron, and particularly for your doggedness on this issue. And I look forward to that discussion when Mr. Mitnick gives his presentation. Mr. Steinle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Jay Steinle. I want to make a comment on what I think is a reasonable local effort we can all make on water conservation. Outdoor, as some folks have consistently noted on public comment, outdoor irrigation is about 50% or represents more than 50% of residential water use. And I think it represents one of the most important opportunities to reduce our use as individuals, as municipalities, and as counties. So through efficient irrigation, and also through the broad adoption of the district's mandatory year-round irrigation ordinance. So that is an ordinance that sets guidelines on the days of the week, typically 2, and the times of those days that watering irrigation should be restricted to. It does have allowable variances that can increase that 2 days to 3, and also includes guidelines around the compliance and enforcement of those ordinances. So I just want to comment to make sure that my fellow board members are aware of this ordinance, which I'm sure they are, but also are aware that unfortunately the majority of counties in the district and the majority of municipalities, because this is required both at the regional and the local levels, both have yet to adopt these ordinances. Staff has done a lot of work recently to put together information that would be an easy reference point to see which counties, which local municipalities have adopted this. And while I'm not able to give a reference of where that is right now, I hope that map will be available on our website. If not, you can request it, I believe, publicly, but anyways, this will help everybody engage their local areas, their counties, their municipalities to adopt that. I think this is low-hanging fruit in water conservation and an easy action that we can all help influence to make a difference. And that's all I wanted to comment on at this point. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley, and I agree with you 100%. Colonel Roman, you recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two brief items to share with the board. Last month, I virtually attended the 34th Environmental Permitting Summer School. And this year, for the first time, they offered a virtual option, which was really, I think, very effective. Basically, you could connect and join being held at the Marriott on Marco Island and actually participate with the conference sessions. If that is offered in the future, it might be something that will expand participation in those forums for the future. And then the second item that I have is just to make the board aware that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers conducted a feasibility study with Collier County Storm Surge Protection and released a tentatively selected plan for comment. I know the district staff is commenting on the plan at this point, and there's a lot of public interest in this. So I wanted to make you aware that that is going on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Colonel Roman. Ms. Meads, I've seen your hand come and go. Would you like to comment now?
Yeah, I'm conflicted about what I'm about to say, but that doesn't typically stop me, right? So I just wanted to make a quick statement about the political nature of doing the right thing. So here we are in an election season, and I was in Tallahassee when the fight was going on to help communities that were struggling with alga blooms and the whole process that we're involved in now. And I love sitting on this governing board. I believe that I'm certain that we are transparent with the stakeholders, that we are very focused on implementing SERP, and that we are all, everyone who hears my voice understands the history and that the narrow window that we may in fact have to move these things forward. And I have become surprised because even at 61, you can be a little naive about things. But I have been surprised at how very political this whole conversation is. And I struggle with how hard we work here with our transparency and just the conversation about the nutrient pollution to the north and the works and what we've tried to do through the works of the districts and the opposition that we faced with this. And I just want to remind everyone that if you want to help us to bring forward the implementation of SERP and all of the other projects that we're working on, go out and vote for people who are going to help us help you. Vote for people who want to understand the issues. And look, we're going to be fair with all the stakeholders. That is where our heart is. And the primary is, voting is going on now and in November. It's very, very important that we all vote wisely. I've spoken about voting before, and that's all I have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Mr. Martinez, welcome. I see you're on now.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez. Before you go on, can I ask you a quick question? Do you have any abstentions or conflicts?
No,
for the record. Thank you. I just wanted to get that on the record. Go ahead with your comments.
Okay. So real quickly, two comments. Number one, I want to put a shout out to the field representative that we have down here in Dade County, Armando Billabo. Armando is a superstar that fits so well in with everybody that works at the agency. He's always on the go. Just recently, a couple of weeks ago, we dealt with one of the issues that we deal with constantly down here, which is debris buildup on the canals. And through Representative Vansalupis, met with some of the local leaders and mayors and commissioners about a specific location that we have to deal with as far as debris buildup on the canals. Unfortunately, we just don't have the resources to go out there and clean this the debris up as often as the residents would like us to. But again, whether it's that, whether it's the issues that we deal with out here with the C4 canal and the storage out there by the C4 canal, Armando is always on the go, and I really want to let him know how much I appreciate. He really makes it easy to deal with the many issues that we deal with down here in Dade County. And number two is that we have an item on our agenda later on today that we'll be dealing with as far as the that deals with the STA-1 West. I think we're dealing with the one of them is a refurbishment of actually STA-1 West, and then the new construction for the STA-1 West number 2 expansion. And I just want to say that I hope that we continue being very aggressive, looking into innovative ways and through technology on ways in which we can remove the unsightly nutrients for our water. Because we're going to later on today, I would imagine, and hopefully pass a resolution and approve over $100 million of improvements into that one STA that has been, unfortunately, has really given us a lot of headaches, and we've tried fixing it. And but it's just the amount of money that we pour into these STAs, and yes, you look at 3 and 4, and it makes you really happy of the work that it does. But I just don't see this as being the future, and I think the future is going to be in one of these companies that I know that we've been looking at, and I know the legislature has given us some money to start doing some test pods, and hopefully one of them is able to be successful enough so that we can get the job done without having to spend so much money into these STAs. So again, I encourage staff to keep looking into possible alternatives to cleaning our water, because it just gets extremely expensive to maintain these STAs and to improve them or to refurbish them. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Well said. I don't see any other governing board members who'd like to comment, so I'll close out the comment section. First of all, I'd like to thank and give a tip of the hat to our staff for doing an incredible job during a tropical storm or Hurricane Isaias. It was remarkable, as always, what you all do, and the fact you did it during a COVID epidemic or pandemic was even more remarkable, and I can't thank you enough for that. And I'm not sure everyone understands the amount of work and time and effort that goes into it, but rest assured I do, and I think the rest of the governing board does. I'd also like to welcome officially Carolyn Ansay as our new legal counsel. We said hi to her last month, but now she's on board, so welcome, Carolyn. I met Colonel Jason Kelly earlier this month, or maybe it was last month. Time all runs together now. He's the South Atlantic Division Commander for the Corps of Engineers. He's very engaged. I think he's going to be a great ally for us and will be a wonderful conduit between what happens in Jacksonville and what happens in Washington, D.C. So I'm looking forward to that relationship there as we continue to work closely with the Corps of Engineers. This is our 5th governing board meeting over Zoom. It's an absolutely wonderful tool. I love it, but I also hate it because I don't get to see you. I don't get to be with you. I think there's a dehumanizing factor to this. I haven't seen any of you all since March. I'm not sure that's really healthy, and I'm really actually looking forward to this being over. And that's it for my comments. So we'll move on now to the consent agenda, I believe. Is there any board member who wants to move any consent items on the consent to the discussion agenda? Great, not seeing any. Is there any public comment on consent?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman, but if we could wait about 5 seconds or so.
Sure.
No, we don't have any raised hands at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rosie. So we'll look for, I need a motion and a second to approve consent items 12 to 20 with the understanding that 18 is being postponed.
Butler, I'll move to approve.
Okay, one at a time.
Butler, I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, Mr. Butler.
Martinez seconds.
Okay. Rosie, did you get that?
I did. I have a motion by Mr. Butler and a second by Mr. Martinez.
Thank you very much. If there's no more discussion on that, but governing board members will call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Lipich?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes on that. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll go to technical reports now. We have our water conditions report, and that'll be given by Mr. Mitnick.
Thank you, Chairman. Rosie, if you could also pull up the laser pointer for me. All right. Welcome, everyone. My name is John Mitnick. I'm going to run through the water conditions summary for this past month, and here's hoping that it lives up to the hype. So let's get started. Looking back over the rainfall for the past couple of months, you can see July was just slightly above average. So far for the month of August right here, we're running about average. We're only, 13 days into the month, but so far we're running about average rainfall for the month so far. Looking back at last month, you can see the majority of the rains that did fall were primarily along the East Coast, running from St. Lucie County all the way down to Miami-Dade, with 2 other hot spots right here just south of Lake Okeechobee and then up in the upper Kissimmee Basin. So far for the wet season overall, since about the middle of May, the district has above average rainfall. We're about 5 inches above average. And again, you can see sort of a similar trend. The majority of those rains have been in the eastern and central portions right up the spine of the Water Management District, with lesser amounts falling over here on the west coast. Again, the trend continues with the most rains falling in 2 spots right down here in Broward County, and then up on the upper east coast in Martin and St. Lucie counties. So real quick, I'll just touch on the tropical storms or hurricane that really wasn't for us. The storm just basically did a drive-by right along the Florida Peninsula. We didn't get a whole lot of rain. There were only really 2 areas again that saw higher intensity rainfalls, one right down here in Broward County, maybe a little bit of northern Miami-Dade, and then up here in Martin County, and then St. Lucie County. So those are really the only locations that received higher amounts of rainfall, but for the most part, this was a relatively non-event for the Water Management District from a rain perspective. However, it did give us a really good opportunity to exercise our emergency operations related to storm events and tropical systems while dealing with the pandemic and trying to do as much of it remotely. as possible and still being able to protect not only the citizens of South Florida, but also the employees here at the Water Management District. So like I said, it really was a non-event from a tropical perspective, just those isolated areas of rainfall. So moving on, looking at the upper portions of the system up in the upper Kissimmee, East Lake Toho, we've talked a lot in the past about the restoration work that had gone on there. Lake levels have come up, kind of held them steady for a little while here, so as not to undo a lot of the good work that restoration did in the littoral zone and not get those maturing vegetation too inundated with rapidly rising water levels. So we've been managing that a little bit below schedule, but as we go farther here in time, you'll see it start to rise back up to schedule as we go farther out into the wet season. Jumping down at Lake Toho, we've been holding that right about at schedule. And Lake Kissimmee had been above schedule prior to the tropical event that wasn't, and was drawn down in anticipation of a hurricane passing over the district. So it eventually got back to schedule. Some of that was an active drawdown for the hurricane. Other portions of it were just trying to maintain some of the flows above the levels to keep the floodplain inundated along the Kissimmee River. We've had some fair amount of rain there in the Pool A basin. You saw that in those previous graphics where the upper Kissimmee basins got above average rainfalls. So we've been working to not only manage the Pool A, which is this area right in here, just downstream of Lake Kissimmee, but before you get to the actual restored reaches of the river. So we've been looking to manage those levels and juxtapose that with lake levels in Lake Kissimmee. So I would anticipate over the coming days or week, you would start to see Lake Kissimmee start to rise back up in this neighborhood. Between schedule and maybe a half a foot above schedule as we look to manage those flows to the river. And I'm sure Lawrence will have a little bit more to say about river conditions when he gives his presentation on the ecological report. So stepping down the system, looking at Lake Okeechobee, very different graphic this month than what we saw last month. Last month, Lake Okeechobee was down here just above 12 feet at the beginning of July. You can see we've risen up about a foot or so of lake levels have increased over the last month to this point, and we use the position analysis to project out through time based on the historical record of reasonable likelihood of lake levels as we move forward through the rest of the wet season. So what you want to focus in on is this purple shaded area, which bounds the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile. And for the most part, you can see lake levels are anticipated to continue to rise up and straddle the upper portions of the base flow subband, which is this green shaded region just underneath the graphic, and the low subband, which is this yellow shaded graphic. So as of this morning, had a little bit of, I think, a reporting data issue, but I'd estimate lake levels somewhere between 13.7 feet and 13.8 feet, which would put it up here in the low subband, just slightly up over into the low subband of the lake regulation schedule. So then looking at what that means as we move forward in time for potential releases from Lake Okeechobee south towards the water conservation areas. And again, just as a reminder, this graphic is Lake Okeechobee pushing water out to the south to manage lake levels. One quick thing I'll draw your attention to, you see how here in the month of October that this green shaded regulatory discharge portion of the graphic dramatically reduces. The reason being is the way the decision trees work and way the schedule works is it incorporates a component for the multi-seasonal hydrologic outlook. And right now, and I'll talk about this a little bit later on in the presentation, but right now the multi-seasonal long-term outlook is calling for dry conditions in the month of October. So the effect that that has on the regulation schedule within the model is to curtail those releases sent south in anticipation of that drier weather. But again, I'll touch on that a little bit later on in the presentation. So looking at releases to the estuaries, as you would anticipate with the rising lake levels, then the probability of having or initiating a release from the lake has been increasing as the stage levels go up. So in the past, as you know, we've broken that out a little bit more detail and in the next two slides. So starting with the Caloosahatchee estuary, this is the probabilities of seeing flows either less than 650 cubic feet per second here in the gray, or more than 650 cubic feet per second there in the tan, brown, or orangish color. For this week, the Corps held their periodic scientist call, I believe it was Tuesday of this week. For this week, Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule 2008 is calling for a 650 CFS pulse release from the lake. So looking over at the St. Lucie estuary, you can see that those probabilities of increasing discharges to the St. Lucie are increasing with increasing stages within Lake Okeechobee. One note that leading up to and during the tropical event that wasn't, the Corps of Engineers did close down the S308 structure and delivered a very minor amount of water that was local basin runoff from the C44 basin through the S80 structure to the estuary. They have since closed the S80 structure. I think it was either on Monday or Tuesday following the passage of the storm, and then redirected that basin runoff back to Lake Okeechobee. As we've talked about in prior meetings, that practice will continue until such time as Lake Okeechobee reaches an elevation of 14.0 feet. And then the Corps will reevaluate that operational practice. So as I said earlier, right now the lake is sitting around 13.7, 13.8. So with continued increases in lake stage, then the Corps will be revisiting that in the coming weeks. So looking at the southern part of the system, we've already had a fair amount of conversation either in the board comment as well as in the public comments earlier in the meeting about the various conditions in the Central Everglades. As was mentioned, the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission has instituted a closure order for recreational and public access to the Francis S. Taylor Wildlife Management Area, which is essentially this area right in here, as well as the Rotenberger and Rotenberger's over on this side, and the Holy Land Wildlife Management areas due to high water levels. So starting up here in the upper right-hand side of the graphic, the northern Central Everglades is slightly above schedule. It's only about 1/10 to 2/10 of a foot above schedule. And the S10 structures, which move water from Area 1 into Area 2, are currently closed. And we are not delivering any additional water to tide from Area 1 here, or the Waxahachie National Wildlife Refuge. Looking a little bit farther down, Area 2 is just about 1/2 foot to 6/10 of a foot above its regulation schedule. And the Corps of Engineers is delivering water through the S11s right here from Area 2 down into Area 3 to the tune of just over 2,000 cubic feet per second. So that takes us to Area 3 down here. And as I said, you already heard some of the public speakers mention high water levels. Overall, Area 3 is about 8/10 of a foot above its regulation schedule, which is this red line right here. And overall, the amount of water flowing out of Conservation Area 3 over the southern Central Everglades. Here on the western side, there are a series of culverts and structures that are flowing. Those are all open at this time. All 4 of the S12s, A, B, C, and D are currently open. The S333 structure is currently opening and discharging slightly above its design capacity. The S152 structure that sits right about here is being opened this morning. And the S151 structure is currently under construction, but the Water Management District has installed some temporary pumps at that location to be able to move water from Area 3A into Area 3B. So in total, between all of those outlets, there's roughly about 4,000, maybe a little bit more than 4,000 cubic feet per second of water being moved out of Area 3, either to the west over here into Big Cypress. The vast majority of that is moving south towards Everglades National Park. And as I said, a smaller amount is moving from Area 3A into Area 3B. So as we get towards the end of the month here in August, the Corps of Engineers is looking to put in place the new operating plan that will govern the southern portion of the system. We've had conversations about it here in the past. It's called the Combined Operating Plan. That sort of changes a little bit the operations from what they are today. One thing in particular, we've heard some discussions in board comment and public comment regarding the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow and the closure criteria. So one significant change under that closure criteria is the one structure right up about here, the S344 structure, currently is part of that closure criteria. However, once we move into the combined operating plan, hopefully later this month, then that restriction will be removed from that particular structure and it will be able to operate year round and will not be subject to any closures. So that's one positive thing. And hopefully as we move forward in time later this month, that we'll have the continued use of that structure year round. Mr. Bergeron was talking about another structure that sits right about here, the S333 North structure. It is currently under construction. We have been working very closely with our contractor. Unfortunately, that contractor has been running behind schedule in delivering that project in accordance with their contract. So we've been working hand in glove with them, trying to move them along, if not push them along, to be able to complete that structure as soon as possible. Operations in the L29 canal here have been, up until I think it was 2 weeks ago, were limited to an elevation of 8.30 feet, and the canal wasn't allowed to go above that. However, about 2 weeks ago, we were allowed to take it up to the 8.5. Currently within the operating plan, there is a criteria that those levels are not allowed to exceed the 8.5 for more than 90 days in any given water year. And just as a reminder, the water year runs from May wrapping around to April of the following year. So we'd have 90 days from now until April of 2021. As Mr. Bergeron mentioned in his comments, we've been having some discussions with the Florida Department of Transportation regarding that criteria. And given that they are in the process of reconstructing and replacing Tamiami Trail. So hopefully there will be some news and more to come on that front in the coming days and weeks. One other thing that I'll quickly touch on, as Mr. Bergeron mentioned it in his board comments, as we look overall at the Central Everglades from north to south, and the higher water levels that these areas are experiencing, you kind of look over through the lower East Coast over here, and the conversation begins about when to be able to start moving some of that water that's in the Central Everglades through the lower East Coast to tide. just want to point out there's really only about 5 outlets in order to be able to effectuate that type of operation. One right here through the Miami Canal, another the North New River. There's another outlet right in here, about halfway through Broward County, and then Hillsborough, and of course on up to C51. So I just wanted to point that out. There would be limited capacity in moving that water, and we would be an opportunistic operation because we obviously have to take in consideration any rainfall or flood management requirements for the lower East Coast in order to be able to implement something like that. But I'm more than happy to talk about it a little bit later on in the presentation. With that, just kind of looking at how water has moved around since the beginning or middle of May. You can see overall so far this wet season, we've moved just over 850,000 acre feet has flown into Lake Okeechobee, with just more than half of that amount has been only within the last 30 days, and hence the 1 foot rise of Lake Okeechobee that we see in the other graphics. Looking over at the West Coast, you can see roughly about 250,000 acre feet of water has been discharged to the Caloosahatchee Estuary, with only a very small portion of that amount having come from Lake Okeechobee itself, and the rest of it has been basin runoff. Similar story as I talked about up here in the upper East Coast, with those heavier rains that that area has experienced. There's been about 200,000 acre feet discharged from basin runoff to the St. Lucie Estuary, with an additional roughly 50,000 acre feet that has been moved in the Fort Pierce area to the Indian River Lagoon. Looking at the southern end of the system, as you recall from last month's board briefing and board meeting, we've simplified this graphic a little bit more and taken it up a little level. So we're just conveying the amount of water that has flowed into Lake Okeechobee here to the north, the amount has flowed out of Lake Okeechobee to the south, the amount of water that has then entered the Central Everglades, ranging all the way over here from STA-1 East, all the way down to the S-140 pump station just north of I-75, and the S-9 pump station from Broward County. And then of that amount of water, how much is then transitioned off to the west to Big Cypress, down into Everglades National Park and Northeast Shark River Slough, as well as what water was pumped into the detention cells that line the eastern side of Everglades National Park. Inclusive in this 142,000 acre feet so far in this water year is an amount of water that has been delivered to the headwaters of Taylor Slough right in here. With those rains and those rising water levels, we were able to start opening up some of the structures that were part of the district's Florida Bay plan and begin moving a lot of that water to the headwaters of Taylor Slough. So with that, just looking forward in time as to the Climate Prediction Center and what their longer range forecasts are. You can see roughly through the month of November, they're calling for slightly above average rainfall for the southern and, well, actually for the entire water management district, but the southern portions of Florida. However, and this is where that graphic earlier on lake releases comes into play. The Climate Prediction Center is calling for some drier conditions as we get into the first part of the dry season there in October, November, December, and extending into January. So what that means is what we're starting to see in the equatorial Pacific is the cooling of those ocean waters. And what that results in is a La Nina. So they're beginning to forecast a La Nina condition for this upcoming dry season. It's a relatively weak La Nina forecast at this point in time, but it's something that we're going to continue to watch. Just as a reminder, when we have or experience La Nina-like conditions during the dry season, it's the end result for South Florida is a drier dry season than what you would normally expect for that time of year. So it's something I know all the board members, you've been on the board now for more than a year. You're used to me presenting these kinds of graphics, and they change every month with every presentation. So it's just something to keep an eye on. It's something we're going to pay attention to and watch, but it's not something that I'd be taking to the bank at this moment in time just yet. What I can say is over the next couple days, right now, South Florida is being affected by a lot of the steering winds up higher level in the atmosphere. And right now, today and tomorrow, a lot of those steering currents that are driving the weather systems are coming out of the southeast. So you can see a lot of the rainfall will be centered over here on the west coast today and tomorrow. But then as we get into the weekend, those steering winds will start to shift and start coming out of the southwest. And you can see rainfall amounts will start to move farther inland into the central portions of the district until early next week. You'll have predominantly more or higher rainfall over along the lower East Coast. The graphics that I have here on the screen are as of yesterday. So there's probably some updated graphics out on our website that were produced earlier this morning that would show additional changes and differences over the next several days in the rainfall pattern. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll see if the board has any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. I'm not seeing any raised up. Oh, yes, I am. Mr. Olipich.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mitnick, can you please go back to the slide that shows the stoplights? Often when we talk about Lake Okeechobee, you hear that the lake fills up 6 times faster than it can be emptied, so to speak. How does that work with the water conservation areas? How long, what are the numbers on getting that water into Everglades National Park if we have hurricanes coming up in September, rain in September? And if you don't mind, how does that tie into those 5 outlets that you were talking about?
Certainly. So I'll start down here at actually the southern portion. And I described how currently all of the outlets that we have in the southern portion of the Central Everglades that would move water out of Area 3 into Everglades National Park, all of those are currently open to their maximum extent possible. And they're doing about 4,000 CFS. A large driver of that is the S12s, all 4 of them, A, B, C, and D right here. They're moving probably about 1,800 cubic feet per second of that total amount of around 4,000. And the S333 structure that is located right there is moving about 1,400 CFS. So that's the majority of the capacity for those outlet structures. I think in looking back over the historical period of record, while not all of the S12s reached their historical highs at the same time, but if I just aggregated them for the highest I've seen them in the historical record, you're probably talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000 to 8,000 cubic feet per second. For those structures and how much water they can move into Everglades National Park. Up at the top end, the volume of water, so there's a couple different inflow points into Area 3. There's the S140 pump station over here on the west side. There's S8, S150, which is a gravity control structure that sits right here. And then of course the S11s, which are the major inflows that move water from Area 2 into Area 3, and then the S9 pump station that sits right about here. If I've done my math correctly, right now, we've probably got on the order of 3,000 cubic feet per second that is moving into Area 3 at the northern end. And as I said, there's about 4,000 cubic feet per second that is being discharged out the bottom.
Thank you. Did you address the 5 outlets?
Oh, sorry. So the first one, actually, let me see if I can do this. Jump forward a little bit. This is probably a better way to look at it. So these are the 5 outlets that we would have moving from the Central Everglades if we were begin to moving water to tide through the lower East Coast. You have the C-51 canal that runs through Palm Beach County, the Hillsborough Canal that runs also through the southern portion of Palm Beach County. You have this outlet that runs through Broward, the North New River, and of course, the Miami. Each one of those canals have varying degrees of capacity. And as I mentioned, they are more opportunistic in the sense that if there is rainfall, say here in Broward County, then we would have to curtail the amount of water that we're letting out of the Central Everglades in order to address that rainfall and that runoff first and give it a priority and provide that flood protection for those communities that reside within that basin. Hopefully that helps, Mr. Lipish.
It does, but could you give me of course, flood control is number 1, especially during a hurricane situation or high rains. But if you were looking at the S80, for instance, I think, these days 7,000 CFS is about the most, but it could do like 12 if we were in a disaster. What are the numbers that can come out of those structures? And I know they would be just like S80 too. There's flood control issues with people that live along the canal there very much. But what kind of numbers are you looking at for those 5? Is it 1,000 CFS, 500 CFS?
You're probably talking in the 1,000 neighborhoods. So that one out of Central Broward County is probably about 600. The vast majority of it would be right there. There's smaller amounts that could go down the Miami Canal, maybe 150 to 200. So in total, if I had to ballpark it, you're probably in that 1,000 to 1,300 CFS. And you're correct. Talking about S80, I think its maximum discharge capacity under emergency type conditions are on the order of 9,000 cubic feet per second. Over here on the west side of Lake Okeechobee, the S77 structure is on the order of that 9 to 10,000 cubic feet per second. And then all of the structures on the southern end of Lake Okeechobee, you're in the 6,000 cubic feet per second neighborhood. And again, those are all under emergency conditions. And as they're gravity fed, they're highly dependent on Lake Okeechobee levels. So in order to achieve some of those levels, the lake would have to be higher than it is today.
Thank you for taking the time to do that. That's very helpful for me.
Thanks, Mr. Olivich. Mr. Bergeron, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. I think looking at the forecasts of possible tropical storms and hurricanes and for this year, and sitting where we're at in all of the Central Everglades is over schedule. It would seem to me, John, that we should start releasing out of those 5 outlets and try to have some capacity for the balance of the rainy season and the predictions of the type of weather that we could experience the balance of August and September and October. I think that's extremely important now that we've had to close the access to the public on top of it, and obviously the impact to all of the wildlife and the plant communities in the Central Everglades. So that's something I would really like y'all to evaluate and make some kind of prediction. I know the rain god is unpredictable at times, but I see these forecasts. And the thing that concerns me is that if we're over capacity, then the whole system is shut down when we get into heavy rain events and tropical storms and hurricanes. And then we have as much as 10,000 cubic feet per second coming in to provide the safety and welfare of the general public with very little discharges out of the Central Everglades. So I think if y'all could evaluate that, I would certainly appreciate that. And if we could go down to the 8.5 square mile area, maybe I can give the fellow board members and the stakeholders kind of what we're looking at down there on trying to give them some protection from seepage through hydrostatic pressure, where I know you're modeling the right-of-way that we have inside the western levee in order to build a seepage collector that could take any seepage that would come in that area and convey it to the 357 conveyance to where the first stage of modified water delivery doesn't have to be interrupted from having flood problems in that particular area. That's an obstacle that we need to resolve so we have the constant flow of water year round. So can you kind of point that area out to everybody?
Certainly. Whoops. Rosie, can you get back the laser pointer for me, please? Thank you. So what Mr. Bergeron is talking about is as we move a lot of that water into Everglades National Park and Northeast Shark River Slough, it obviously fills up Northeast Shark River Slough. There is a community that is right about here on this map called the Las Palmas community, commonly referred to as the 8.5 square mile area. They are afforded a level of flood mitigation under the various agreements that have been put in place throughout the years. So as you begin to fill up Northeast Shark River Slough, the natural groundwater gradient, the natural direction for that groundwater is off to the southeast. And as it begins to move southeast, it can have potential impacts on that community. So there was a mitigation features that have been constructed over the last several years to be able to afford that community their appropriate level of flood mitigation. So what Mr. Bergeron is talking about is this is the first time really in the past 2 years, really is when it started, that we have been able to fully exercise and fully operate those flood mitigation features that were constructed as part of Modified Waters Delivery Project. So we've been pouring through and collating all of that information and data that we have been gathering from various groundwater wells that have been installed over the years for this area. And it's something that I know our water managers and the Corps water managers are actively discussing every single week, if not multiple times during the week, as to how that system is performing and what results and what information feedback we are getting from those groundwater wells. So it's definitely something we're keeping an eye on. We're also investigating potential ways to assist that system or improve that system, whether that be through enhanced operations or through the potential for additional construction features. So your staff is diligently working through some of that information. And once we get some of those results, then we'll be sure to bring that back around to the governing board for further discussion.
Yeah, and I think that that's important that we are addressing any obstacles that could stop water moving south. We're very blessed to have the 3.6 miles of bridges that are built. We're very blessed that the funding for raising the Tamiami Trail we have, and the contract has been let. And once that road is raised in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll be able to implement the second stage of modified water delivery that brings the L29 from 8.5 to 9.7 to reestablish the natural sheet flow and to equalize the water levels from the Central Everglades and Everglades National Park, and rehydrate Everglades National Park and provide the water to Florida Bay where the seagrass quits dying from lack of fresh water. These are critical little obstacles that we need to continue to work on. The other thing I would like to point out is on the L28, if you'll go to that, John, we have structures there, 243A and B and 244A and B, and under the Western Everglades plan, there's 3 other structures, I believe, that would go in that levee. Now that allows the water to flow southwest through the Big Cypress. And if you look at the lower 1/3 of the Big Cypress from a satellite aerial, you'll see the ridge and slough effects in that lower 1/3 that flowed water southwest to the 10,000 islands. That will bring more water south. And that's a very small project that we need to look at, John, in regards to how we can implement those additional 3 culverts. And then I think you have to analyze the Tamiami Trail, that we have the proper conveyance or whatever we need, that it would continue to go southwest to the 10,000 islands, and the loop road. That would be another major step on moving water south. And it's not a major expense on top of it. That's the important thing, especially in this economy, this uncharted economy that we may be faced with. All of these are important to move water south, and which benefits all our rivers, because we've got the natural flow of 1,500,000 acre-feet in an average rain year moving south where it flowed before man compartmentalized this system. The other thing that I hope we can work out with U.S. Fish and Wildlife is the A and B S12 structures. And I hope we can work out where those structures will not be closed. All of these add up to tremendous amount of volumes of water with no obstacles in our way to take advantage of billions of dollars that have been spent over the last 20 years for modified water delivery. And I see this bottom end of being able to decompartmentalize this and equalize these water levels will benefit the Northern Everglades, Lake Okeechobee, and all our rivers, because we're allowing the natural volume of water to flow south and not have to move water east and west and release water to tide and impact our rivers too. So I'm excited about, and I want to thank staff for taking on the analysis of what we're talking about here to make sure we get full benefits of equalizing water levels with shared adversity and shared impacts globally through the global Everglades. And the water that moves south and the natural volumes is water that protects our environment. That water, that volume will never be put in a reservoir. And so I'm excited about us moving forward, you know, to reduce the discharges out our rivers and rehydrate Everglades National Park and stop seagrass from dying in Florida Bay and reducing impacts to the central Everglades. And as we continue to go forward here, I'm really honored to work with staff that we resolve these issues and move water south. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Colonel Roman, you recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mitnick, for an excellent report as always. If we could stay on this slide, because my questions have to do with this stoplight diagram. In listening to your presentation, I want to make sure that I'm clear on what you were trying to communicate to the board. It appears that the water conservation areas have a higher than normal level of water. And we talk often about moving more water south. So in looking at the diagram, it would appear that we could lower the levels of the water conservation areas by moving more water south. But from your presentation, there are some limiting factors. I'm trying to understand what the limiting factors are. In your discussion about volumes of flow through the various structures, it seems to be that the structures cannot accommodate the flow, but I'm not sure. I'm wondering if you could zero in on that a bit and at least explain to me, you know, what is the limiting factor? Why don't we lower the levels in the conservation areas and move more water south?
Certainly, I'll do my best here, and I don't want to maybe steal too much of Mr. Bartlett's thunder and his executive director's report. But later this month during the RAC meeting, we'll be having some agenda items that talk about the high water levels in the conservation areas or the Central Everglades, and some of those issues that you just touched on. But real quick, when you start talking about those obstacles, and think of it like a series of dominoes that have to start falling in order to get and maintain higher levels of flow down through the system. So I'll start all the way down at the southern end. You heard Mr. Bergeron talk about the Tamiami Trail. And we've had a lot of conversations about Tamiami Trail. And I think it was back in November of last year when we were over in Fort Myers for the board meeting. Bob Johnson from Everglades National Park provided the board a presentation on the replacement and reconstruction of Tamiami Trail. So that obviously is not in place right now, so I'll start right there. I had mentioned earlier that the L29 canal, right, that runs right along here is limited in the water level that we can maintain that canal at. We can't take it any higher than 8.5 feet. So as to maintain the integrity of the roadbed that is the current Tamiami Trail. Right now, that canal level has been up at that 8.5 feet, and we are maintaining it within an inch of that. So we are not able to move any more water than what we are currently doing in the form of the combined flows from the S333 structure right here that is doing about 1,400 CFS, and the 356 pump station over here on the other side that is flowing on the order of 400 CFS with running 3 out of their 4 pumps. So that takes me to the other domino and why that station exists. It is put in place to be able to manage the amount of seepage that once you put all that water in Northeast Shark River Slough, as I said, it starts to seep off to the east. That pump station then collects that amount of seepage, pulls it back up and returns it back to Northeast Shark River Slough so as to provide flood protection to the communities and residents and businesses that exist just to the east of the L31 canal. So those are two dominoes. This domino for the road, we already know DOT has executed a contract to rebuild that road. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that construction will be complete at the end of 2022. So then that domino will have fallen and that obstacle will be removed. The S12s takes me to the next one, which is simply a capacity issue. The structure is only so big, it's only so wide, you can only move so much water through it. Right now, all 4 of these gates are wide open. The gates are up out of the water, and the flow through these structures are solely driven by gravity. So you're getting as much flow out of those structures as you physically can at this point in time. The same is said for the structures that Mr. Bergeron talked about over here on the western side of Area 3A. Those are wide open and we're moving as much water as we can physically possibly move. So that's how to get water out of and keep it moving south. As I go back to the domino analogy, in order to bring those, you got to take care of some of that infrastructure down here at the southern end. Oh, one other one, I apologize, I forgot to mention as we look towards the Central Everglades project, has some significant conveyance improvements within that project that will result in additional capacity to move water south out of the Central Everglades. The Water Management District is already in the process of moving the old Tamiami Trail, which serves as a hindrance to the gravity flows that come out of the S12 structures here. We're constructing that new structure 333 North that will hopefully add some additional capacity once we address issues with the 8.5 limitation in the L29 canal. And then of course, the Corps of Engineers later this year is hopefully awarding contracts to install additional culverts in this levee right along here that will provide additional capacity. So at the southern end, there's some physical impediments or obstacles, the roads, the old Tamiami Trail, and then there are capacity issues. So in order to take water from all the way to the north in Lake Okeechobee and get it down into the south, first you have to free up room in the Central Everglades in order to be able to accommodate water without causing additional environmental impacts. And that's what all of this work down here at the southern end of the system is intended to do, is provide that additional capacity to be able to open up the southern portion of the system and be able to accommodate moving that water out so you can bring more water in from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. And I appreciate the fact that on our field trip, when we went to that whole lower end, that I was able to actually see the structures and see firsthand what you've just described. And I'd like to follow up on Ms. Thurlow-Lipich's request a couple of board meetings ago, it seems now, where she had requested a listing of all the obstacles to moving more water south. And I would like to just add a dimension to that. If you could provide that, but provide it with a timeline of the projects and when they'll be completed, because it seems like this has been a challenge in water management with the conservation areas for some time, based upon what some of the public speakers have said. If that's the case, then I'd like to know when we can see out into the future. Is it a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years, 10 years, where we can start gaining some ability to move a greater amount of water south? We talk about moving water south, but I'd like a better handle on the timeline for gaining that capacity that you talk about.
Absolutely. We can incorporate that. Ever since Ms. Thurl Lippish's request at the board meeting, staff has been working on pulling that together, and we've been working with the public relations folks and Sean Cooley's group to be able to package it up in an easily understandable manner. Because as I know you have experienced, once we start drilling down on some of these issues, in order to get a full comprehensive understanding of them, you got to get way in the weeds. And then once you get down in those weeds, you tend to get lost. So we're working on pulling that together, and hopefully Sean and staff will be able to have something for us here real soon.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Mitnick, because I think that sequencing is also important. Where we have to go first, and it'll give a chance for the board to see it, and for us to take a look at it and to be able to understand it better, at least myself, because we've got to make sure that we're going step by step, and each step is giving us a cumulative benefit, so that we can get out of the predicament that we're in right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Roman. Ms. Meads?
Yes, John, so the gates are open and things are being, gravity is taking care of the movement there at those gates. Do we ever pump? Do we ever help by pumping the water?
Coming out of the southern end, no, it's all gravity. It's not being pumped. The pumps are located at the northern end to pump that water that has been treated by the stormwater treatment areas, and then pump that water into the Central Everglades. And then from that point, it's gravity flow all the way down, with the exception of this one pump station that I said collects seepage water and returns it back to Northeast Shark River Slough. And then the pump stations that are farther down that you and I visited that one time for the detention cells.
Yeah, and I know that we have the big, expensive pump stations. I'm thinking on a smaller scale. Do we ever, at times like this, when we have water backed up in the system, do we ever try to help the gravity flow by adding portable pumping like we do sometimes when we have emergencies in places?
Yes, we do. That's a good point. I failed to mention that. So right here, we currently have a structure that is under construction. We have deployed some of those temporary pumps to be able to move water from Area 3 into 3B. So we are using temporary portable pumps in that location. In years past, I think it was in 2016 when we experienced high water conditions that were even higher than what we are experiencing today in the Central Everglades. We were able to deploy some temporary pumps here along the L29 levee to then be able to pump water from Area 3B into the L29 canal. But again, keep in mind that if we were to do that right now, then we would have to curtail the amount of water that we are letting through the 333 structure located right here, because there is a hard limit on that 8.5 level in the L29 canal.
Yeah.
So there are locations that we can employ those temporary pumps, but we've got to be cognizant of not shooting ourselves in the foot along the way.
Okay, so in other words, right now, there are no options to move water south any faster than we are. Portable pumps will not help us. And the situation that we have with L29 that we're addressing in COP, when do we expect that approval and change to come through?
I believe the Corps is targeting August 28th to be able to have that document finalized. So the end of this month.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes, I think to try to simplify this, the resolving the 8.5 square mile area where we don't have to shut down the flow of water of the first stage of modified water delivery. that removes that obstacle. The DOT that's cooperating with us to let us maintain the L29 at 8.5 for 12 months instead of only for 9 months or 3 months is a step forward for more water moving south. If we can resolve the closure of the S12 structures A and B that close 9 months out of the year, that's more water moving south. If we can get the structures in the L28, the 3 additional structures as part of the Western Everglades, that's additional water moving south. To get into the second stage of the water total volume is when the road is completed in the next 2 to 3 years. To be able to get these other obstacles, we're going to be able to increase more water moving south prior to the road being raised is what we've been working on. Being able to keep the L29 at 8.5 year round, not having to shut the S12s, and resolving the 8.5 square mile area and additional culverts going in the L28. That all increases water moving south. And then once the road is raised, that's when you can get the full capacity of the natural volume. So we're at least trying to remove any obstacles and put in structures. The 333 North is another big improvement. And with the cooperation from DOT and possibly the cooperation on the S12 A and B, that's just more and more water moving south in a very short time frame. And then in 2 or 3 years, raising the road, we should be able to completely decompartmentalize and have the natural amount of water flowing.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can, I just want to make sure that I provide a fully rounded answer to Ms. Mead's questions about the options that are available. So if we're looking to maintain all the water within the system and keep it moving south towards Everglades National Park and Florida Bay, yes, there are very limited, if any, additional options or practices that we could employ. However, that then leaves the option of, as we talked about earlier, of moving that water to tide and wasting it to tide. And there are additional options there just to try to manage levels within the Central Everglades by wasting it to tide. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, Mr. Mitnick, very much. That was incredibly informative as always. And thanks to other governing board members. Those are great questions. I have one quick one, and I'm wrestling with this just a little bit. Wasn't the Central Everglades, was it about 3 months ago that it was too dry?
Yes, there it was. That's Mother Nature for you.
Right. So it's just, I mean, this is just, it's not necessarily always being able to open 1 or 2 pumps. It's a question of where it rains and when.
Correct. Where that rainfall happens, whether it's north of the lake, south of the lake, or over on the East Coast or West Coast, greatly influences your ability to transition water through the system.
Great. Thanks very much. If there are no further questions or discussion, Mr. Martinez, is your hand up?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just real quick, John, 2 quick questions. Number one, you mentioned earlier the 8.5 square mile area and some of the mitigating things that we have done that are now using. Can you give me an example of some of these without going into any detail? Number one. And number two, as board member Bergeron was mentioning earlier, we got to take care and make sure that we take care of the issues with the 8.5 square mile. But even when we do take care of that area, don't we still have a problem a little further down south once we get into the ag areas down there with the farmers? Because they're also laying pretty low, and I know they get flooded pretty easily.
Right, so first I'll describe the 8.5 square mile just real quick. So right now, we have implemented what I would characterize as very aggressive pumping operations at the pump stations that provide that flood mitigation for the 8.5 square mile area. And we have drawn down those canal levels below their normal ranges. So we're being very aggressive in trying to provide that flood mitigation. Your second part of the question regarding farther south and additional flood protection. Yeah, in the past, you've heard us talk about the seepage cutoff wall and what other practices can be employed to address that flood protection for southern Miami-Dade County as we move closer towards restoration levels, which are even higher than what we have in the system today. Your modeling group is currently actively working on some of those different analyses that we'll be bringing back around to the board and for public discussion here in the coming months. I think Akeen had laid out a time frame of, if I'm not mistaken, November, that we'd be bringing back some information.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Martinez. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Great. If there's no more questions for Mr. Mitnick, we'll thank him very much for that presentation, and we'll continue on to Mr. Glenn with the Ecological Conditions Report.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm Lawrence Glenn. I'm happy to provide you the Ecological Conditions Report this week. Starting up at the top end of the system, up in the Kissimmee.
Lawrence, if you click on the screen, it should advance. If you have any problems, just let me know. Lawrence, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm going to start up at the top of the system in the Kissimmee River. And as we put these reports together, we try to give you the most current information. So sometimes the slides that you will see that go out before the governing board meeting change a little bit. And it's really, you can see how much change you can have in a week between conditions. But looking at the current condition within the Kissimmee River in the restored section, you see the discharge is about 2,100 CFS, and the floodplain is very inundated. As John pointed out in his presentation, we were bringing water levels down in Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchinahall, the three lakes that feed the Kissimmee River. And that was in response to preparing for the hurricane and also just getting that lake down to schedule. And last week we had about 5,000 CFS coming down the river, so it's tapered off a little bit. One thing to note is that floodplain inundation begins when we approach about 1,400 CFS. So the floodplain was inundated pretty quickly, and we had very high discharges coming down the river. And one of the implications of those high discharges is we often get a DO sag, and we have had below 1 milligram per liter for several weeks, which is a critical level and can be lethal to fish. We have not seen a fish kill associated with this current release. And one of the potential reasons that we have not is because if you have large discharge and the floodplain is not available, then there is no refuge available for fishes to seek. But when the floodplain's available, they can move out onto the floodplain, and often there are areas out there that have DO conditions that will help them sustain until that is ameliorated. So moving into Lake Okeechobee, you can see as compared to a month ago, we have 1.2 foot increase in lake stage. You'll notice that in the marsh area over here, we're starting to get rid of those browns and reds. We're moving into greens and blues, which is inundated. Starting to get also water coming up higher in the ground table in the marsh. So it's at about 12 feet that the marsh begins to inundate, and it's at about 15 to 15 and a half that the marsh is fully inundated. So from an ecological perspective, it is really good to get the marsh inundated, and I'll go through some of those reasons in a couple of minutes. We talk often about the ecological envelope and where we'd like to see lake stage within the lake to help maintain that ecological health of the lake. On the right-hand side of the picture, you see just from our recent, we are in the middle of conducting our annual submerged aquatic vegetation monitoring, and this is some very healthy Vallisneria beds on the northwest shore of the lake that was taken just last week. But you'll see we have just kind of come out of the top of the ecological envelope. And one thing that I was wanting to stress to everybody is that ecologic conditions don't change dramatically because we cross a line that's on a picture. So staff, your staff, specifically Dr. Zach Welch and Dr. Daryl Mawa, they produce this graphic, which helps you understand visually see the potential ecological risk that's associated when you deviate from that stage envelope. So although we are above the ecological stage, it's not that dramatic of a change to where it's going to be highly negative to ecological response. And what this graph is they developed a new performance measure for Recover for Lake Okeechobee that changed the stage envelope a little bit. But what really was a great thing in here is when these performance measures are used to evaluate different scenarios when we go through SERP planning. And so when you have that, you're looking at how does the lake perform? And they have this scale that moves from the green into the lighter greens into the yellows, where if you follow within the envelope the whole time, the risk is zero. But the further you deviate from that, the risk increases. So they put this in a nice visual presentation so you can see that although we are above the ecological envelope target right now, we're still not at great ecological risk. So I thought that was a great way for y'all to understand how the ecology responds to various hydrology within the lake. We talk about seasonal flooding of the upper marshes. We haven't had the upper marshes inundated in over 2 years. We haven't gone above 14 feet. And going to a high winter stage of the high part of that ecological envelope is really important to inundate the entire marsh. And what that does is it really helps create or re-energize the food base, which is the aquatic production of those upper marshes. That's going to support fish and wildlife. So it maximizes the food production that's going on. The entire marsh is full. It allows for all the invertebrates and the fishes to reproduce. It promotes changes in what is happening in those upper marshes that have been dry and tend to have woody and terrestrial plants encroaching, which you can see down in this picture here is the upper marsh. And those really are not, marsh species. Those are more terrestrial species. It helps us reduce when we start seeing torpedo grass come in. As we go in and we treat that, it is great to treat it and then to flood it to help that management out tremendously. And one thing you can see up here, this is the wading bird foraging habitat by lake stage. And you see that when we really get a dramatic increase from 30,000 to 40,000 acres, it doesn't happen until we get to about 13.7, and then you go up to almost 55,000 at 14.6, and that's still maintained to about 15.5. So just from a wading bird perspective, the habitat available to them is much greatly increased when you have these higher lake stages at the end of the wet season that helps have a nice slow recession during the breeding season. So looking at the cyanobacterial bloom potential, we go through this series from 2016 to today. Compared to last year, we definitely are seeing a little of the hotter colors out here in the middle where there is a very visible bloom. You can see that down here in the real true color picture from space. So this is something that we are definitely monitoring, and we're trying to better understand why, blooms occur, how they wax and wane, and they definitely have waxed and waned over the past month or so. One thing we're looking at, we look at wind speed and what direction the wind speed is coming from to where that might move this part of the bloom. So you see the greatest wind speed directions are from the south, and so you don't see a lot of bloom currently in the south. So we're fortunate to have had increased monitoring within the lake, and we have 32 stations now that we are sampling bi-weekly during the summer months, which is the highest potential for bloom, to help us try to get a better understanding of how these blooms behave. So this slide is a little older. It's data from July, but I'm going to show you the most recent data. And what you see here is you see we consider a bloom occurring when you get to 40 micrograms per liter of chlorophyll. So there are definitely numbers in here that are showing bloom. Then we, of course, are very concerned with toxin levels. And you see for microcystin, there are 3 levels that are above 8, which is the health advisory currently from EPA that was adopted by FDEP. And those occur here, here, and here, which is interesting because this one, there is not a bloom potential that you would see from this satellite type imagery. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to understand when and why these different cyanobacteria are actually producing and releasing toxin. But if we move from 2 weeks ago to today, or August 4th, when our last sample was taken, I wanted to point out a couple of differences. Still, now the levels of toxin are in areas that actually visibly have an algal bloom. We don't have chlorophyll data available yet, but when that is, I can report on that. But one thing I wanted to point out here is very interesting that these more repetitive data and greater number of stations is allowing us to see is that here on these, you can see this lightly shaded green. These colors don't mean anything. It's just so you can see them, and they would show up over here on the map. Is on this western shore, we have dominant taxa of blue-green algae, which is Cylindrospermopsin. And then as we move just a little further to the east, you have a mixture of Microcystis and Cylindrospermopsis. And then out in the center region, we have dominated by Microcystis. So this is just something that we're being able to see in the data, and we'll try to get to causative reasons for that, but that takes a lot more work than what I can provide for you here in these updates on a monthly basis. I wanted to go into Dr. Fletcher from University of Florida, who conducts the snail kite monitoring across the state, just produced his 5-year summary report. And I wanted to tell you what's going on with the snail kite population in the district. And since 2009, if you look up in the top upper hand left graph, you'll see there was a low in the population that was just below 1,000 birds. And there has been a steady and sustained population increase over the decade to where we are now up to the point where we have about 3,000 birds. So that's really, really good news. Something else that's not so good that he pointed out in these data is that once snail kites reach the adult age, their survivorship is pretty steady. But we're seeing decreased survivorship in the juvenile population. And so you look at that and you're just like, well, why aren't we seeing that juvenile survival, but yet we're seeing a population size increase? And that gets into population dynamics, and that these snail kites can nest more than once in a year. They can have several eggs in a clutch that come out, but the juveniles just aren't being able to sustain themselves as well as the adults are. So that's a concern. but we are seeing a population increase at the same time. Now, if you look over to the right-hand side, it shows the proportion of native apple snails at the foraging sites. And back before the invasion of the exotic apple snail, we were very concerned, especially when you saw this dramatic decrease in Lake Okeechobee, where the endemic was almost gone. And there was a large concern about what was going to happen, especially 2008, 2009 with the snail kite population. And that happened to be concurrent with about the same time that we started seeing the endemic starting to come around. So here's the native up at the top. The differences between them that you can see physically is just this body whorl right here. The groove isn't as large as the other. But the real big thing that's kind of helpful to the snail kite is you see their eggs. And the endemic has a much lower fecundity, meaning it doesn't reproduce as many eggs and it doesn't reproduce as often throughout the year. So where this clutch is very small, about 50 to 60 eggs, there can be hundreds of eggs in the exotic snail. And we're seeing a condition where an exotic species is helping to sustain a endangered species. So that's pretty interesting. As we go and we look statewide over the past 5 years and what is going on with the nesting that is occurring, I don't want to say that snail kites aren't good parents, but you'll see that just naturally they have a almost 50% failure rate in their nesting. But one thing that jumps out in these data is that over the past 2 years, we have not seen nesting in Lake Okeechobee. It's been low in the Everglades and in the STAs and Lake Istapoga as well. Coming back to Lake Okeechobee, the main reason for not seeing nesting here is because water levels have been low. They haven't been able to inundate the marsh, which is the nesting habitat there to the extent that the snail kite needs. And a real big portion of that is production of its sole prey source, which is the apple snail. So that's somewhere where a higher lake stage this year would be beneficial for the snail kite next year in its nesting. But Mr. Wagner had asked in a previous board meeting, what do birds do if we're not seeing them here? What do they do? And fortunately, snail kites are using habitat on the landscape level. They're very mobile. We see the Kissimmee chain of lakes has been an area for them to nest. They've moved over into St. John's, and they also went as far north as up to Gainesville and Haynes Prairie. So that is a good thing about their ability to use areas that are or do have the appropriate conditions when other areas do not. But coming back to Lake Okeechobee, in Dr. Fletcher's report, he talks about the significance of Lake Okeechobee to the greater population and to the Everglades is that Okeechobee serves kind of as a hub. So for birds coming out of Lake Okeechobee, when conditions aren't right, they'll either go south or they'll go north. So in order for the Everglades to have the opportunity for birds to start coming south, it's very important that conditions are right in Lake Okeechobee for a population to move to the Everglades when those conditions are appropriate. Looking over at the estuaries, and we'll start with the St. Lucie, we see the inflows totally over the last week have been about 2,000 CFS, with none of that coming from the lake. And as you see, those the high discharges that are coming in or higher than normal discharges have changed the salinity gradient. It's pretty fresh in both of the forks, and then it gets to about 15 to 18 for the majority of the mid-estuary. And you come over to this graph here and you see that those salinity conditions currently are within the fair range for adult oysters. Something that I have been reporting on, especially during this time of year, which is the oyster breeding season. We had a very good condition going on before all of the rains began, when salinity conditions were in their optimal ranges and we were seeing spat, or the young oysters that go and collect on substrate they can attach to, was very high. And then we had all of that rain come at basically at one time, and that drove salinity levels down, and we saw a decrease in that. But with the return of more appropriate salinity conditions, we are seeing the spat numbers going back up, which is in the right direction. Moving over to the Caloosahatchee, here we have about the same inflow coming in to the estuary, with zero coming from the lake and the majority of that coming from the C43 basin, which is extremely large. But what we do see over here from a salinity gradient setup, and these two estuaries are very different just in their size, and this one doesn't have two forks. But in this upper part of the estuary, the salinity is low, and that is very conducive for that part of the system for take grass growth. And then we get to the mid estuary, which has a minimum or a median kind of salinity range, and we get to more saline conditions at the bottom. And at the bottom is where the oyster beds are, and we come over and we see for both Cape Coral and Shell Point that salinity conditions are in the good range for adult oysters. And looking at oyster recruitment over here in regards to spat, one thing to notice that is this side of the state, the estuary, it behaves differently than the other side from oysters. You'll see typically the bulk of reproduction happens a little later in the year. So in all years that I'm presenting, you'll see there's still production is coming. And we're seeing that beginning of production happening both at the Bird Island site and up here at the Iona Cove site. So conditions on this side are looking very favorable at this time of year. Moving on to the stormwater treatment areas, you will see that total inflows to the STAs for this water year, 560,000 acre feet, with only 2% of that at 11,000 acre feet coming from Lake Okeechobee. When you look down at this graphic here, you'll see that water levels are a bit high as we are in this process right now. We've had a lot of rainfall. This bullet has been on my STA slides for about a year. We talk about extensive vegetation management activities that we have ongoing, and that's to address what we call either stressed or highly stressed vegetation throughout some of the STAs. And I wanted to provide you a little more information on that so you can have a better understanding of what's going on, which is after this, which just shows you the depths within each cell of each STA. So as we get into how we define or what is going on with STAs, if they're stressed or highly stressed, and that changes, we produce this type of report throughout the year. And you'll see the green cells are cells that are healthy. We talk about yellow cells that are stressed, and that's the beginning of the stress stage. And then we have red cells that we call highly stressed. So in this cell over here, this is cell 1 of STA-1 East. You look at it, and we have 75% cattail coverage of the cell, and that is great. That's what we're targeting. We're looking for cattail. It's great at taking up nutrients, especially phosphorus. But you'll notice these areas that are bright green, and that is floating aquatic vegetation, and predominantly pistia, which is water lettuce. And so water lettuce can grow extremely dense, as you see in this picture, and its growth and presence has water quality impacts. It drops a lot of organic litter as it grows. It also shades everything underneath so that vegetation, at least SAV in those open areas, can't grow. So we are actively spraying these areas aerially, trying to treat them to knock them back so that we can then go in and either allow cattail to come back or do some active planting. Going to STA-1 West, we also have large areas in this red cell The reason it is highly stressed is the large areas of open water due to cattail die-off, and again, because you have the growth of water lettuce. In STA-3-4, the reason this area in those two cells at the top is because of these large areas that have had cattail die-off. And some of these is because as water is coming into the system, we've had these short circuits that have allowed water to flow very rapidly from the inflow area and physically push and kill those plants that are in front of it. But we just completed installing energy dissipators, which basically is a rip-wrap little dam a little bit in front of that inflow point to break up that energy and push it laterally into the feeder canal so you can have much slower sheet flow come through. So we believe those dissipators are going to be a great help for stopping those short circuits that can also help these open areas sustain themselves. So we are in these areas also doing active planning in order to try to recover these. And then to stop the kind of doom and gloom part and go into say, what does a healthy cell look like? And this is fantastic. This is a healthy cell, STA-2, cell 1, where you see it is a large expanse of wetland vegetation that actively uptakes nutrients. So I hope that you see within all the STAs, it's not when we say that they're highly stressed, not every cell is highly stressed, not every cell is stressed. We have healthy cells, we have cells that are stressed that we are working on, and highly stressed, of course, we focus our efforts on those from a prioritization on how do we rehabilitate those, and we have crews out there that are working as we speak to try to rehabilitate our STAs. Looking at Biscayne Bay, with the salinity here is going to be especially in the summer months, it's going to have a direct correlation with inflows. So where we had inflows coming up, increasing, we saw a concurrent decrease in salinity. We're looking for levels here about 15 to 20 in this near shore zone, and this spike is a little high for this time of year. FWC did report a significant fish kill in the bay this week. My staff has reached out to them to try to find out what is the causative reason for that fish kill, and from preliminary data, it has been that very high water temperatures have caused a low dissolved oxygen regime throughout that water column in the very shallow areas, and when that happens very quickly, fish can't escape. So I'll have more information on that to bring back next month to see if we have figured out exactly why that fish kill occurred. Moving down into the Everglades, I don't need to belabor the point that's already been very justifiably brought up, that the water conservation areas or the Central Everglades are high and above their schedules, mostly due to the regional rainfall over them over the past month or so since the rain began. This is a tree island inundation map and depth map that shows the lower portion of the Central Everglades and the top portion of Everglades National Park. And I have to apologize, the dots and everything are from last month. We haven't been able to get this program to provide the data, but the data that I'm speaking to is from August 10th. So this is definitely a work in progress. But there's 371 tree islands of known elevation in the Central Everglades and Shark River Slough. And currently 46 of these, or 46% of these are inundated, which is up from last month. The thing that we look at from an ecological perspective is how long these tree islands are inundated. The time frame for concern really is about 120 days. Currently, we're at about 73, but that doesn't mean that every tree island has been inundated for 73 days, just those ones that are lower elevations. So as we look at water depths within the Central Everglades, We've heard of the concern for the fur-bearing animals that are seeking refuge up on the levees or on the tree islands themselves. FWC has closed this area. There are really trade-offs between the water levels we're seeing right now. There are actual benefits to the water levels we're seeing in that short hydro period wetlands become inundated and functional. It is very helpful for reestablishment of the food web base for wading birds and all the other wildlife that is in the area. As you know, we got very, very dry towards the end of the dry season, so that prey base was almost used up. I mean, is a good way to say it. So having these water levels throughout the entire Central Everglades is helping that to return, and that's very important for next year's wading bird and Everglades snail kite use. It's beneficial for alligators, for otters, for apple snails, and for snail kites. But the trade-off on the other side is what happens with those fur-bearing animals. And something to consider is that, you know, historically there was a much larger number of tree islands available for them to use. So that's where the concern is greater in the current condition, because there are not as many tree islands, and those fur-bearing animals are seeking refuge if they cannot find a dry tree island or up on the levees. And that's why the closure has been made for hunting this year. Looking down at Florida Bay and the MFL, the 365-day moving sum for the 5 creeks is at 244,000 acre feet, which is well above the 105,000 acre feet rule threshold. And we see salinities are at, with those 5 creeks, or where we look at right here, Taylor River is our sentinel site, down below 10. And as I come and speak to you every month, we talk about this time of year, we'd like to see a very lower salinity regime and the interface between the Everglades and Florida Bay. And so that this is a good condition we're seeing currently. So as we look at this on a whole, if we look over at the graphs on the right, we have the interquartile range. I call it the blue brick road, where we want salinity to be. And you'll see that for both the eastern, central, and western Florida Bay, that salinity levels are pretty much almost central, maybe a little bit higher in those interquartile ranges. So salinities are looking pretty good. We have decreases in salinities on this side of eastern Florida Bay. We do have a couple areas where they have increased, but in general, when we look at Florida Bay salinity, we are in a good condition. Some reports, we did get reports on, they weren't able to conduct the full investigation of seagrasses this past year. What that was found was that there was some minor additional seagrass die-off around the fringe areas of where the last large seagrass die-off occurred, but that die-off stopped immediately upon when the rains came and salinities decreased. One other thing I do have to report is we are seeing an algal bloom currently within central and western Florida Bay. Major difference between a algal bloom here and an algal bloom in Lake Okeechobee is that the algae that is within Florida Bay typically is not a toxin producing algae. This is a seasonal occurrence. As we get these flows coming off of the landscape, they bring a lot of nutrient and detritus into the bay. We get a spike in that nutrient, a bloom occurs, and then as more flow and more rain comes, it dissipates. So this is a condition where we need actually more fresh water coming in to help dissipate this type of algal bloom. And with that, I am finished and happy to take any questions.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Glenn. Mr. Olipich, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Glenn, could you please go back to the slide with the stormwater treatment areas and the numbers? And there's a lot of questions to be asked, but I'm just going to focus on this one because it has to do with my comments this morning.
Surely. Rosie or Gina, I am unable to move the slides backwards. Can you take us back to that?
Just let me know.
Okay, keep going. Cool. One more. Perfect. Oop. No,
No.
back down.
Keep going.
It's one more, I believe.
Down or up?
Down.
Thank you. That's it. So, considering that it says here, Lake Okeechobee releases to stormwater treatment areas in water year 2021, 11,000 acre feet equals 2% of total. And of course, that percentage varies. I feel like it's been as high at sometimes as 10%, but it's always less than the amount of water coming from the Everglades agricultural area. I'm curious, since the Everglades agricultural area, which it is protected by federal law, but it's also basically a business, and we work very closely with them to make sure that their water quality is that meets the consent decree, etc. You know, what kind of feedback do they give us about, are they worried about the stormwater treatment areas in some places looking the way they're looking? Are they putting in more investment into dealing with these issues, or is it all falling on us to take care of, let's say, on average, about 90% of the water going through those STAs being from the EAA? Thanks.
Sure. I can speak to the purpose of the STAs and being created was to first and foremost take care of the runoff that comes off of the EAA. So, that is the purpose for their creation, and why you will often see the majority of the water coming through the STAs is from the EAA. Regarding the second part of your question, and what has been our relationship with EAA farmers and adding to dollar values, or what is their idea of what the current condition is, I would have to move that over to somebody in policy, that or Drew, because I don't have that answer.
Okay, I'm interested in, thank you very much, Mr. Bartlett.
Yeah, sure. So the EAA area has established it's called the EPD, and I'm not sure what the letters are, but it's a division that's sort of a government organization, like Environmental Protection Division or something like that, that often engages us and staff in both sort of research of the STAs and research of BMPs and execution of BMPs, because in order to get the right water quality going into the Everglades, it is that combination of the source controls through the permitting program and improving and managing and achieving those goals for source reduction, and then the performance of the STAs. And I know they pay in to their Environmental Protection Division. I don't know, I got, someone else can tell me what EPD stands for. And then they partner with us on STA research that Lawrence, I think is coordinated out of your group.
Correct.
And I think there's a feedback loop between those two organizations on the STAs. And so can you speak to that, Lawrence?
Sure. We do through our group, and it's through our Water Quality Treatment Technologies group that has a restoration strategies portion of the STAs. We are currently doing, of course, the restoration strategy studies, but we also contract with the EPD for them to do work that we cannot get to, that helps further our knowledge of how the STAs perform, What can we do to try to keep the STAs healthy? Are there different plant species that might be better in certain portions of the STAs? So we do work with that group very collegially to try to get a better understanding of how we can keep the STAs in that healthy condition.
And Mr. Glenn, that's called the EPD?
Correct.
Yeah, and I was told it stands for the Environmental Protection District. It's a special district.
A special district of the federal government?
No, it's a local government special district.
So it's like a 298?
Yes.
There are a bunch of 298s in the EAA. So which one is, why is that a special one?
Well, it's like a 298, and it is a special district. But Carolyn, I know that when we formed the Indian River Lagoon NEP, you were very good at explaining what a special district was. Can you help me here?
Sure, I'll jump in real quickly. The EPD is a special district of the state of Florida. There are many ways you can create special districts. 298 districts are one type of special district. Special districts can be created by interlocal agreement, can be created in a number of ways, and the EPD is one created by Florida law to deal with these issues.
Thank you. So since it's just a entity, the EPD, is the EPD equally concerned about the condition of the stormwater treatment areas, and that stormwater treatment area 3 has not improved in 1 year, in fact has gotten worse as far as its cattails health? And I'm concerned about this, not only for them, I am, but I'm concerned about this for the estuaries too, because in tough times, the estuaries need to be able to put water through those STAs. It would be great if they could do it all the time, but they basically can only put a drip through at a time. So, I feel like as a board member, I would like some feedback, since I've been told by the staff for 2 years almost that there are real concerns with these stormwater treatment areas. And the EPD is apparently our partner in this. And what is our timeline for making sure that these are bettered? To me, it just seems like right now, all I hear about is the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have to keep putting into the stormwater treatment areas, visiting them even recently and seeing the gigantic holes in them. And it's just the district having to drain those areas, put dirt in those areas, refine ways to get, the cattails back in those areas. So if indeed we're working as a partnership, as we do with the Army Corps of Engineers, I would really appreciate to have a conversation. I'd like to meet them. I'd like to know what their thoughts are. I'd like to know how together we can make sure these things are fixed, because if the STAs don't work, nothing works. Thank you.
Thanks. So I was looking through the attendee list to see if I could spot someone from EPD that might be attending. I didn't see them, but I can certainly put them in touch with you. When you think of time frame, really, I always get down to the Clean Water Act permit that we have for these STAs, and we need to start achieving a phosphorus level of 13 at starting to get measured in 2025. And so all the work we're doing is, when you think about what we need to make sure is right and good with the stormwater treatment areas, it all has to come together by that time frame.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Thank you, Mr. Thorlipich. Mr. Steinley?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think on the STAs, I want to support and recognize what Charlie said earlier about the costs associated with STAs, which I acknowledge and accept have been really substantial contributors to water quality treatment. In fact, our principal contributor to water quality treatment. So, but emphasize his point that we need to add other tools. We need to add other tools that are cost effective. That, I mean, when I think about STAs as a biological component, obviously these are systems that were thought about, designed, 20 plus years ago. And fortunately they've worked, but they can't be our only solution. We know that we don't have the land to create infinite STAs. We certainly don't have the money to create enough STAs to get all of the water that that COP and SEP will allow us to down to the park and into the bay. We need to really emphasize other tools. And I appreciate Lawrence's report because it also brings into context, this is not one and done. We invest in these STAs to create. There are maintenance costs and significant maintenance costs associated with them. So I want to, with Charlie, emphasize that we should actively leverage private enterprise, the ingenuity, and honestly, the profit motive of companies to create meaningful solutions. And some already exist. I mean, a number of them have been proven to be more cost effective per pound of phosphorus treatment than these biological systems. And I'm not advocating that they replace STAs, but that they work in conjunction with STAs and other water treatment components. So, and the other thing I would mention is a lot of these companies have already accepted a willingness to take on risk. That is to do pay for performance models or projects where they're paid for the amount of phosphorus or other nutrients that that they remove. So as we've talked about in the past, I really want to ask staff to emphasize and optimize these opportunities. As Charlie referred to, we do have, we have had, and we do currently have an active program in the Taylor Creek area that will be online. This is a small scale project with a technology company. It's $3 million. But if you look at what we spend in STAs, it's so small compared to what it could be. So I think we have to work within the district to emphasize innovative technologies, other options. I think we have to work with the legislature to get even more acknowledgement of these as go forward options with DEP and structure these in a way that they can be meaningful as opposed to sort of smaller test or 1 year or 3 year projects. So thanks, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to make that comment.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
One of the, and Ms. Steinley, I absolutely appreciate what you're saying. And one of the things that we're going to have to bring to the board not too long from now is the water quality component with the C43 reservoir, where we have been doing feasibility studies on all kinds of different technologies. And we have cost figures and percent reduction and everything associated with them, not both startup costs and O&M costs. And so we'll have a lot of that engineering and finance detail for that. And you can see that, that there are other opportunities than STAs. And then what gets interesting is when you get into the public discussion about the features, there is a large sector of the public that gravitates towards STAs, maybe for more reasons than just cost. It's their comfort with chemicals or the wildlife benefits or other things. But then you have parts of the public and the governments that say don't take land back into government ownership too. So there's tax implications. So it will be before us, this type of discussion. And I look forward to it because providing water quality treatment for the C43 reservoir is critically important. And we just got to make sure so we'll have that opportunity to look at all those types of factors as well.
Well, thanks, Mr. Bartlett, for saying that, because I was just about where I was going to go, because I've been paying a lot of attention, obviously, to the C43 water treatment spot. And I absolutely agree with Mr. Martinez and Mr. Steinley. The STAs are wonderful, but they're not the only wonderful thing out there, and they are very expensive. So, Ms. Thurl Lipich, do you have your hand still up? Is it from last time, or do you want to say something else?
I'm sorry, I'll take it down. Thank
Okay, that's quite all right. Does anyone else have any comments for Mr. Glenn? Great. If not, we'll go to a public comment on the technical reports. Rosie?
We have Laura Reynolds, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Can you all hear me?
We hear you, Ms. Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I had a little trouble getting off mute. So specifically just making comments on the ecological conditions report. I'm representing the Florida Keys Fishing Guides Association, and many of the fishing guides use Southern Biscayne Bay for fishing. So a couple of things. We've seen an unprecedented fish kill in Biscayne Bay. It would be great to have a more comprehensive ecological update for Biscayne Bay, which would include potentially water quality, dissolved oxygen, potentially tracking the seagrass die-off that's happening in Biscayne Bay. A lot of this data is already being tracked by DERM. It's also being tracked in some cases by other agencies like DEP, the National Park. So it wouldn't mean that you would have to necessarily take a lot of data, but incorporate it in your ecological conditions report. That would be really helpful in terms of sort of having that conversation every week and not just focusing on 2 salinity points that sort of are supposed to tell the picture of what's happening in Biscayne Bay. I think there's a lot more to tell. So, and again, the National Park also has a huge network of salinity stations that could be incorporated. So you're not just relying on those 2 points, but you can look at the real picture of what's happening, and it would help you show success or failure as we go into the BBC planning. The PDT is supposed to kick off this month. I don't know what the update is on that. The other thing I noticed is that you removed the not to exceed 35 PSU from your salinity slide. The National Park actually recommends 30 PSU in terms of not to exceed. And I know the goals for the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Project is to actually bring it back to a mesohaline condition. So I have a couple suggestions. One is to bring in and incorporate data from other agencies to show the picture of the ecological health, including salinity, as well as possibly the recover data that exists. I know that we have a lot of information on the fish and species in abundance in that area, and that's supposed to help guide us in terms of our success with restoration. And lastly, it would be good to have an update on the agricultural drawdown, as well as the success or failure of the remediation plan at Turkey Point and how all of that relates to the health of Biscayne Bay. So that's my request, and I'm very glad to hear that we're going to be having a workshop on Biscayne Bay, and I look forward to more information being provided on the health of the bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next, we have Mike Elfenbein, followed by Newton Cook.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Steinley, I could not agree with you more on your commentary about nutrient removal. The reality is that at least half of our problems revolve around nutrients, excessive nutrients, and the excessive nutrient loads coming into the lake on an annual basis, in addition to the legacy nutrients that exist in the lake. And I couldn't agree with you more about the excessive spending of hundreds of millions of dollars on STAs. And the reality is like you said, is there are more effective, efficient, and less costly ways to remove these nutrients from the waters. Because as we all know, as long as those nutrients remain in the lake, these problems never go away. But if you take the nutrients out of the lake, you really don't have a need for more STAs. In fact, you might not even have a need for the STAs that exist currently and for the continued maintenance of those STAs if the nutrients never have to go there. With that said, I like your idea about finding new innovative ways to remove those nutrients and somehow incorporate that into industry, into commerce. And I'd like to tell you that there is an answer to your request, and I have that answer. I'll be providing that information to the district staff here in upcoming weeks. I will send it to you by email as well, and I look forward to a response from you where we can engage in this and help to push this forward and make your idea and the solution to our problems a reality. It's not impossible. It's not overtly expensive as compared to some of these other projects. It's actually quite simple. It involves using agriculture and other interests in society to help solve the problem. And I very much look forward to the opportunity to make that solution a reality. So I would appreciate your engagement in this. And I look forward again to working with the district in these solutions to our giant problems. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next, we have Newton Cook, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Newton Cook here, United Water Followers. John just made a wonderful presentation on the water conditions, and this morning I said I would come back on that. The point is with the WCAs is when you look at the southern CFS flow, John said 4,000 CFS with all the S12s open and everything and the culverts. And I believe he also stated the number of 6,000 CFS and as a highest, and that's like the emergency situations. And right now, that's about the maximum you can put out the bottom. Oh, system, 6,000 CFS. Now, during January of 2016, 18,000 CFS came in to the north of the lake. During Irma, 30,000 CFS was coming into the north of the lake. And I believe today, probably 6,000 to 8,000 CFS is coming into the lake. So we're still putting more water in the lake than we're letting out of the bottom of the system. And then that doesn't count the rain on all the WCAs or on the lake. And today, he showed that going into WCA 3 was something like 2,000 CFS, and we're letting 4,000 out the bottom. So we're actually only seeing a reduction of 2,000 CFS. Mind you, if it wasn't for evaporation, these places would be rising, not falling. The situation, you got to look at the top as well as the bottom. When you got 2,000 going in and 4,000 coming out, you're only losing 2,000 CFS. I don't know the exact figure, but we're 9 inches too high right now in WCA 3. And if John would just say it, I don't ask him to do it now. I think that's 1 inch a week that we can take out of there, 1 inch a week. So we got to wait 2 months at the rate that we're flowing now, even if we don't have a rain event. I mean, this is a lot more serious than people think. The other number you got to look at is at the bottom of the lake, you can only let 6,000 CFS out of the bottom of the lake. So when you have an armor of 30,000 coming in, the estuary is going to be blown out. Even when you have a September 2016, January 2016 storm at 18,000 CFS, the estuary is going to be blown out, no matter what you do south. Last but not least, on the STAs worked wonderful until they started putting lake water in it. The STAs were built to take EAA water, and they knocked the phosphorus down to 18 parts per billion. The minute they started putting 65% of the lake water in there, it went to 28 parts per billion, and they went to cattails. And the problem we have today is we're putting too much lake water in the STAs and ruining $1 billion investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Our next public commenter is Nyla Pipes, followed by Eve Samples.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. Newton left me at a great place to just jump right in. I wanted to remind everybody that we have suffered through many, many years of high lake water stages, and we have pushed as much water south as we humanly could through those STAs. And, you know, it really is true. The more lake water we push through and the faster we push water through those STAs south of the lake, the more we blow them out, as you'll hear us talk about. And what that really means is we aren't giving enough residence time for the plants in the STAs to do what they do, and we're causing major harm to that investment. So I really appreciate Mr. Steinley's his commitment to looking for solutions and his commitment to looking beyond what we're already doing. I think that it's really important that we remember the further up in the system we start cleansing this water, the better the entire ecosystem is going to be. So storage and cleansing solutions north of the lake and within the lake itself, and in the canal systems even, those things are really important. So continue along that track. Getting back to Lawrence's presentation, I think it's really, really important that we look at slide number 6 in depth. You're looking at needing winter lake stages 15 to 15 and a half feet for a lot of really good ecological reasons for the lake and for the wading birds and everything that is the liquid heart of the Everglades. I want to call your attention to that slide and the importance of that, because it really is the heart of what I've been saying about us trying to drive Lake Okeechobee too low through the winter months. Those are diametrically opposed goals, and we cannot kill the liquid heart of the Everglades. So please spend some time on that slide and really consider what's being said there. And finally, Mr. Mitnick's presentation. Chauncey's comments are really key to this entire situation. 2 months ago, we were too dry in the Central Everglades. Now we're really wet. That's one of the reasons we're pushing so hard to remove every single roadblock we can to sending water south, because we need to be able to respond quickly. We have to be able to work to respond to whatever Mother Nature throws at us on a dime. And we don't have that flexibility right now. So that's why the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow situation with the S12s is so important. And it's why, removal of the old Tamiami is important. It's why installing more pumps if we have to, degrading levees, all the work south we're doing is so important, because we do not have that flexibility. So please don't throw out one solution just because it's not the solution. We have to do all of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Eve Samples, followed by Mark Perry.
Good afternoon, barely afternoon. I want to thank staff for this really informative presentation and just underscore a point that was made about how in the current water year, only 2% of the total water into the STAs came from Lake Okeechobee. So I'm kind of confused about how Lake Okeechobee could be the tipping point in terms of the degradation we're seeing of the STAs. I also want to thank Drew and staff for a really informative tour of some of the STA cells recently, and seeing STA 3-4 up close, and also a portion of STA 2 just really put into perspective the scale of these projects, the enormity. The portion of STA 2 that we looked at was about 550 acres, and as Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch said, looked like a lake. And the Water Management District is poised to spend about $40 million to raise the elevation of that STA so that vegetation can grow, so it can be effective. And let's just remember who this STA is benefiting. It's benefiting the EAA, and yet all taxpayers are contributing. So I think this discussion about the Environmental Protection Division is really important, and I hope it will continue, and hope to hear more about the role of the EAA in paying for that cleanup and benefiting the system as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Mark Perry, followed by Doug Gaston.
Yes, thank you, Governing Board. I'm also kind of focused in on the STA performance issue, and particularly in, the overall health of the system as you go through it. But when you look at the stunning thing that jumps out at you is how much water does go into our STAs and into water conservation areas from the EAA basin runoff compared to Lake Okeechobee. And every year, over 1 million acre feet, about 1.3 million acre feet goes through the STAs and into the water conservation areas, and about 1 million acre feet of that is from the EAA basin runoff, and less than about 200 to 300,000 acre feet is from the lake. And when you look at this comparison of what's happening now, it really is dramatic, and it really tells a story that we put these STAs in to prevent that pollution from running south into the Everglades. And those STAs were bought by us, over $2 billion worth for 57,000 acres. We basically, use them. We maintain them at about $20 million a year. And we're using them primarily to treat the water from the EA basin. The EA basin runoff they're getting perfect drainage right now. I mean, those canals are at levels about 9.58, 11.16 feet, and they always hold them around 10.5 feet for ideal for drainage for the EAA. And it doesn't matter what the lake's doing, doesn't matter what the basin's happening, they get to run off that water and have perfect drainage. And it's really remarkable how we're using our STAs to do that. And lastly, the point about the fact that performance of STAs is totally degraded by Lake Okeechobee water is totally inaccurate. Back in 2015, I remember very clearly how Terry Bates and others of the staff presented the fact that the STAs had the best performance ever when at that year we put over 500,000 acre feet from the lake and about an equal about 700,000 acre feet from the A basin. So that was the most water we'd ever put from the lake through the STAs, and it had the best performance in 21-year history. So let's not lose sight of the fact that we need to move lake water through the STAs and down to the south. And there's no capacity now because the water conservation areas are full of the big, EA basin runoff. And let's just be clear about where that's coming from. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Doug Gaston, followed by Drew Martin.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss, governing board members, Doug Gaston, Audubon, Florida. First, I'd like to thank John and Lawrence for their excellent presentations. Always informative, always information packed. And I'd also like to thank Colonel Roman and Mr. Bergeron for really stimulating a very informative, reasoned, and helpful conversation around a number of the points that were raised about moving water south and some of the limitations. When you look at the constraints that John pointed out, it'll be very interesting to see the more expansive report staff is working on, along with the project timelines that Colonel Roman suggested be added as a part of that readout. But I'd also like to suggest that as you look at that, you take into account, what Mark Perry just raised about the significant amount of runoff that's coming in from the EAA basin and going into the water conservation areas, and how that's impacting the ability to move water around, since we know that water winds up in the STAs and, there are phosphorus issues along with that. So really appreciate that exchange. That exchange also underscores that the Cape Sable seaside sparrow gets a disproportionate amount of the blame. When you look at all the other components in the system, and in particular, the limitations, the capacity limitations at the S12 structures, and the fact that they're gravity driven and they have very limited capacity to move water south. And so if you take a look at that in context, the real answer is to accelerate restoration, get those other projects moving as fast as we can. I know the governing board has done a great job trying to push these things forward, and appreciate everything you're doing on that score, and ask that you continue to push, because that's really the solution, is to get those other things moving so that we have the toolbox, we have the other opportunities to move water south, and also to implement an updated operations through COP. I'd like to take a second and switch gears. I know this is not an interactive part of the meeting, but I want to raise something that I heard at the last Blue-Green Algae Task Force, and I think this goes to Mr. Glenn's presentation. And they made the point that chlorophyll is not a reliable indicator of harmful algal blooms, or at least, or maybe it was more specifically microcystin, where you have algal blooms. and questioned its use as you know, an evaluating tool. And so I just wondered, you know, since his presentation does include chlorophyll as a factor or an indicator, I'd like to understand if, you know, his group is talking to the task force and how those things intertwine so that we're getting the best indicators possible, so we can predict and maybe help to alleviate some of those issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Next, we have Drew Martin, followed by Michael Connor.
Yes, this is Drew Martin with the Loxetchi Group of the Sierra Club. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
I want to, I'm happy to be able to go after both Mark Perry and Doug Gaston because I think they both made excellent comments. And I want to follow up on some of those. I do think that the seaside sparrow has been unduly blamed for something that's really not caused particularly by the sparrow. It's caused by other events. And one of those is just the way we've engineered the system. And if you go back historically, you will see that, you know, originally the EAA was not a heavily pumped out dry system. The EAA was the sawgrass prairie that held a huge amount of water in storage. And that water then percolated south. So we took a system where we had a huge area of water storage and we turned it into a somewhat dry basin. And so, you know, that is causing the problems. And of course, people don't want to blame the agriculture interests, so they are casting about for something to blame, and they blame the sparrow. You know, the sparrow is, you know, a native bird that's always been there. And if we remedy the system, as I think Mr. Bergeron has said, that's going to resolve most of the problems. And I thought he did a good job of outlining all the solutions. But we really have to go back at some point and evaluate how agriculture is done and look at the possibility of paying some of these farmers to hold water in unusually wet times. You know, we know that a lot of that area is being used for sugar cane. We know that there are price supports. We know that there's probably more sugar grown than the consumer market needs, and that we have a lot of sugar and that a lot of it sits in warehouses. So the question is, could they make just as much money if the district paid them to let water sit on their land from time to time rather than having a crop on it or, you know, grow rice? And I hope at some point that the South Florida Water Management District will have a workshop on that and look at some of these potential solutions. As far as the STAs are concerned, I think we need probably to invest in more STAs. They're being overloaded, and that's something where we can look at a way to improve water quality. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Michael Connor.
Yes, good morning. Hi, I'm sorry, I came in late on the call today. Is this comment period strictly for agenda item, STAs in this case?
It's for technical comment, or I'm sorry, the technical reports, either the water conditions or the ecological conditions report.
I need to defer my general comment to later in the day. I don't want to waste any next speaker's time. I don't have a comment about that item. Would I comment later today for general comment period?
Yes, there is another opportunity for general public comment.
Okay, I'll hold off till then. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes public comment for these items.
Oh, thank you very much, Rosie. And thank you, Mr. Mitnick and Mr. Glenn. Those are great reports and good discussion. We're now going to move on to the discussion agenda, item number 25, which will be a land assessment and surplus update for Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon, governing board members. Thank you for the time and opportunity to speak today. I'm going to provide an update on the land assessment and surplus process. And the goal of today's presentation, I'm not seeking any decisions, I'm seeking direction and guidance from the board as to their feelings about surplus lands. So the discussion topics we're going to cover are the disposition requirements and processes. We're going to go through a review of the 2013 comprehensive land assessment because that formed the basis for our surplusing process. We're going to look at the completed and pending transactions that came about as a result of the 2000 comprehensive land assessment. And then I'd like to shift the presentation to current possible surplus lands. And then just give some assurance to the governing board of our continuous land need evaluation and how we report our findings, our actions, I should say. First, in terms of how we're guided by section 140-83A of district policy. And it provides that lands can be considered for disposition as surplus if they're not required for future works of the district, for recreational development or utility, or have future utility in the district's land management program. In addition, they have to be declared surplus by the board. It takes the governing board action to declare the property surplus. In terms of how we look at the land, we have an internal process that includes analyzing lands to determine the contribution to the district's core mission, examining uses of the property when it was acquired, identifying lands that need additional assessment for disposition or retention, soliciting input from district subject matter experts who have direct knowledge of the property, provide information regarding a range of land value if sold for the highest and best use, generate ideas and recommendations for potential future uses, including retention, potential alternative uses, donation, exchange, or surplus. Review the results of our input with our leadership team and seek their feedback. If the proposal is for disposition, conduct a thorough due diligence, including appraisal, title, research, and historical information, and prepare a governing board agenda item for consideration by the governing board for action, either donation, exchange, or surplus. That's for internally generated properties. We also take into consideration external requests for surplusing properties. They also go through the same steps generated by the internal process, but they have a few additional steps. They must pay an application fee of $1,000. That's required by Rule 40E 9.965 of the Florida Administrative Code. They must provide a sketch of the land they're interested in, a statement of the proposed use or development of the land, a statement evidencing that the proposed sale or exchange is not contrary to the public interest, and any other data necessary to evaluate the sale or exchange. Based on a 2010 directive from Governor Scott, the district undertook a comprehensive land assessment process. The district was broken into 5 regions, and the analysis from each region was presented to the governing board for approval. Numerous public hearings were held, and the project concluded in 2013. The metrics for the project are as follows. Over 743,000 acres of fee-owned land was analyzed, with 21,412 acres were approved by the governing board for further due diligence and assessment. Subsequent dispositions include 735 acres through public bid sales, 11,339 acres through exchanges, and 742 acres through public agency sales, for a total of 12,818 acres. 7,794 acres were retained for district use, and we'll talk about those on the next slide. And 800 acres are still remaining under consideration for surplus, and that's what we're going to talk about after the disposition, the retained lands. So that brings us back to the 21,412 acres. We talk about retained lands as 7,794 acres of retained lands. The vast majority of these were 6,705 acres will be included in water storage or water quality projects or used in direct support of such projects. These have yellow labels on them on the map. You can see the LOPE lands, the C43 water quality project, the BOMA project lands, C44 support lands, the C23, C24 support lands. Of these lands that are being retained for future projects, 5,222 are under active lease, including 314 acres that was improved in the consent agenda today that would fall into the C23, C24 project support lands. About 799 acres are managed as county parks for public recreational use. They're the two orange labels on the right-hand side of the screen, the map. 162 acres and 2 properties have green labels. They're natural wetlands. And the remaining 120 acres are comprised of small spoil sites, small vacant lots in the 8.5 square mile area, and low value properties due to poor or no access. In addition to which, we also have looked at the Fort Myers Service Center, but the value if sold is not enough to buy or replace with sufficient capacity for district needs. So land under consideration for surplus. There had been some land that had been previously approved by prior governing boards that we'd like to bring back for consideration as part of this next steps in the process. They consist of 4 sites in Hendry County, or spoil sites totaling 159 acres, 1 site in Palm Beach County totaling 97 acres for a total of 256 acres. Pending consideration are more spoil sites, these mostly predominantly located in Lee County, totaling 525 acres in Lee County, and 1 site in Martin County totaling 8 acres. Then other sites in Lee County totaling 11 acres. So that the subtotal pending consideration is 544, which brings you back to the 800 total. In Palm Beach County, the site that was previously approved is a racehorse training facility. This training facility was acquired as part of a larger acquisition of 413 acres. The remaining 316 acres is leased to Palm Beach County as a regional park and was shown on the prior slide as in the orange highlight. The development rights to both these parcels, the park parcel and the horse track parcel, have been extinguished prior to acquisition by the district. The four Henry County spoil sites were acquired for Caloosahatchee River spoil. These are no longer needed by the Corps and was confirmed in a 1998 study. Some of them have spoil on them, some of them do not. The 533 acres in spoil sites for pending consideration are located predominantly in Lee County, with 1 site being located in Martin County. Were acquired for spoil sites but are no longer needed for this purpose and offer limited alternatives for the district. Now we're going to look at the sites. And I'll give a brief description of the sites, just moving from the west to the east, so from the left to the right on your screen. The first site is 67.5 acres. It was acquired in 1964, and it has about 20 feet of fill on it. The next site, as you move to the east, is 24.71 acres. It was acquired in 1964 and does not have any significant fill on it. The next site is 26.95 acres, was acquired in 1964, and has no significant fill on the site. No significant spoil, I should say. And the last site is 40.14 acres, was acquired in 1964, and has no significant fill on the site. These were all approved for by the governing board for surplus in November of 2016. The Palm Beach Downs Training Center is the 97-acre horse training center that is located in Palm Beach County. It was acquired in 2000 at a cost of $4,389,000. It was approved for surplus by the governing board in February of 2017. If you look at this property, to the west or to the left of the property is a parcel of land that constitutes the 314 acres that's being used as a park by Palm Beach County right now. Lee County spoil sites. Again, moving from the left to the right. First parcel is 47.3 acres, has no significant fill on it. The next site is 28.1 acres, has no significant fill, but also has no land-based access. The site to the right of that is 24.8 .22 acres, has no significant fill on it. The site to the right of that is 5.36 acres, has no significant fill. And the site to the right of that is 410 acres and is filled with, has about approximately 20 feet of fill on the site. And again, when I say fill, I mean spoil from river dredging. And finally, the 11 acres in Lee County are 3 sites, 2 of them totaling 5 acres each and 1 totaling 1 acre, that are outside the critical crew area. The boundary line was adjusted for critical crew and these fell outside the boundary. They were all acquired in 2000 and they range from 1 to 5 acres, as I had previously mentioned. So we take here at the district in real estate, we take a continuous evaluation of the land inventory. We work in conjunction with senior leadership to employing thorough due diligence, and staff reevaluate existing non-project lands for alternative uses such as dispersed water storage and water quality projects. If no current or future use is evident after a thorough due diligence is conducted, staff will make a recommendation to the governing board to exchange for needed land within a project or surplus at the highest price attainable with funds used for the current project needs. We report acquisition and disposition activities as part of the South Florida Environmental Report, specifically Chapter 6A of Volume 2. And we also send monthly reports to the FDEP. And with that, I'd like to open it up for discussion.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Collins. Can you, the board, the lands that are currently being looked at, are they for sale? The ones that were approved for disposition?
No, we have nothing currently listed for sale.
So we have nothing active. They're just on a list somewhere that says we want to dispose them.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Olipich?
Thank you. Mr. Collins, did I miss the one in Martin County?
No, I did not. I failed to include a map on that one. I can get you that map.
Okay, thank you. And it seems like the cost of the lands or what they would appraise for approximately might have something to do with a decision possibly. To me, it seems like the goal, if possible, would be to keep them in public use. And if a county, like the one in Palm Beach that was close to their park, you know, if that could be worked into their park, even, I want to say, even if it meant it was given to them, or there was some type of other exchange that we would get somewhere else, it would be helpful, those things in mind, instead of just saying, you know, send them away or keep them all. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Olipich. Colonel Roman?
For the presentation. The one comment that I have in regards to the leak sites and those sites that are in Sahatchee waterbed, we have a water feasibility study going on as part of the C43 reservoir. We have a lot of unknowns yet, and I'm concerned that this aspect of these properties be considered in light of that. I would hate to release some property or put it up for sale that later we need some water quality, some storage for water quality purposes. I would just caution us on that in regards to those particular sites, and I'd like us to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent point. Ms. Meads?
I want to echo a little of what we've just heard. I don't, Mr. Collins, what were you hoping to come from today's discussion? Because I have, I'd like to see more data, but you weren't asking for a vote today. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was just wondering if the governing board is willing to consider surplusing properties that staff feels are no longer necessary for the district. And if you were willing to do that, we would come back in subsequent months with an in-depth, detailed presentation at a governing board where we would seek a surplus action. And we would, have much more information about the property. I didn't want to go into too much detail today on a property by property basis because I was just trying to get a feel for where the governing board was at.
And just to speak for me, I would be more comfortable if we went about it very slowly. It's not that I wouldn't be willing to consider it, but I would consider each yes answer cautiously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. I agree with that. I don't have enough information right now to be able to make any of those decisions. I think if we looked at them on a parcel by parcel basis, it would be more helpful, particularly knowing particularly if we paid money for them in the past. And for the Palm Beach racetrack, you said we paid $4 million for. I'm not sure why is someone going to pay us $4 million for that now, or are we getting any use for it, or is it doing anything other than being a racetrack? It's understanding sort of the history of some of these parcels. And as far as the Caloosahatchee goes, I absolutely agree with Colonel Roman. I want to be real careful before we start giving lands away in the Caloosahatchee that someone could potentially develop.
Okay.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes. So these properties that you would bring to us would be properties that do not fit into the services or that we need to provide for the future safety and welfare of the general public. So I wouldn't have a problem looking at what y'all considered as surplus, as long as it's absolutely proven that it's something that we have no plans or doesn't fit in, or it's too small to help us provide the safety and welfare to the general public.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members have a thought on this? Seeing no hands, I don't know if we gave you much direction there, Mr. Collins, or if we gave you any direction that you can work with, but you think you got what you needed out of that?
Yeah, I do. I think I got enough that I can work with Executive Director Bartlett, and we can come up with a plan of what we will or will not ask for future consideration.
Yeah, I'll sum it up what I heard, but there are public comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, first we have Drew Martin, followed by Laura Reynolds.
Yes, this is Drew Martin with the Waxahachie group of the Sierra Club. I really think that the Palm Beach County property should not be surplused unless you can work something out with the county. And right now, I think because of the money situation, I don't know if the county would be in position to buy it. It's really important that this not go to a private developer who has come back and ask for development rights and then develop that just because of the flooding issues. And also, I think potentially that project was going to be looked at as a reservoir, and you have people saying that they need more water. So potentially, I am hoping that you will not surplus that property unless you can guarantee it will not be developed. I also agree with the comments of the board members that, anything that will assist with water quality really is important that you not surplus those properties, because I think that water quality is an issue. And with the loss of wetlands in in the state of Florida, I think any property that's not developed provides advantages as far as water quality is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Laura Reynolds, followed by Marissa Caruso.
Hi, thank you, Laura Reynolds. And I just wanted to point out, we just met with many of you about the Bird Drive Basin, and in history, we've seen lands proposed for surplus in the Bird Drive Basin. And, one of the things I'll ask as part of the due diligence is that when you look at any of the properties, make sure that you've done your modeling, that you know how you're going to meet the benefits in the yellow book before any parcels are proposed for surplus. So not just looking at what the appraised value is, but making sure that it has no value in terms of restoration. And in some cases, an open wetland might be very valuable just for recharging an aquifer. Even though there may not be immediate plans to build something on that property, it may be serving a purpose and a function that is just as valuable to serve the public good. So I just caution you not to make some of the same mistakes that were made in the Bird Drive Basin, and to move cautiously as you look at surplusing, because having land that's protected from development does serve a purpose just without any project being built. So make sure that you do your due diligence in terms of the SERP benefits as well as looking into the property itself. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Marissa Caruso, followed by James Evans.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. Marissa Caruso on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. Definitely appreciate the opportunity to comment on this land assessment and surplus update today. The Conservancy closely followed the 2013 surplus assessment process, and we want to start this comment by thanking the district and the Governing Board for taking the time to thoughtfully step back and just take another look at the prior review of the district's land holdings and how best to move forward in the future. Decisions regarding land use surrounding the Caloosahatchee River we've seen have really long-term ramifications for water quality and storage capacity in that watershed. As such, the properties really need to be considered in the context of the overall storage and water quality restoration needs. In recognition that we need about 450,000 acre feet of storage in the watershed. And the C43 reservoir, while very significant, represents about 38% of the necessary total surface storage. So I think Mr. Glenn's ecological conditions report really highlighted how much runoff can originate within the watershed itself, separate from the Lake Okeechobee releases. So with that in mind, even though many of the parcels, specifically in Lee County, are smaller spoil sites, when considered from a strategic location standpoint, there are benefits to retaining either in district ownership or for considering partnerships with other public entities. And I think this gets to the points Colonel Roman and Chair Goss made. I'll use as an example, the easternmost property located in Lee County is adjacent to Daniels Preserve at Spanish Creek, which is a conservation property owned by Lee County. And it could be an excellent site for a potential storage and treatment project. And several of the other properties also have strategic value for similar reasons, and we'll be happy to follow up with additional details. Stepping back from a global perspective, we also see this review of the land assessment process as an opportunity to think about all of the district land holdings in the context of district initiatives like NEEP, the C43 water quality treatment feasibility study, looking district-wide to focus in on the best way to leverage properties to achieve restoration goals, and reviewing very carefully on a case-by-case basis. So we want to say thank you for starting this discussion today, and we look forward to continued review of this process.
Thank you, Ms. Caruso. Next, we have James Evans.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss and Governing Board members. I'm James Evans. I'm the Director of Natural Resources for the City of Sanibel. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to provide comments today. I would certainly support comments from Governing Board Member Roman and Chairman Goss, and we really need to take a deliberate approach to assessing the surplus lands, especially given the water quality and water storage needs within the Clusacchee watershed. Governing Board Member Roman talked a little bit about the C43 reservoir water quality treatment component that we're working on. And that's certainly something that we're probably going to need some additional land for. And certainly we want to make sure that we're retaining any lands that could potentially provide that water storage or treatment within the vicinity of that project. And the city of Sanibel would oppose surplusing any lands within the Clusacchee watershed that could potentially be used to help improve water quality and or increase water storage within the watershed. And the only exception would be if those lands are being surplus to make them available to an agency or jurisdiction that specifically intends to preserve or use those lands for water storage or treatment. We hope that the district will consider holding on to the lands for future projects, and really thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, there are no other raised hands. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Collins, did you want to speak?
Just briefly, having heard some of the other public comments and some of the debate, just some small history. These parcels have already been reviewed on several occasions. I mean, more than once, for future use and feasibility. I don't think there's anything wrong with this board doing it again. But the goal that we started with when we first started this many years ago was to get rid of land that wasn't needed by either sale or swapping it or making it available first to other public entities. What was surplus in the past was rejected by other public entities, was not able to be used for example. I mean, what are you going to do with 5 acres in a water quality problem or 40 acres in a water quality problem? The answer is nothing. So the goal was to swap it out for lands that maybe could be used, or to surplus it and sell it for lands that could be used for the water quality issues. I mean, now you have to review that to your satisfaction, but making that money available from those lands for the future water quality needs of the Caloosahatchee and other places, I think would be a good way for you folks to spend your time. Regarding the errors in the supposed errors in the Bird Dry Basin, which is kind of the touchstone, what we're up against, in terms of dealing with the issue is a philosophy that exists within certain parts of the environmental community that every square inch is valuable. And in a certain sense, that's true. In a larger sense, you can't afford all of it. And at some point, you have to start making decisions on what part of it provides the biggest bang for the buck. In Bird Drive, which this board, you don't appear to be willing to consider or ready to consider, it didn't even rise to the level of a feasibility study once we had decided what we were doing down there. You may decide to do something else. All I would say is a lot of what the public is telling you was done in the past before property was surplused. I would support those principles. I would suggest, though, if you want to get going on this, that you could probably use some of the money that might be made available to accomplish some of the goals already stated by the board and in public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Chairman, that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Mr. Butler, you have something you want to say?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, on this discussion, I agree that I don't have enough information on these individual parcels to make decisions on them individually. But a couple things that that come across my mind when looking at these type of issues. When you deal with counties with a lower tax base, maybe such as Hendry County, I know we've got some surplus properties in Hendry County. They're always, the idea of working lands with ad valorem taxes, I know is always attractive to the communities, and it helps their tax base. But one of the things, and it was spurred, I thought about it in Drew Martin's comments, and that's when I raised my hand, was, is there any opportunity, Mr. Collins, to strip some type of rights off of these properties maybe before they were sold, whether it be development rights, you know, some type of easement, or is that even something that can be considered? I just kind of asked that question.
That is something we have done in the past, and we could do it.
All right, I just wasn't sure. And is that something that was considered, you know, in some of this analysis, or?
No, most of the lands we did not consider.
Okay.
You know, in the case of the horse farm, the racetrack, the development rights were stripped off at the time of acquisition. So there are no development rights associated with Palm Beach Downs.
Okay, all right. But it's already got a big structure on. I guess you could remove the concrete off of it, I guess, if there's much concrete. I don't know much about the facility, but okay. No, that was just my question. The idea of stripping some rights or easements before they were surplus.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So I would definitely have no problem considering if staff tells us that they have done their analysis and looked at this, that these are surplus lands. I don't think we are in the business of just being landowners for the sake of being. I would want to make sure, and there's many ways that we can protect ourselves so that these properties are not either used or developed in that mission. You can we have covenants that will run with the land, restricting its use. I'm also in favor on first offering it to see if they have an interest in it. All those steps, I absolutely would entertain putting the lands up for sale. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And Mr. Collins, one other thing that might be helpful to see is going back to maybe what some of the commenters were alluding to, is how much, if we have a piece of property, what does it cost for us to hold that piece of property each year, just as far as putting the whole thing together. Mr. Bartlett, you said you might have some thoughts.
Yeah, just as far as going forward, and this was very helpful since the new board came in and I came in. I just wanted to put surplusing land on pause till we're able to have this kind of conversation. I think the best thing to do going forward is to engage on these specific properties or identified. If me working with staff still sees them as sort of a candidate for a surplus or swap, that we would work with the local rep for Lee County, Chauncey, you and Charlotte, to explore the properties, maybe go visit them, think about opportunities, maybe engage local governments on their interest, but to do that kind of legwork with the local representatives before bringing it back to the board and explore all the opportunities individually and then proceed from there.
That sounds very logical, and I would certainly look to whoever the local governing board member was on any of those before I could make a decision, and I'd follow their lead. Mr. Bergeron, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I do. I wouldn't have a problem as long as these properties in no way would be needed for the services that we provide. If that was brought to the board to where we could use the money to invest in land where we can provide better services or better positioned land for Everglades restoration, to have surplus in a remote area and very small parcels that would never have any benefit to Everglades restoration or to any projects necessary to provide the safety and welfare to the general public and the services, that money could be used for property that can help us achieve what we need to do into the future. So, but it would have to be, presented that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Collins, I think you know which direction you're going to take.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
and Mr. Chair, Mr. Bergeron just reminded me of something. The 18,000 acres that we recently purchased in Broward County in the Central Everglades to prevent oil and gas exploration, that was actually purchased with surplus funds from prior surplus lands. And so that, Mr. Bergeron's example is actually something that's real. But we just happen to have that surplus money in our accounts waiting to buy, land that we needed to acquire in the future. So, that is a possibility.
Great, and that could be part of your analysis as you go forward. All right. We'll move on then. We're going to go to item number 26, with a stormwater treatment area 1 West projects. For the record, Mr. Bergeron has abstained from discussion and from voting on this item, and I'll ask Mr. Shirkey to go forward with his presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. So this next item has a couple of two different potential construction contract awards associated with it, and both deal with the STA-1 West complex. So the location map, we're dealing with STA-1 West, located at the northwest corner of WCA 1. And then there's an expansion shown there in light blue that was recently completed. And then the expansion number 2 in the restoration strategies program that we'll talk about later is shown in the orange, that triangular piece down to the south. And so under restoration strategies, all of this is associated with the eastern flow path. And so there are several components of the eastern flow path that have already been completed. The L8 divide structure, modifications to the S5AS structure, the G716 structure was added. And then, as I said, STA-1 West expansion number 1 was recently completed. Expansion number 2 is one of the topics for today. There are repairs to STA-1 East going on right now, and likewise with conveyance improvements at Bowles East. And all of this is due to be completed by 2024 under the restoration strategies consent order milestones. And so a little bit of history about STA-1 West itself. It was built originally back in 1993. That completed cells 1 through 4. And then it was later expanded to encompass 6,500 acres. So that's the footprint of the existing 1 West that we see today. And then later on, there were improvements made to separate the eastern and western flowways in 2015. And then under restoration strategies, there was an additional 4,300 acres added immediately to the west, consisting of cells 6 through 8. And so that's the project that was just completed within the last couple of years, again, under restoration strategies. And so part 1 of this presentation deals with the refurbishment of the existing STA-1 West itself. And so a lot of this deals with corrections to flow patterns and topography within the existing 1 West in order to improve water quality performance. And so what we'll be doing under this contract is relocating the levee between cells 5B and 2A, removing the levee between cells 2B and 4, regrading a high area within cell 3, and then taking out a couple short circuit paths that are hampering performance in cell 3 and in 5B. And so bids were open last week, and the bid range was 10.9 million to 17.6, with the engineer's estimate right around 19 million. We received 4 bids as listed below. And so later on, I'll get into the resolution for the board's consideration on this item. Second item we're dealing with is the restoration strategies STA-1 West expansion number 2. So the 4,700 acres I mentioned immediately to the west is one component of restoration strategies. The second is expansion number 2 on the former snail farm property located to the south, shown there in the triangular piece of property in yellow. In order to get the water from the south end of 1 West down to number 2, there's a above ground concrete lined channel that needs to be constructed to convey that water. And so this contract anticipates construction of that canal, plus the associated canals, embankments, divider berms, control structures, etc., in order to build the new STA, which will add another 1,600 acres of effective treatment area. And so this will be split up into 3 different packages. Package A is the underground piping to get the water out of 1 West immediately south into that canal. Package B is the subject of today's item. And then package C will consist of the pump stations that are associated with this project. So in order to get that water out of 1 West and down to the expansion number 2, there are 3 pump stations that will have to be built. An inflow pump station at each end of that canal, and then an outflow pump station to take water from the STA once it's treated into WCA1. This is just a highlight of that previously awarded underground pipes package that will allow water to be taken from the existing 1 West location southward to number 2. And then for package B, the subject of this item, this deals with the conveyance canal itself. And then, like I said, the construction of those 3 new STA cells, including all the associated embankments, control structures, etc. And so this bid was opened also last week. We got 3 bids in ranging from 96.8 million to 194 million. And the engineer's estimate was right at 100 million. And so the 2 resolutions for the board's consideration are for item number 1, to enter into a contract with Bergeron for 10.9 million for the STA-1 West refurbishment project. And then for item number 2, to enter into a contract with Dale for 96.8 million. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shirky. Ms. Meads?
I have 2 questions. My first question, or maybe both questions, are for legal counsel, maybe just the first one. My first question is on the first item with Bergeron coming in at the low bid, $5 million lower than the next bid. Can you talk to us about what the statute says about us considering Mr. Bergeron's company in this case? Is it ethical? Is it legal? And then when you finish that, I'll ask you the second question.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Meads, members of the governing board. The statute being referred to is contained in Chapter 112, And basically, there's a statute that the legislature has passed which provides an exemption to the code of ethics provisions that prohibit normally a public official from doing business with or holding a conflicting employment or contractual relationship with their agency. And this exemption that's specifically referenced is in the context of sealed competitive bids, like the process that was used here on this particular procurement. And it basically says that that exemption applies when several criteria are met. Those criteria involve the official not being involved in determining the bid specs or involved in determining the lowest bidder. They involve not having influence over the staff during the process. And there's also a requirement for a specific form to be filed. And so those provisions that are contained in the statute provide the authority that exists before you today and in this item. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I'll, should I wait on my second question and see if anyone had, let me make sure that no governing board member has a question about that.
I don't see any hands, Ms. Meads. You can go ahead with your second question.
Okay, my second question is, in this same situation, what if there are overruns? Would then there be a possibility that instead of being $5 million below other bids, it becomes more than the next highest bid?
Right. Given the exemption that the board would be and the agency would be proceeding on, there can be no change orders that increase the contract amount so long as the member is still on the governing board. So there would be, it will not be possible is the answer to your question.
Got it. Thank you. Understood.
So Ms. Sensei, so did I just hear you say there can be no change order and that's just specific to this case?
Right. There can be no change order increasing the price of the contract while the member is on the governing board because of the unique exemption that we're proceeding under in the, that the legislature has granted. So yes, there can be no cost overruns or changes that increase the cost of the contract.
Now, what would happen if something happened and Mr. Bergeron went off the governing board? Could there then be a change order?
That's right, because once he is off the board, then there's no conflict. It's for the governing board position being in that public official position. So if in that case, it would be addressed at that time, but there wouldn't be the specific prohibition.
Okay.
Now, whether there are other reasons why there can't be a change in the price at that time would be a different issue. But there wouldn't be the conflict, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Shirkey. Have we worked with either of these two potential contractors? I know Bergeron on some things, but have we worked with Thale on anything?
Yeah, we worked with Thale pretty recently on STA-1 East, and it's a little bit early in the going, but so far so good. And they've also done some work for the Corps around Herbert Hoover Dike on Lake Okeechobee. So the answer to both is yes. Bergeron recently completed STA-1 West #1 expansion, and they are currently working at C-44. And they've also performed, they performed well on both of those venues.
Well, now you kind of led into my next question was have we had any performance issues with either of those contractors?
None so far.
Okay. And then my next question would be, what assurances do we have that the contractor will be able to perform at that rate? I know with the Bergeron case, that was, well, both of them, they're both well below the other bidders. And what do we have anything that gives us confidence that they will get that done?
Yeah, Bergeron has completed projects of a much larger scale, i.e. that expansion #1 that I talked about. That was an $80 million contract. They performed it without a problem. So this would be considerably smaller for them. And then Dale has done work. They're a nationwide company, very large outfit. They've done work, as I said, at HHD, and they should have the capability scale-wise of completing this type of project as well.
Okay. Thank you, Alan.
Ms. Lipich.
Thank you. Mr. Shirkey, this you may want to answer, or perhaps you would prefer that Mr. Bartlett answered it. My question in request, because this is kind of a continuation of conversations today, could you please briefly discuss what restoration strategy program goals are, as mentioned in your presentation, and how much restoration strategies cost itself, where that money came from, and how that ties into other aspects of the district? Thank you.
Sure. I can touch. Well, go ahead, Drew, if you want.
Well, if you want to, Alan, I'm happy for you to.
So restoration strategies primarily deals with getting the STAs to meet the QBEL. And so there's a lot of components that have been completed to date. And 1 West expansion number 1 being one of them. And then number 2 just rolls into that same kind of goal. So the idea being that with this particular project, when the water comes out of the existing 1 West, it gets further treated by either number 1 or expansion number 2 before it goes into WCA1. And then it meets the QBEL requirement of 10 parts per billion.
Yeah, let me pick up from there. And I think this is what you're sort of the root of the question. So I'm going to go back in time because so when it comes to water quality in the Everglades, there's been a long history of litigation. And one of those cases is referred to as the Judge Gold case, where I think it was the Miccosukee tribe and Friends of the Everglades brought suit to try to compel water quality restoration for the Everglades to benefit the Everglades, which is their interest. And that litigation went on for a while, got appealed, and it happened for a while. And then when Governor Scott took office, he directed the Water Management District and DEP to try to come up with a resolution that could be presented to Judge Gold that would give him the assurance that we would actually achieve good water quality entering into the Everglades. And so there was a lot of work done with the Florida legislature to secure a dedicated funding source of $32 million a year. And then there was district funds that was collected over the years that exist in our fund balance, sort of our leftover funds, that was also committed to it. In addition to the requirements for the BMPs and everything packaged together with a lot of modeling and engineering and a science plan into one project, if you will, that was called Restoration Strategies, that was passed through the legislature and funded. And it includes a whole suite of projects, research, monitoring, lots of stuff, and a timeline, and then a legal Clean Water Act permit that held the district accountable for achieving that time frame. And like this 1 West expansion number 2 was part of the federal Clean Water Act permit that was locked in on the district as part of restoration strategies and approved by the legislature and the governor at the time. And so we are on a very tight schedule that was then all that package, the permitting, the consent orders, everything was presented to Judge Gold, and Judge Gold accepted it. And honestly, ever since that occurred, there hasn't been this overwhelming litigation about the Everglades since we've been implementing that. And we've basically been staying on track to try to get all those investments and funds put in to achieving the water quality standard that is necessary for the Everglades. And so that's the history of it.
Thank
And that's
you.
where we are now. Yep.
Thank you. Just to qualify for the person that might not be exposed to a lot of this all the time, the QBEL is the water quality, that's the water quality component.
Yeah, that's the permit limit. So that's what, sorry, yeah, I don't need to say QBEL, but that is our water quality standard applicable to the discharge point when the water leaves the stormwater treatment area and goes into the Everglades. It needs to meet a phosphorus number, and QBEL stands for water quality based effluent limit.
Thank you. And just to reiterate again, all of this is being done for the water coming out of the EAA. Is that correct?
I mean, a lot of the water, as you know, is coming out of the EAA, but I have to meet, or the district needs to meet the effluent limit regardless of source of water. So there's not only water coming from the EAA, there's like STA-1 West, STA-2, and STA-3-4 is EAA water. STA-1 East is C51 water, which kind of drains Palm Beach County, sort of more populated areas. And then over in the C139 basin, that's what STA-5-6 treats C139 basin water.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bartlett, how can it be that the South Florida Water Management District is responsible for the water quality coming out of the Everglades agricultural area? The water doesn't belong. I mean, how does that work? We don't run the farming sites in there, or we don't run the things, you know, that cities might also attribute to such things. But I mean, I'm not trying to be negative here. I'm really just looking at the weight of all of this and how we don't talk about it very much, but the responsibility of the South Florida Water Management District is to make sure that the water of the Everglades agricultural area is meeting the QBEL. And that's a big responsibility. And chipping away at these lands and adding these new STAs and fixing the plants and talking about, you know, chemical treatment and all of the other things, we're basically dealing with the EAA. And I find it rather oppressive.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so how do we get in charge of that? And again, subject of litigation, the federal government brought a suit against the state of Florida, which is now subject to the federal consent decree that we are currently under, decades ago, for pollution entering the Loxahatchee Refuge and Everglades National Park. And so that was a federal lawsuit that was levied against the state. And the state and the Water Management District, I think, fought against that for a number of years about taking on that responsibility. And then I can't get the exact time frames right, but at some point, and I think it was Governor Childs, decided that it was time to settle that litigation and take responsibility. And as part of taking that, settling that litigation with the federal government spawned what we now know as the federal consent decree that we're still under, where it was actually assigned to the South Florida Water Management District to take responsibility for improving the water in the Everglades. So that's a little piece of history as well.
Okay, and that rings a bell. Is that when he laid down his sword?
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I appreciate it. And I know this is very important work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thurl-Lipich, and thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Steinley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously on item one, I want to just address this head on. And I think I speak for all the board members as well as staff that we want to, in all of our obligations, meet all of our legal and ethical responsibilities and the standards set for all of us. So I've spent a good amount of time looking at this contract and confident that there are no improprieties associated with awarding Bergeron on item 1. But I also acknowledge that we can't, control the perception of impropriety. So I think with that in mind, can we go through a few things? We had a procurement lunch and learn a few weeks ago. Maybe Drew or anybody, if you guys can speak to the procurement process and how that process is meant to be completely fair and transparent, and also give the public an idea or a better understanding of what a sealed bid is. And to the extent that this type of procurement, sealed bidding procurement, my understanding was given an opinion by the ethics committee when Mr. Bergeron's appointment was approved, so that his company, as long as it was in this form, could continue to participate, and the district could benefit from his company's experience. In this case, his company's more favorable bid. But can somebody just go through that or just discuss it a bit for everybody's benefit?
Sure, Mr. Steinley and Mr. Chairman, this is Candida Heater. I'll speak upon the procurement process, and we have Ms. Labrada, the Bureau Chief of Procurement, also available, to answer more detailed questions. But I can assure that the procurement process for solicitations, whether it's an RFB, RFP, RFI, RFQ, as well as the bid submittals, is handled in a stringent manner. And as you mentioned, Ms. Labrada went over some of those details at the lunch and learn, but the highlights that I would like to bring up relevant to this conversation is that the solicitations are posted on our web with a date and a time of when the bids are due. During that process, no one is to discuss these, solicitations with anyone other than the procurement specialist. And so that is a controlled mechanism as well to highlight. When the bids are submitted in a sealed manner, either in person or during this COVID-19 process through a secure email that has been developed by our IT staff, where only procurement staff can open those bids. The bids are submitted and they are not opened by the procurement staff until after that date and time that is listed on that particular solicitation. Procurement staff open those bids, review the bids, and go through a responsive and responsibility check. And it's a very thorough check that is done. And it's handled in the same manner for all of those bids. The responsibility check is, was the bid submitted in a timely manner in accordance to the time and date on the solicitation? Were all the documents submitted in that bid? And then the responsibility check is done by the procurement staff as to, did they meet their referrals or have previous work with the district? Are they licensed? Are they in good standings with the state of Florida? Confirmation of the bid, etc. So that I hope kind of answers those questions and connects the dots on what Ms. Ansley had mentioned as far as the legal side of the house.
I think it does, and just for clarification, so it did as a part of this bidding process, it sounds like not, but did Mr. Bergeron or anybody from his company contact staff about this?
I can tell you that Mr. Bergeron did not contact any of the procurement staff members during this process.
And Carolyn, can you just confirm what I've heard over the past couple of weeks, or what I've been told, which is there was, in the case of Mr. Bergeron, a specific ruling or opinion, I should say, by that ethics committee, which addresses this specific instance of bidding?
Yes, Mr. Steinle, there was on April 17th of 2019, a written opinion issued by the Florida Commission on Ethics after they met and considered issues that were presented by Mr. Bergeron. The specific question addressing future work asked about what would be, would there be a conflict after his appointment? The opinion was rendered prior to his appointment, but it was kind of prospective in nature, and asked the question about contracts entered into after his appointment. And the Commission on Ethics opinion referenced the specific statutory exemption that I mentioned earlier that the legislature provides as it relates to competitive sealed bids. And the Florida Commission on Ethics is basically a 9-member commission. And they have a staff of 20, 25 people, including lawyers. And they basically serve as the arbiter of ethics conduct for officers and employees in Florida and local governments, et cetera. They issue what are legally binding advisory opinions on these ethics laws and financial disclosure laws, et cetera. And that's what this opinion was that I've referenced.
Okay, thanks for that confirmation. Yeah, and I think that listen, we have district has experience with Bergeron land development. That experience has been positive. I think we want to benefit from that, or have the opportunity to benefit from that when these types of projects come up. Although I do acknowledge that it might bring questions that a board member who even is abstaining his business is being awarded a contract. But I think from what I've heard and learned, this is all within legal and ethical guidelines. And so I don't have any other concerns to speak of, although I might ask for our board legal gentleman, Mr. Wagner, if he does. But before that, on Part B, I wanted to make a comment. And again, I don't want, we're talking about the STA expansion. I don't want to give anybody the impression or the idea that I am against STAs. I think, again, they're a very important part of the toolbox. And in fact, I really enjoy using them as a sportsman, and I know a lot of other people do. But again, the interest should be in expanding the tool set. And this is a good example of why. So, if we look at, we're increasing STA-1 West by about 2,000 acres. This contract is for about $100 million. It will also include a separate contract for pump stations. And so in total per acre, we're talking about $100,000 or slightly less. Now that is for certain reasons, which are totally legitimate, more expensive than typical instances of creating STA areas. Because water conveyance in this project and land availability, but again, it sort of is an example or a clear reason why we should continue to focus on STAs, but also continue to add to the toolbox. So thanks for the opportunity to make that comment.
Thank you, Mr. Steinle. Vice Chair Wagner, and then Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted to touch based on Jay's invitation to make a comment. I have a very succinct view of this. Number one, Mr. Bergeron's company has been a longtime player in this space and has done this type of work for the district in the past. Number two, they submitted a sealed bid, which is obviously an important component to this equation with a governing board member. Number three, they came in $5 million less than the second place bidder. And number four, they don't have the ability to make a change order on it while Mr. Bergeron's on the board. That combined with the ethics opinion that we already have in hand that sets forth, and outlines exactly what needs to be done. And in fact, this was the way it was done. I'm 100% comfortable with moving forward.
Thank you. Thanks, Vice Chair Wagner. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, I hate to follow Vice Chair Wagner, but yes, just as a follow-up to what he just finished saying, I hope and I want to ask Mr. Bergeron that he continue to bid on all of our projects, because not only does the number come in lower than all the other bids, but the simple fact that he is going to have to commit to not providing any change orders alone is just a huge savings for the district in the tunes of millions and millions and millions of dollars. I'm not sure why he's going out there and willing to do all of this. Maybe this is his way of donating to the Everglades. I don't know, but again, I thank him for having bid on this project, because I think this is a great savings for the project. Alan, a couple of questions on the presentation. Of the $100 million for expansion 2, how much of that is for the connecting canal?
I would have to look that number up to be exact, but I believe it's roughly 20%.
About 20%. Okay, and the land in between expansion 1 and expansion 2, in other words, just due west of that connecting canal, that land that's in the EAA, do we own any of that land?
No, we own like a very narrow strip that we're using to build that canal, and then to the east is WCA-1. So we're kind of in a tight little window there as far as our footprint to construct.
Okay, so that's why we couldn't. And where we're building now, expansion 2, that's all land that we own?
Yes, that's correct. That's former snail farm property that we acquired through swap a few years back.
Okay, so there was no way that we could have added the second expansion to be contiguous to the land. That's why we had to do the connecting canal.
No, that would have been perfect world, but you're correct. We don't have the land available right there next to it.
Okay. And what is your estimate as to what that what it's all going to cost when it's all said and done? In other words, this is 100 million, and then we still have the pumps. What is the estimate on the pumps?
So there's 3 pump stations associated with this project, 2 inflow, one at the very north end of that canal, one at the south end to take the water from the canal into the STA, and then one to take the water out of the STA into WCA-3 once it's treated. And each of those stations is estimated at roughly 30 million.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Tremendous cost for these STAs. Also, how comfortable are we at this stage? I know STA-1 West, the original one. I know we've had a number of challenges in that over the many years that it's been around. Are we really comfortable? Have we gotten to understand STAs well enough that once the refurbishment is done, that STA is going to work at optimum levels? Or are STAs still, is there still a lot of unknowns about STAs? What's your comfort level?
I can take kind of part one and then maybe let some of our science folks chime in on the rest. But my understanding is that really what you need is very uniform depth, uniform grade, dense vegetation, uniform sheet flow in one direction over a large span of acreage. And if you can establish that, you can get very good treatment. And so the crux of the 1 West refurbishment is to basically establish that, take out some of the dog legs, the changes in direction, the interruptions in flow. And once you have that good uniform sheet flow over many acres with dense vegetation, then you get good treatment. That's an engineer's point of view.
Didn't we have a similar problem in STA 5 or 6 as far as the change of elevation?
Yeah, so at STA 5-6, we just recently took out a bunch of high ground that did not allow for that 1.5 foot good uniform sheet flow depth. And so that's what that project consisted of.
Okay.
One of the things I would point out, Charlie, is that this is one of the questions that I asked when I first came in is how are we going to comply in 2020, starting in 2025? And so a lot of these STAs and the size of them and the flow paths are designed out of a model that we used called DMSTA. I don't know what that acronym is either. And when we have used that model to make STAs, STA 3.4 mimics that. It achieves the QBEL already. And then STA 2, which doesn't have any expansions associated with it, flowways 1, 4, and 5 achieve the QBEL already. When asked about what's wrong with STAs, the flowway 2 and 3 in STA 2, there's very similar reasons like we're seeing in 1 West. So we'll be coming back to you guys in the future with something that's not cheap to get those flowways designed according to what we're seeing, what we learn in STA 3.4 and the other 3 flowways in STA 2. So we're taking all the lessons learned of those that work and those that aren't working and trying to get every single flowway to a working condition by 2025.
Okay. Yeah, so not to belittle the point that I made at the beginning of the meeting and that Jay has so eloquently restated. You know, if Drew, if there's any way without taking too much time or anything, maybe during your report, maybe it doesn't have to be every month, but once in a while, you can give us an update where we are as far as any of these trial runs or tests that we're doing with some of these innovative technologies and other ways that we're looking at to become a little more modern, I guess I'd say, in being able to remove these nutrients. Because as Jay has said over, I know this is part of the way we're going to do it, but it's definitely not. It can't be the only way. It's not going to work. It's just going to drain us and drain us and drain us, and it's just going to keep costing money and money and money. And again, I mean, it's all about technology, right? Everybody is moving with technology. No reason why we shouldn't. So,
yeah, I'm happy to do that, and I will bring in the next few board meetings when it gets ripe. the work we've done over C43 to look at a bunch of different technologies and so we can share that experience.
Okay. Because, aside from everything, I mean, to me, what has always been the most attractive of those proposals that I've seen over time is the economic model of it. I mean, they're going to charge us for pounds that they remove of the nutrients. It's that simple. And if for some reason their system stops working the way our STA stopped working at 2 or at 5, instead of having to pour $100 million to fix it, we stop paying, and they got to fix it. That's on their dime. They got to put in the capital dollars to do that. And until they fix it, they don't start making money again from us. So I mean, it's I think it's a win-win for us. So let's stay on it. Let's stay on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to echo what Mr. Martinez has said early in the meeting, and Mr. Stanley jumped on. I took a deep breath when I saw these numbers and evaluated how often and how we're going to have to maintain these STAs. And while I think that innovative technologies is a way to balance this and to have each work hand in hand, I think there's another part of this that I just wanted to add, and that is keeping the nutrients from getting into our water to begin with, because it's always going to be more expensive to remove the nutrients than it is to prevent them to the degree possible from getting into our waterways. So I just wanted to add that as another component to this discussion about the expense of STAs and maybe a role for innovative technologies. But I think also we need to look at preventing the nutrients from getting into the water in the first place. Thank you.
Well said. I'd like to reiterate something that Mr. Martinez said really quickly, and that is I want to thank Mr. Bergeron for bidding on this. I want to thank him for his price, and I'm encouraged by the fact that he came in low, encouraged by the fact that there can't be any change orders, and the fact that they've done great work before, and he's had no influence on this, so I have no problem in voting with this. Is there any public comment on this, Rosie?
There is. Mark Perry. Mr. Perry, if you could unmute your mic. Mr. Perry, we still can't hear you. If you could unmute your mic. Mr. Chairman, I can't hear Mr. Perry, and he is the only one with a raised hand. Oh. We do have one more. We have Richard. He dropped off. Richard Weisskopf.
All right, let's go with Mr. Weisskopf and see if Mr. Perry comes back.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear?
We hear you.
Okay. I want to follow up the Colonel's remarks that the ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, or in this case, hundreds of millions of dollars of cure. So the question really is, how much of the pollution that comes in is from sugar or from citrus or from sod or from housing? And those units could have, or those subregions could have the responsibility for reducing it so that we don't get the whole burden, so that the district doesn't act like a big sewer reserve for everybody else in that part. So I missed the beginning of the presentation. Maybe you know that the quality of the water coming into the SDAs is pretty high, and therefore this is really quite marginal. Or is there anything being done on the other end so each unit cuts down its emissions? That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Weisskopf. Next, I have a phone-in caller with the last 4 digits of 0243. If you could unmute, thank you.
Thank you. This is Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers, and I don't have to tell you what the STAs mean to us. I think the first time I walked out and looked over a dike at STA-1 West was like 2002, and I've been waiting around and those things for years. Just went out and looked at all the STAs the other day with staff. Thank you very much, South Florida Water Management District, as we prepare to get ready for this duck season. But my experience with the STAs is very simple. SAV is for the money, cattails are for free. And when you build them and grow cattails, you can just build 4 levees and let the water run in and you get the cattails. But if you want to have a STA that works properly, you got to have some urge aquatic vegetation. That is what we had up until about 5 years ago. And and Drew's a friend of mine, and I heard his comments, or maybe it was Mark. The first year we put the lake water through those SAVs, it was the best year ever. You know why? Because the lake water went through SAV. But the next year, with the lake water coming in at 120 parts per billion phosphorus up to 200 during a storm, cattails start to expand, just as you see in the top of the WCAs. And over the 5 years or so, the cattails have taken over most of the STAs. And if you look back about a year ago, I think it was Susan Gray gave a presentation on all the damage that's been done to the STAs by putting 120 parts per billion up lake water in there. EAA water comes off at 80 parts per billion. It is lower than the lake water. When you put lake water into the EAA, you're contaminating the EAA. So it goes into the STAs before it came off at 18 parts per billion. With all the hullabaloo of move the water south, fine. They put 65% of the lake water goes through the STAs. Now, last year, very little water went through the STAs because there's not very much lake water south. So that's the reason why you get the plus and the minuses. It has anything to do with the STAs, it's the amount of lake water it goes through. But the fact of the matter is the STAs today are a shadow of what they were before in performance. And it's because you're putting through the water from the lake that comes in from north of the lake. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Next, we have Tom McVicker. Mr. McVicker, if you could unmute your mic. Mr. McVicker, we can't hear you. We are going to go on to the next public speaker. It's Michael Collins, and then we can circle back to Tom McVicker. Mr. Collins?
Yeah, good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity again. To follow up on some of Newt's comments, there seems to be some information missing from the debate going on here about the EAA and the role of agriculture and being either a problem or part of the solution on this stuff. Way back in the day, my good friend Dexter Leighton, who filed the original lawsuit that the consent agreement resolved, took the position in public during the Governor's Commission and elsewhere that it was a public society's responsibility to clean up the Everglades, and that society should, if that's what they wanted, should be one of the larger contributors. Since the start of the agreement, which was a negotiated agreement that reached law, the EAA farmers have contributed over $200 million in ag privilege tax. over 100,000 acres of land, very little of it land that they were looking to sell, most of it land that was basically needed for the restoration project, and all they've gotten out of it is maligned. Even if the EAA were not there, as Newt pointed out, you would still have STAs because you can't legally put lake water in the Everglades protected area. And that includes the water conservation areas. I mean, that's just a plain, simple fact of law. So, you know, we sit here and attack the EAA, oh, you know, it's all sugar. They grow a lot of rice, you know, and it's for them to decide what their crops are. But they grow a lot of vegetables too. And vegetables are one of the largest polluters. They're probably bigger polluters. So what are we going to do? We're going to start buying all of our vegetables from overseas? I'm not a fan of NAFTA. You know, a lot of those overseas countries do not have the environmental protections that we enjoy in the food products we buy. I don't think, you know, increasing the, you know, that percentage is probably a very good idea. But the idea that the EAA is the sole problem, I'm sorry, you know, sources north of the lake have not been addressed, as has been pointed out multiple times by a whole bunch of people for many years. And until that's done, you know, I don't think you've got a whole lot of moral or ethical ground to cover, forcing the EAA to be a bigger contributor to a problem that is district-wide and to some degree statewide and worldwide. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Next, we have Drew Martin.
With perhaps a different opinion.
Yes, this is Drew Martin with the Los Angeles Group of the Sierra Club. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
Yes, I just want to address some of the comments from the other public speakers. And I don't think anyone is suggesting that we don't want to have agriculture or that we don't want to have agriculture like vegetables. But I think what we're talking about is simply that these STAs are being built because of the runoff from agricultural fields. And despite the contribution of the agricultural tax, that they really don't cover the expense. The expense is picked up by the remainder of the taxpayers, which is fine because I think most of the taxpayers agree that we want to have clean water going into the Everglades National Park. And I think everybody's in agreement that that's a great economic benefit. But I think we have to understand the historic benefits that came from this area that was originally a sawgrass prairie that held extensive amounts of water, that was perfectly clean, that it went through a pond apple forest, it went into a sawgrass prairie, and it came out through a number of tree islands. So we've altered that system, and we've got to accept the responsibility for that. And if we can change in some way how the runoff comes off those fields, that might benefit in reducing the amount of work the SDAs have to do. So we should not ignore that possibility. But we definitely need the STAs. We need to move forward on having STAs, and we probably need more STAs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Jean Lawless.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board, for allowing me this opportunity. As always, we greatly appreciate it. As I talk to you today, I want to just ask a simple question to everybody on this phone. Did you eat this morning, and are you planning on eating tonight? That is what agriculture does for us. You know, I believe we have a very complex agricultural system, just like we have a very complex water system in this state. If we take into consideration and go all the way to the headwaters of the Everglades, all the way back up to the Boggy Creek and start looking down through the system, we are all, as somebody's already pointed out, we are all part of the issue, but we can all be part of the solution. So I like what I hear today by a lot of the board members and everybody. I'm glad to see that you're moving forward to regional projects, the ASR wells. You know, there's things that we do as landowners, and we are north of the lake, and we all agree there's issues north of the lake, but I'm going to call it north of Lake Kissimmee. I grew up in that area 40 years ago when the population of Osceola County was probably about 20 to 30,000. If you look at Osceola County today, it's over 400,000 people. A lot of the open lands and space where at this time of year you'd go across it and the water was, anywhere from 3 to 6 inches across that vast open landscape before everything's been grown up in this, that, and the other. That water never entered the system, never came to the lake. It stayed across the land. So I hope we continue to foster a collaboration, as I said last time, that we work together and we can't keep kicking the can this way or kicking the can that way. We need to pick the can up and work together to solve the solutions, because we can do this. I thank you very much for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Mr. Chairman, there are no other raised hands.
Thanks, Rosie. Thank you all for your comments, and thank governing board members for your comments, Mr. Shirky, for your presentation. We're going to split this into 2 motions and 2 resolutions so that Mr. Bergeron can abstain from the first and vote on the second. I'd love a motion in a second.
This is Cheryl Meads. I'd like to make a motion to approve number 1, please.
Okay, I have a motion for 2020-0809. Have a second?
Second the motion is Charlie.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing no new hands raised, Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Ms. Meads.
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Mr. Olovich.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner. I'm going to vote yes. 26A passes unanimously. Now we're going to need another motion and a second for 26B, which is resolution number 2020-0810.
Steinley.
To approve.
Try one at a time.
Go ahead,
Roman.
Cheryl.
Roman, move to approve.
Okay. I have a
Steinley,
motion.
second.
I have a motion and a second. And Ms. Bergeron, you do not have to abstain from this one. I'll call that question. Ms. Bergeron? We'll come back to Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Callie.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel
Trying
Roman?
to figure out.
Yes.
Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Ms. Earl Lippich?
Yes.
Am I on?
Vice Chair Wagner? Vice Chair Wagner? Mr. Bergeron, are you on now?
Yes.
All right, and you're voting yes?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. I need Vice Chair
What's
Wagner.
going on?
Can they hear you?
Yes, I can hear you. Vice Chair Wagner? Rosie, did you hear Vice Chair Wagner?
I did faintly, but he
Okay.
voted yes.
He voted yes. Thank you. Then that vote passes unanimously with no abstentions. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 27. And that's the Florida Aquifer System exploratory coring and monitoring well construction with Jennifer Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, district staff, and members of the public. I have the opportunity today to talk to you about aquifer storage and recovery, or ASR. I'm working on making sure I can move the slides. So no other element of the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan has generated so much interest in the technical science of the features. The SERP originally contemplated about 330 ASR wells to achieve the needed storage in the system. And the ASR regional study indicated that ASR on that scale is not possible, but that after addressing some important uncertainties, ASR absolutely could be part of the solution to our water resource needs. There are dozens of ASR wells in operation across the state of Florida, primarily for drinking water supplies. We have a deliberate path forward to use science to inform our ASR project plan, including specific scientific investigations that will address uncertainties and allow modifications and even off-ramps to implementation of these features. Let me tell you about the science component of our plan going forward. What these exploratory coring and monitor wells will do is provide site-specific geologic and hydrogeologic data to evaluate the rock layers, to determine suitability for ASR and water supply wells. Coring and monitoring wells are not ASR wells. They will not be converted into ASR wells. They are part of the science necessary to make decisions about whether and how we implement ASR. In this step of the project, we will extract core borings, and you can see examples of what those are on the slide. And this provides site-specific information. We know from our pilot projects and our regional study that location is very important. Again, these corings will provide site-specific information that helps us understand if ASR is appropriate at those locations, if it can be successful, how the water will react with the rock layers, additional information about things like microbes and nutrients associated with the water, and how the water pressure and the layers of the aquifer will interact and how that would impact and affect any future design. The cores will allow for detailed scientific assessment. This figure shows a geophysical log example, and the data output occurs simultaneously with the coring or drilling process associated with this contract that we're talking about today. These corings are our next step in addressing the uncertainties noted by the National Academy of Sciences Research Council. We formed an independent panel to review our project implementation and make recommendations about incorporating the best available information into this program. The National Research Council recommended that we focus on several areas of uncertainty, including construction, operations, nutrient reduction, treatment technologies, ecological risk assessment, and costs. We also included this graphic in this presentation just to remind everyone about the difference between ASR wells and deep injection wells. As you look at this figure, the red hypothetical well in the figure is an ASR well. You'll see that ASR wells are considered for implementation in either the up in Floridan aquifer or in the middle Floridan aquifer. The black well figure to the right of the red one is what a deep injection well would look like. And so what you can see here is the exploratory drilling that we are going to do to understand the rock layers for ASR has to drill down to what is still a very deep depth, somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 feet. A deep injection well would go into the boulder zone, which is in excess of 3,000 feet. So still deep wells in the most common understanding of the word deep, but not the same as deep injection wells. And so I wanted to clarify that in the presentation so that no one would be confused about those terms. The processes associated with corings and monitoring feed our science plan, and they help in our design. How the ASR system could work in the local environment that we're proposing. Continuous cores also help in groundwater modeling by creating layers. And these photos show some examples of the work to be accomplished in this phase, including assessment of geochemical reactions, leaching potential, and other reactions between the minerals that are in the rock and the water that we see at the specific locations. One of the primary drivers to implement ASR wells is associated with the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. That project included approximately 80 ASR wells in about a dozen conceptual clusters. In 2019, specific appropriation 1642A distributed funding to the South Florida Water Management District for the design, engineering, and construction of the specific project components designed to achieve the greatest reductions in harmful discharges to the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie estuaries, as identified in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project Implementation Report dated July 2018. The Water Management District and the Corps of Engineers determined that the watershed ASR well component of the tentatively selected plan for that project would provide the greatest benefits to the estuaries. As the Water Management District moves forward with design and construction of ASR wells identified in the tentatively selected plan, there are remaining scientific uncertainties and stakeholder concerns regarding regional implementation of the technology. This is why we are implementing a very deliberate and phased approach to ASR, which relies heavily on scientific investigation. During phase 1, locations are evaluated for suitability of ASR. The completion of a coring to explore the underlying aquifer characteristics and construction of a monitoring well will provide the information necessary to determine if the location is suitable and can move to the next step. This is the case for the 191 basin clusters that we'll talk about more in just a moment. These are in the Taylor Creek Nubbin Slough area. During phase 1, the locations are evaluated to determine if the existing information on the area provides enough detail. For some of the areas that we are looking into, we have some existing information, and those provide significant insight into the underlying formations. And so we are able to advance those clusters to the next phase of planning field work. This is a description of where we are with the phased approach associated with some of these locations. The L63 North ASR, constructed in the 1980s, for example, requires extensive repairs. The well itself is in good shape, but there is remediation efforts needed to get the well working, repairs to the intake, the pumps, things like that. In addition, we're having to relocate 109 gopher tortoises, for example, and install a wildlife exclusion fence around the mechanical components at that site. The second part to finish phase 1 will be a coring to determine if that site is also suitable for additional wells to actually set up a cluster at that location. And so that's an example of how we have some existing sites that we have some information, but not adequate information in order to move forward with an actual ASR cluster as conceived in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project plan. These 5 sites are the ones that are under current evaluation by our project delivery team to consider how to move forward. This slide is a schedule that outlines how we're combining the science with the implementation of project elements. The first project on the list is the S191 Basin Clusters, which consists of 3 proposed locations at the L63N, the C59, and the L63S clusters. And the next step in those clusters is to do this coring and monitor well component. The Kissimmee ASR pilot and the L63N existing ASR Taylor Creek demonstration project are the first on the schedule, and that will be operational the soonest, as shown by the green line. Below that are 2 projects, the C38N and C38S clusters. We currently have the funding to advance these 2 locations into a 4-well cluster. You can see that the phase 1 design is finishing up, and we are preparing the plans and specifications to consider construction of the geotechnical drilling, which would be the next phase in ASR implementation. That would allow us to test what we have learned through our investigation so far and start to chip away at the uncertainties in a limited and deliberate way. In addition to storage as part of SERP, ASR is under consideration by the Central Florida Water Initiative as an alternative water supply source. The Central Florida Water Initiative, the boundary of which is outlined in red on this map, is a collaborative water supply planning effort to protect, conserve, and restore Central Florida's water resources. Because the boundaries of 3 separate water management districts meet in Central Florida, the decision to pump water from the groundwater aquifer in one area can have impacts in another. Therefore, the districts are working together with other governments and stakeholders to apply a coordinated approach to protecting the resource and identifying alternative water resources such as brackish groundwater, stormwater, and surface water. The information provided by the cores and monitoring wells will advance this effort. The Central Florida Water Initiative work proposed under this contract vehicle would be funded under a separate source from the ASRs being considered under the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. In addition to SERP and CFWI, ASR is also under consideration in association with the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Plan projects. The state has provided funding to determine the feasibility of projects to improve the performance of existing STAs. Brady Ranch and Grassy Island are 2 Northern Everglades projects that may be suitable to site ASR wells with the flow equalization basin components. Currently, both projects are in the feasibility phase, and the team is modeling the projects to determine water availability in these areas. This modeling effort is estimated to be complete by the 4th quarter of this calendar year. So between September and November of this year, and design will be initiated in fiscal year 21. Research and modeling of other Everglades restoration projects in the area indicate operational flexibility added by flow equalization basins, stormwater treatment areas, or above ground storage when co-located with ASR wells. The light green area on the left side of the slide is located on the 1,800-acre Brady Ranch property in Martin County. The property is adjacent to the Lakeside Ranch stormwater treatment area, and the objectives of this project are to expand regional storage in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, reduce phosphorus loads discharged to Lake Okeechobee, and provide operational flexibility at the adjacent STA, including increased operational capacity through timing, distribution, and magnitude of flows, and also improved wetland hydration. The light green area on the right side of this slide is referred to as Grassy Island and is located along the Taylor Creek in Okeechobee County. This property is approximately 4,000 acres. However, only 800 acres is available for construction due to various development restrictions, such as cultural resources, natural areas, and FAA considerations. The objectives of this project are to expand regional storage and reduce nutrient loads in the Lake Okeechobee watershed, and to assist with the Taylor Creek STA operations, again, including things like wetland hydration and timing, distribution, and magnitude of inflows. The exact location of exploratory corings is to be determined at this time, but will most likely be installed along the L64 or L65 canal for Brady Ranch and along Taylor Creek for the Grassy Island project. The construction of ASR wells would require the exploratory coring to determine aquifer suitability, similar to the Lake Okeechobee watershed project and the Central Florida Water Initiative wells. We will use the same scientific investigation to address the uncertainties here as well. Now let's talk about the actual voting item. This is a contract for exploratory drilling to obtain science. Again, monitoring wells are not ASR wells and are not converted into ASR wells. If ASR wells are constructed in the future, these monitoring wells will stay in place and provide vital information about the science surrounding the operations of those wells. The unit price contract allows for work orders to be executed, and so it looks more like a service type contract. I'm going to explain that more on the next slide. It's based on estimated quantities. We will issue work orders for each site with the specific activities necessary to help us explore the hydrogeologic conditions and evaluate the uncertainties we talked about earlier. This vehicle is flexible to use in various programs and with different funding sources. I'll explain how we executed the bid on the next slide. So when we put the package out for bid, we received only one bid. That's not all that unusual or unexpected, because only about 3 companies do this type of very specific work in the state of Florida. Because we only received one bid, we were able to negotiate the unit prices with the contractor and the associated bid amount and saved the district over $200,000 from the original bid amount during those negotiations. We are requesting a not to exceed amount of 14 million on this contract. Again, what that means is that we will issue work orders against this vehicle for each of the site-specific locations. The bid amount included 6 sites, 4 in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project and 2 in the Central Florida Water Initiative, using 2 different types of work orders that would need to be constructed or put together in order to package them for the contractor using the various activities conceived for each of those sites. But the bid itself was flexible enough to include all three of the types of project sites that we talked about in this presentation. So a not to exceed amount of 14 million would allow us to include the 4 sites for the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, as well as work orders for 2 to 3 Central Florida Water Initiative sites, the 2 Northern Everglades sites, and any potential additional locations that would need to be drilled at those sites for additional monitoring if the first core borings required additional information to be obtained. If additional information is not necessary at those first locations, the flexibility in this instrument would allow us to pursue additional locations in the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project area along the C40, C41 canals, or the C43 and C44 canals as we potentially move forward with ASR implementation. With that, I'll be happy to take your questions about this resolution before the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reynolds. That was a great presentation. Before we go to board comments and questions, Rosie, are there any public comments?
I see one hand that is raised. Thomas Van Lent.
Thank you, Chairman Goss and members of the governing board for this opportunity to comment. My comments today are not only in response to Colonel Reynolds' excellent presentation, but also to the 2-day workshop that the district held with the peer review panel in late July. First, I'd like to congratulate the district for holding a peer review panel and getting peer review input. That is always important in assuring good scientific results. But let me say, as today, the same as at the workshop, what seemed to be presented was a construction plan. With all respect to Colonel Reynolds, I didn't exactly see how that time schedule they laid out for the construction was tied to the science. And she mentioned the 5 extremely important scientific uncertainties that need to be addressed in a investigation of ASR. And also, I'd like to respectfully disagree with Colonel Reynolds. I don't think that the National Academy, for example, said it's absolutely could use this technology in this context. What they said is the technology is viable. What is not clear is the application. Much like a hammer is a great technology, not every problem is a nail. Whether or not ASR is viable technology in this application depends on addressing those comments or those uncertainties, potentially fatal uncertainties. What we'd like to see is, instead of a piecemeal approach, contract by contract, that there'd be an overall science plan that addresses exactly how the Corps and district are planning to address these uncertainties, what the timelines are, what the budgets are, and how that fits into construction. It's got to be more. I mean, this construction contract could be a scientific investigation, but it could also just be the prelude to a large-scale implementation that was talked about at the workshop. If you're going to build a levee or a skyscraper, you better make sure your foundations are good, and that's the kind of information that's being collected here. But what is missing is the big picture. Instead of a piecemeal, you want to be able to look at the entire effort to make sure that the science investigations for those uncertainties are addressed at the outset and are not simply done on an ad hoc or case-by-case basis. So we'd like to see that science element, a specific component of the project management and construction implementation. Thank you for your attention.
Next, we have Drew Martin, followed by Mark Perry.
Yes, this is Drew Martin with the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Martin.
In general, the Sierra Club has not supported, and particularly our group, the Loxahatchee Group, has not supported the ASR concept. It's energy intensive to begin with. We're not sure that water sits in one location. I think that Dr. Van Lent made a lot of really excellent comments, and he's a very well-known hydrologist. At least that's my impression that he is. That was his trade. I mean, he's very knowledgeable in this field, and I think his comments should be listened to. Our feeling is that this is really a waste of money that could be used in other places. I mean, if you want to do a scientific study, I mean, the reality is that ASR will never send enough water and get enough water back to really make a difference. It's basically just something that people have kind of tried to use because they didn't want to purchase land. And so they thought, well, here's a way to do something without purchasing land. I do want to say I appreciate Colonel Reynolds protecting some gopher tortoises. I hope I heard her correctly, and certainly really appreciate that, anything that she can do to protect the wildlife on the sites. But again, we would not recommend it moving forward, and I think you should listen to Dr. Van Lent's comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Mark Perry, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Yes, thank you. It's Mark Perry. I'm just, in following ASR wells and the technology throughout when it first started, even back in year 2000, an authorization of SERP, and understanding that, that we originally scheduled 200 ASR wells across the top of the lake as part of the Lake Okeechobee ASR project. And we're not able to do that. At minimum, we're going to be 80 wells, and now we're proposing 10 in a cluster and looking at these as being remediation for reducing the discharges, harmful discharges to the coastal estuaries. It really is, kind of unfortunate to think that we apply just because the state legislature said, here's 50 million, here's another 50 million, that you've got to apply it to this particular Lake Okeechobee watershed project, when indeed it's really going forward as kind of an iffy project, particularly with the ASR components. And when you're talking about each well being 5 million gallons a day and looking at about 8 cubic feet per second, we get discharges to estuaries in excess of 3,000 cubic feet per second. So if directly these are supposed to, eventually ASR wells are supposed to remediate and reduce the harmful discharges to estuaries, I don't know if you're looking at trying to say, well, we'll take ASR wells and we'll put them in clusters around the north of the lake as part of the Lake Okeechobee watershed component, and we'll store up to 400,000 acre feet in a year. That's pumping, 80 wells for 24/7, 365 days a year. That amount of storage is even small compared to what actually is going to happen. And if you're talking about reducing the elevations in the lake in order to reduce the discharges, there are other management tools to use besides ASR. I'm just really going over this, and I attended both of the workshops. The science is there for sure. And it's like Dr. Van Lent said, there's a tool, and it's a tool, but it's not the right tool in this case to use for this purpose. So I'm seriously asking you to reconsider even this exploratory project at 14 million is an expense that needs to be weighed carefully before you jump right into making this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we have Nyla Pipes, followed by Gary Ritter.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. If we don't go through an exploratory process, how do we answer the questions that everyone seems to be concerned about including the peer reviewers at the peer review workshop. They recommended a phased incremental approach. There is enough science that shows that these work, that the very intelligent scientists that are the peer reviewers said, yes, go ahead, but move slowly. Make sure you're looking at things as you go. Identify areas of concern. Make sure that you have solutions to those problems. And I see this monitor well and moving forward as exactly that. We are very supportive of ASR wells because we simply do not have the solution in large scale reservoirs and STAs. The land doesn't exist anymore. We have literally built cities and, made it into half of what it used to be in this large ecosystem that we all live in called the Everglades. Whether we like it or not, technologies such as ASR wells are a part of our future. We have known it from the beginning, and it is now time to start looking at these things seriously and go ahead, put those monitor wells in, put this in incrementally, just like the peer reviewers suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Next, we have Gary Ritter.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Jennifer Reynolds, for a great discussion. I would also like to thank staff for the 2-day session on ASR workshop. Yes, I know we all realize there's science there. I kind of tend to look at this thing also from a different perspective, because in that particular workshop, there was some discussion on water quality treatment as well. Yeah, I would agree with some of the speakers that, you're not going to really get much with 10 ASR wells in terms of reducing discharges to the estuaries. But I'd be interested in exploring more of the science through this initial period of evaluating the efficiency of these wells and how they do in water quality treatment in terms of removing phosphorus from the system. I also like the fact that they're looking all the way up into the upper chain of lakes. We've all recognized for a long time that there needs to be more projects and more emphasis done up in the headwaters as well. And in ASR, again, as we talked about earlier this morning, it is another tool in the toolbox, and we have to use as many of those tools as we can. And yeah, it might, we might have a hammer, but not necessarily need to hit the nail or hit a nail, as Mr. Van Lent suggested. But in other terms, we have, we may need some other tools that to get the job done, and ASR just may prove to be one of those. So I think staff has done a great job in outlining how they would like to set up these exploratory wells and set up the project. And I look forward to continuing moving on. We support this project wholeheartedly. This is our first step in deciding if these ASR type wells are going to work up in the northern watersheds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Mr. Chairman, there are no other hands that are raised.
Thank you, Rosie, and thank you all for your comments. We'll go to board comment now and board questions. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Start off, Ms. Reynolds. Appreciate the presentation, and I didn't get to say it earlier, but also I appreciated the peer review session, and look forward to the report that our reviewers come back with on ASR. Regardless of what the results will be, it's neat to be able to look at science, and it's amazing that we don't, just how much we don't know about the land that is an eighth or a quarter mile below our feet. And as a science person, I look forward to seeing what the science shows. question I have, how large are these borings? How large are the wells?
The core borings are about 6 inches in diameter. That's what the cores come out at.
All right, and ASR wells are how big?
Much bigger, if feet in diameter.
Right, 18 to 24 inches, I think, is kind of what we've seen.
Yes.
So these are just exploratory wells. And a couple things with this, the wells up in the CFWI area, so up in the Kissimmee area, a lot of the byproduct of these exploratory wells is going to be used in that groundwater model up in CFWI, and it's something that the district is committed to, along with St. John's and Southwest Florida Water Management District, and trying to get a handle on just what the upper Floridian looks like in that area. The borings up there are very important, and it goes to our partnership with the other water management districts in that over allocated upper Floridian area. So those are very important, as well as these other borings that we're looking at. When we talk ASR, certainly we have a lot of unknowns, but these borings are how we're going to continue to get the science and understanding of what's going on an 1/8 or 1/4 mile below our feet. I'm glad to hear that we're potentially, this gives us the opportunity to also look at the not only the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, but also the Lakeside Ranch STA, the Grassy Island STA, and the Dub and Slough STA. Those 3 STAs all need a little help, that if science says ASR works, ASR would be good applications in those, because it would help to keep those 3 STAs hydrated year round in flashy basins. And I know that's one of the problems with all 3 of those STAs. But today we're just looking at gathering science through 6-inch corings. And at this point, I support moving forward with this.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Ms. Meads?
Hi. So I agree with Dr. Van Lint. I think that what he's asking for is reasonable and sound. As a baby scientist myself that's made a living in science and good science, he's just asking for a plan to address the uncertainties that have been brought out by the ASR before we spend $14 million. So in other words, I agree with them. We have a construction plan, but we haven't truly applied the scientific method in a way that we should before we spend $14 million. So as it stands right now, unless someone else can convince me otherwise, I would have to vote no on this without a peer-reviewed science plan to go along with it.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened earlier. With respect to the ASR wells, I mean, the way that I look at the surrounding circumstances vis-a-vis Lake Okeechobee is I sort of see Lake Okeechobee as the pitcher's mound, and then I see home plate, first, second, and third base around it. And to me, storage has been a massive component that's been missing for us. We've got first base, as I see it, as C44 reservoir, C43 reservoirs, third base, and the EAA reservoir is home plate. Right now, we really do not have a piece for storage north in this, what I call sort of the second base region. And, everything that we've seen indicates to me that the land surrounding that area is not really conducive because of ownership situations to put a reservoir in. And as far as I can tell, based on my research and discussions with people, including the staff, the ASR wells are the next best tool that we can use to enhance the storage north of the lake, which I think is a big missing piece of the equation. And so, as far as I can tell, moving forward with core samples to identify what we're looking at and what the science tells us moving forward to see if we have a viable piece for storage north of the lake seems to be a very to me, methodical process of doing it the right way. Obviously, knowing that we have to take care in doing what we're doing. I think this is one of those pieces of the puzzle. I mean, I understand what Dr. Van Lent is talking about. I just don't understand, in my opinion, why taking this step forward to understand what you're looking at to determine the viability of what could be a hugely beneficial group of projects for us is, I don't see how that's a bad thing. We obviously have storage issues north of the lake, and people have raised generalized concerns about uncertainty. As far as I can tell, nobody could really point to specifics as to how ASR wells are in fact detrimental in some way. It's just been a generalized concern about some uncertainty out there. But the reality is that going forward with the core samples, in my opinion, is just getting another piece of science, another look to see how viable these ASR wells are. And I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Olipich.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reynolds, thank you for your always well-presented information. And I know that we spoke at length about this during my briefing on Monday. I do have some questions now that I may have not asked then. Looking at page 7, where it states that state appropriations for LORP received $50 million in fiscal year 1920 and an additional $50 million in fiscal year 2021. I just wondered, that just applies to, I know it says it on here, but that just applies to the LORP portion of this. Anything that's not LORP would be funded differently. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we look at the LORP, which it's hard for me to say, that would be what I see on page 9.
That's correct.
Okay. And
although for this contract, the only ones that we are looking at are the sites that are in the middle there, the L63N, the C59, and the L63S. So sites C, D, and E, where it says FAS, exploratory coring and monitoring well construction.
just
That would be what
C,
this
D,
contract is
and
talking
E.
about.
Just C, D, and E.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the fourth site is the L63 North site, and then the Kissimmee River pilot project.
Are they
So
on
in
this
order
page
to
too, or are
transition,
they on a different page?
no, it's site A on this
Okay.
page.
Okay.
So at the L63 North site, there's an existing ASR there, but we would need to consider if we could install a cluster of wells there. And the reason that that's important at this stage is because many of the uncertainties that were outlined by the national academies, we can't answer those questions until we put more than one well in a cluster. So some of the uncertainties, we don't have any additional science that will help us answer those uncertainties as part of the science plan. We need to do not just this core drilling, but we actually need to install some ASR wells into a cluster to be able to fully evaluate the questions that they're asking us to answer. And so without doing additional work, it's very difficult for us to answer the scientific questions and answer the uncertainty because we don't have any additional information to explore those things.
Thank you for that. I had a continuing question. So with what is is there a way to split this up with the 50 million, the 50 million? Do you think that will cover this area? I mean, we're talking, some of it will be used in the future, some of it will be used now. Of course, our resolution includes more than that, but can you just talk to me about the cost just for the LORP?
Sure. So the 100 million will not allow us to complete all of the ASR associated with LORP. The 100 million would allow us to pursue a very limited amount of ASR. And if you look at slide 10 and the schedule there, it would allow us to complete about 12 ASR with the schedule that we have and the money that is currently available. Remediating 2 existing ASR wells and implementing 10 new ones.
Okay, thank you. And so, I'm sorry, I have more questions. And so then on page 11, it talks about the Central Florida Water Initiative. And
Yes.
I know that we've been exposed to that through our meetings and workshops, and but this is something that I struggle with a bit because I think that on the other side of that line, they've kind of exhausted their water themselves. And so, you know, it's like now we're giving our whatever, you know, the water situation. And I think it's great that all the water management districts are sharing, but at the same time, it's really to support development. And it's the development that is pushing forth the pollution that is this pollution, a part of it that we're talking about coming from north of the lake. And I know this is bringing something into it that's very different, but I see a connection here. You know, we were strong-armed into that House Bill 5003, where basically we can't do anything but monitoring if it stays the same. And I'm just having a hard time with supporting something that, you know, we can't expect the wells to take the phosphorus away and nitrogen. We have no, I don't see any kind of educational program up there north of the lake or with the cities or around the airport. And we keep doing things, and now we'll be doing wells, but I feel like we're missing part of our responsibility of what needs to be done up there. And then the last page would be page 12, which is the NEEP. And those are the 2 wells. I'm just clarifying. This is specific money that again comes from the legislature. And it was to make sure that whatever they did benefited the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee the most that it possibly could, I believe. And I wondered if that was for Lands Forever or whatever came out. You know, Senator Harrell brought that through years ago, and through Joe Negron. I'm wondering if it's part of those monies or if it's something separate. And, you know, it's great that we're trying to help the estuaries because we need the help. But realistically, you know, how much are these wells going to help us right there? Because the amount of water pouring into our estuaries, as we saw from John Mitnick's presentations, is just beyond comprehension. So what I'm getting at here is that as much as I really don't like it, I feel like I would consider supporting the LORP because the legislature has made clear that they want those monies specifically for that. And I hope they'll bring more money so that as you said, the money wouldn't be enough to finish it all. I respect very much the concerns for a science plan, so to speak, or some type of plan, but that's not my specialty. My specialty is trying to make things that are complex simple. And I want to thank you for all your work. I'll be struggling with whether I can support this entire thing. And I apologize for not having all the information during my briefing almost, at the beginning of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lipich. Go ahead, Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah, Chairman, if I'd like to try and address Ms. Thurlow-Lipich's question about what's in it for us. I think that's what she's asking with the Central Florida Water Initiative corings and the NEEP corings. And I think with the Central Florida Water Initiative, to oversimplify, what those corings would do, they would help inform the modeling effort that we have underway to evaluate the aquifer, both the upper Floridian aquifer and the middle aquifer in that region, to ensure that as projects and water supply wells may be initiated by others, that there aren't negative impacts to our water resources in that region. So that would be something that we would get out of this information.
I appreciate
regarding the NEEP, those projects are more associated with water quality impacts than specifically related to improving the volumes of water. And so those projects, we're looking at ways to make those STAs perform better in reducing nutrients that are flowing into Lake Okeechobee. And so these corings would help us understand if ASR might be an option to pursue in the future that would help us keep those wetlands rehydrated and allow us to maximize the nutrient removal benefits of the STAs in those very nutrient-laden subbasins.
I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank our staff and Colonel Reynolds for all their hard work here. I think without the exploratory and the science and the benefits or the negatives, there's been so much discussion on ASR wells, whether they're positive, they're negative, since we're dealing with the unknown, 2,000 feet in the ground. There's a lot that we got to learn before we could ever make a decision that we would store water underground in the aquifer and be able to prove that it's not harmful to the environment, and there is positives. I don't know what the calculations would be on what we put in the ground and what volume we would be able to retrieve for beneficial use. There's all kind of unknowns here. And in order for us to move into the future on whether ASR wells are worth the bang for the buck, are they a solution? I don't think we have much choice to do the exploratory and be able to come up with the positives and the negatives of that being a part of the toolbox into the future. So I think it's important that we go forward with this. The other thing is, since you only have one bid, did y'all have any historical cost data on this kind of work in the past that you could assure that the unit price scope of work is competitive?
That's a great question. I neglected to mention that during the presentation. We did. We have done some of this work in the past associated with the ASR wells, but some of that information is a little bit dated. And we also used information that we received from ongoing contracts executed by others to help us negotiate those unit prices.
Okay.
And so the original bid amount from the contractor was over 4.6 million, and we negotiated it down to the 4.4 negotiated bid amount that you see on the slide.
Okay, well, that's very important. So I believe for us to make intelligent decisions, I think we're going to have the exploratory, and I think we're going to have the science to whether ASR wells are part of the solution into the future, or they're not part of the solution. I don't know how we could figure it out without the exploratory. So that's kind of my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colonel Reynolds, for your excellent presentation. I have two questions to start with. One is, I need a little bit of context from you in regards to how we got to this point. I know that we have two wells, that we had two monitoring wells north of the lake. I don't know if that's connected with this next step. And then the second question that I have at this point might take one of our science folks like Lawrence Glenn to give me a good working definition of what a science plan would be. And those are my two to start with.
So to address the first question, we have done some work on ASR in the past, and some of that included the ASR pilot project, as well as the now the name is escaping me, but the ASR, the two ASR pilot projects. One was called something else before it was called a pilot project, and those we performed. We did very limited cycle testing with those, and those were just single wells. And we obtained the information and then published reports on that. And that's part of what was evaluated by the National Academy of the Sciences that gave us additional recommendations should we choose to move forward, and addressed some of the uncertainties that weren't clear in our limited operation of those sites. And so that's how we got to where we are now, which is, if we want to continue to look at this as an option, then we need to do additional investigation in terms of additional hydrogeologic investigations and answer really an entire litany of different types of questions, like toxicity questions and maintaining freshwater buffer zones during cycle testing, and continuing research on subsurface pathogen inactivation and things like that, that we need to do additional work. And so all of those things we can't do without performing some tests. And so this step will allow us to look at sites where we would like to implement ASR, but will allow us to collect the data necessary to start trying to answer some of those questions. Some of the questions that they have asked us to explore, you can't do with just one ASR well, and you can't do with just a core boring and monitoring well. Some of the questions can't be answered until we actually implement multiple wells in one location and perform cycle testing on those wells and see how things interact. And so what our team did was developed a schedule that allowed us to implement in a very limited fashion those activities necessary to start answering those questions. And if you'd like more on the science, I do have Bob Verastro available on the line in order to answer the really nitty-gritty science questions.
Well, I think you did an excellent job. What I'm understanding is that when the National Academy of Science came back to us to ask us those additional questions, that's the basis for which you formulated the science plan going forward. Did I misunderstand, or do I have it correct?
You have it correct, although I will offer that we have not published a document that has science plan written on the cover. What we did is we presented the information that we currently have and how we plan to collect additional information going forward to the science panel that we assembled, and that we provided the information in the 2-day workshop. And we are awaiting feedback from that panel before we put together additional specifics on how the science plan will fit together with the construction schedule.
So with that being said, you do intend to publish a roadmap, if you will, of the science way forward.
And that, so Mr. Chair, that is something that I would offer, absolutely. And so that's, while we have a science plan, like lowercase p plan, it's not a published document or anything like that. And we can certainly put that together and put it out, make sure, it follows the peer review and the public has a chance to understand it and ask questions. We can go through that process. I think one of the points that Ms. Reynolds is making is there probably would not exist a plan that does not include this type of work, this exploratory work. And so, whether there's a plan or not, this work is going to be part of it. It just can't, the two are inseparable.
Oh, I agree with
but
that.
If the board wishes, and yeah. And so we can, and certainly we're happy to take direction if the board wants to give it to us, but I can also commit to you that we'll put out a published science plan with the roadmap and everything. I think that's a good idea.
Drew, I think what I was trying to get at is the fact that looking at these pieces separate from a whole is sometimes very difficult. And I fully appreciate why boring is necessary. I've had experience with it in other projects. That's not disputed here from my perspective at all. I just, when the eaches are each presented, sometimes it's nice to have the big picture, and that's my only point. And I heard that from some of the public speakers. I have another question on a separate topic that I heard you say during your presentation when speaking about the CFWI. And I thought I heard you mention that that umbrella in terms of informing the modeling would be necessary to ensure that other wells wouldn't affect our wells. Did I understand that correctly?
So I'm not the expert on the CFWI, and so I'll welcome anybody else to jump in
Ms. Reynolds,
from the staff.
I can get that one too. So we, in the Central Florida Water Initiative, it's a 3-district initiative where we are trying to make sure that the water supply that is needed by the public and businesses is planned out. And part of that planning process is modeling groundwater resources, both the upper Floridan and the lower Floridan. And we don't have good information on the lower Floridan right now to model it well. And so as we get permit applications, or as St. John's or Southwest gets permit applications, we can't analyze impacts to aquifers like saltwater upconing or dragging down upper aquifers to lower aquifers. There's a lot of information that our models don't have the right kind of resolution on in order to make a good permitting decision. And so, you know, it's not only our district, but the other 2 districts are trying to put more wells into the lower Floridan to have a much better understanding of the connectivity between that and the upper, and really, you know, understand the dynamics so we can make better planning and permitting decisions.
One follow-up on that, Drew, that was very helpful. Would that relationship need to be formalized among the water districts that are involved with the CFWI, that concurrence would occur with permitting and things like that, so that if we build a project north of the lake, that we're not at risk of having it impacted negatively?
Yes, yeah. And we have the Central Florida Water Initiative and its expectation that we all work together and have the same policies between boards. But when it comes to permit review, it's all one model, not 3 models, you know, all that. That is a expectation that is basically codified in state law. So and me and Ann and Brian, we work extremely well together. And actually DEP is working on a set of regulations that are going to be state level regulations that apply to all 3 districts, so that consistency is, you know, quote unquote codified at a higher level than the 3 district rules.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate the answers to my questions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Colonel Roman, and thank you, Executive Director Bartlett. Ms. Meads, go back to you.
Yeah, so what would be the impact of on this whole project? What would be the impact of putting together the science plan and then starting only after the plan? How would that impact time and delay? And do we need to go ahead and vote today on this in order to secure that contractor? So, you know, why would we vote yes without the plan? How would we pick up the plan before we start?
If I can offer, hey, this is Bob Verastro. If I can offer a little bit about the science plan, that was always the intent of the ASR peer review panel and the kickoff workshop that did take place in July. The idea has been that what we wanted to do was have an independent group of scientists take a look at all of the work that we had done previously on the ASR project, so that they're fully aware of all of the work that went into the ASR regional study. And then we spoke about the recommendations of the National Academy of Sciences after we had done the regional study. And now what the peer panel is actually doing is exactly what you're asking for. They are going to be giving us recommendations and suggestions about how to continue to address those remaining uncertainties from the National Academy. So in a couple of months, they will be coming back to us with their suggestions, and their suggestions and recommendations will formulate our science plan. We will use them as the guidepost for the science plan. and we're expecting that by the end of this year. So how that would relate to the this contract would be that really we're just expecting to maybe get the first continuous core well or maybe the second one underway by the end of this calendar year. So we would be collecting the first few core borings under this contract when the science plan comes in, and it's always been the idea that we would fully vet the science plan with the public as soon as it does become available, and that would pretty much take place perhaps in 2021, early 2021. We would be putting that out for public review and comment.
Okay, let me ask you a question real quickly, and maybe I can save you some time. Is there anything about going forward with this project and the coring and moving forward this project that could be impacted by the science plan? In other words, is there something about the science plan that would tell us that we've gotten something wrong, or that we needed to stop, or that we shouldn't have started?
I would say not in this one. What it will help inform us if there are additional investigations that we should be doing as part of this, that we could then include. So that would be investigative work that we would do with the samples, for example.
And why do we want to start now instead of waiting for the science plan? Is there something driving us to hurry? Is there some benefit to not wait?
All of the input that we have gotten so far is that we need to do this type of work in order to start answering the questions that are in the science plan. And so our effort is to start informing the uncertainties by doing this work.
Right. And so,
yeah, go ahead.
And so here's my problem. I've always, my entire life, I've written out the plan before I started the work, you know, regardless of what type of science, whether I was working on stack testing and sewage sludge incinerators, or making medicine, or I was at a bench doing bench chemistry. I didn't start the work without a plan. And so for me, this is just perplexing and kind of baffling to me. So I don't understand okay, so we're going to have a science plan, and this is going to answer some of the questions that the science plan is going to ask. But in my life, you write down what are the questions that you're going to ask and what are the steps that you have to do to answer the questions. And so it feels like this is backwards, which really surprises me, because the district is really a solid science-driven agency. So somebody explain it to me why we're doing it backwards, because it's not right. I mean, I can tell you, I know for a fact, and I'm just a little baby chemist, this isn't the way you do it, right? I mean, we're admitting right now, wow, this is not the way we need to do it. This is not the right way to do it. So why are we doing it this way? Do we feel pressured to do it this way? Why don't we stop and do it the right way?
Let me answer this. So ASR has actually been a subject for probably more than a decade, and ASR in the Northern Watershed has as well. And so a lot of the sort of it's been through peer review already through the National Academy of Sciences, and they sort of laid out some of the things that we need to work on and think about. And so there is a lot of history and a lot of knowledge, you know, that's actually, when we got the appropriations, we had in our belt already of what we knew we needed to do to answer the questions that are already raised by the National Academy of Sciences. Now, I couple that with a tenant that often comes with appropriations. And we get this tenant when it comes for SERP appropriations, any kind of any environmental appropriations in my career that I've gotten, is that we're giving you money and we expect action, we expect steadfast action. And as I go to Tallahassee and talk with appropriators, they're always asking me, you know, you're moving forward, you're going fast, that kind of stuff. And my response to them is, look, aquifer storage and recovery has a lot of public questions that need to be answered. They have questions about the National Academy of Sciences that need to be answered. And so we are being diligent, but we're going to be methodical at the same time. And so we are, that's what, and I said, we're going to have a peer review so the public sees what we're doing. There's so we just need to be transparent. While we're building that sort of science plan, I think from all the prior work that's been done through the National Academy and through ASR across the state, I think this type of data collection underpins it all the time. And so I think it's just based on experience that we know this data needs to be collected. And then, you know, probably by the time we start getting out and doing some cores and everything, we're going to have that science plan because these things don't move as quickly as appropriators would like them to move. But just like we did with the STA on the EAA reservoir, where we broke it apart, we tried to figure out what we could go ahead and do ahead of the schedule and line up and have things come together at the right point. It's kind of the same thought process here. It's stuff we know we need to get under any science plan. And so we might as well get started so that we're not, I can tell appropriators that push this money towards us that no, we're using their money, we're moving forward, we're doing the work that they've appropriated. So I mean, so it's a little of both. It's a little of both.
Yeah, and I don't let politicians tell me to skip steps in science, even for the love of $14 million. I don't like the way it feels to me, but I'm that kind of person who doesn't like to be, but I understand the situation that you're in, and I understand that I'm new to all of this. I get it. I absolutely get it. But I want you to know that I'm very unhappy that a scientist like Dr. Van Lent would draw to our attention that we are not doing this the way we should, and that we feel pushed to do it differently because we embrace the funding. We want the funding. Look, I'm not saying I'm anti-well. I'm pro sound science, no matter where the money comes from. I'm pro sound science, and I think that the politicians who want us to do this work should be willing to wait for us to do it correctly. And with that, I'll say no more.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Mr. Barlow, do you have a response?
Only that I just think Ms. Meads is a wonderful person, and I'm just happy that she's a board member.
I concur. Is there any further discussion from the board?
Look, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be a contrarian. I don't mean to say things out loud that I should keep in my own head. But, you know, I'm new to this, and it's just hard for me. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Mr. Bergeron.
Yes. Well, I want to make sure that, you know, without this exploratory, because there's so many unknowns in these wells. I mean, for me personally, it just seems so unnatural that we're putting water 2,000 feet, storing it underground. So I've had mixed emotions about whether, without the science, without all the positives that it could bring, that there's no way I could ever make a decision to go forward with these wells. But my understanding here is this is going to educate us on the positives and the negatives, or maybe it's all positives, of the benefits of these wells to be put in. So, I mean, we're basically not approving that we're going to be putting these wells in at this point in time, but I think this is exploratory that will help us make the right decision. And without that, I don't know how we could make a decision to ever utilize these wells into the future without us being educated on all the benefits that it could bring, or possibly maybe it's negative at the end of the day. And I want to get educated by science, and I want to get educated by science that proves that these are extremely beneficiary. So that's the only reason why I'm moving forward with this.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. I tend to agree with you. These are exploratory wells only. There's a lot of unknowns. This will help us figure out what those unknowns are. Knowledge is a good thing. And I think that I understand Ms. Mead's frustration that perhaps we're not doing this procedurally as we should be, as the scientific method would ask us to do. But we know we're going to have to do these wells eventually anyway. So I'm fine with going ahead and trust staff to do that. I'd entertain a motion if anyone would like to make one.
This is Scott Wagner. I'll move.
I'll second it. Bergeron.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Wagner and a second by Mr. Bergeron. Is there further discussion by the board? Mr. Butler, your hand's up. Is that from before or is that new? That was from before.
Oh, that was to make a motion.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. All right, I'm going to call that question. Mr. Bergeron.
Yes.
Mr. Butler.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez. Mr. Martinez, we'll come back to you. Ms. Meads.
Look, I'm going to say yes, but it's a yes and I don't like it.
We understand.
But I'm saying yes.
Understood. Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Mr. Olipich.
No.
Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you there?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, you're there, and yes, you're voting yes.
Yes. Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. Thank you.
And Chairman, I am going to stand with Ms. Thurlow Lipich. My heart tells me no. So, and it makes me sad because it's the first time this board has ever been split on anything. But I'm going no with this too.
That's fair enough.
You don't mind?
I don't mind a bit. I have you as a no, and I'm going to be a yes. The resolution passes 7-2. Thanks, everyone. Next, item number 28, the monthly financial report by Candida Heater.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. The monthly financial report that you have in your packages and that is posted out on the district's web under budget and finance reports is through the month of June, which is about 75% of the fiscal year completion. Thus far, we've collected $559.3 million. That's $50 million higher than last year. That amount is attributed to the intergovernmental. The intergovernmental is about $55 million higher this year in collections than it was last year through the month of June. We've collected $288.7 million in ad valorem taxes. That is behind about 2%. As of today, we have caught up slightly. We've collected an additional $6 million. We have about $600,000 to go in collections to meet our budget. Do not foresee an issue with, making the budget. And I'd like to mention our investments. Our investments are a little behind compared to last year, but we did note in the financial report that our treasurer does not foresee any issues collecting our budget amount, and she does foresee that we will exceed the budget. And expenditures are on track as well, in accordance with the encumbrance, because we have very large, capital construction projects that are encumbered right now with state appropriations, et cetera. Hence why the intergovernmental is a little behind, or not behind, but less than what the budget is. Again, you have to spend to get reimbursed. So thank you. That concludes my report. I foresee no issues.
Thank you, Ms. Heater. Are there any questions or comments for Ms. Heater? Seeing none, we'll go to our general counsel's report, and I'd like to welcome Carolyn Ense.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the governing board. I'm excited to be here for my first Zoom governing board meeting. I want to start by thanking the attorneys and staff in the Office of Counsel who worked long hours this week to help me get up to speed and prepared for today. I'd like to go ahead and just reiterate my commitment to continued transparency. I know that Ms. Cobb, during her tenure, instituted some enhanced communication measures regarding attorney-client sessions. I fully support those, and I know you haven't had the need for many attorney-client sessions, and hopefully they'll remain limited in the future. I'd also like to say that I'm a firm believer in preventative law and communicating with outside attorneys to resolve issues before they get to litigation. And while it doesn't always work, and we may ultimately end up in litigation, you have my commitment that our office will work hard to ensure it's a last resort. And lastly, I'd just like to say that I'm very client-centric, and I look forward to making sure my team delivers legal services focused on the amazing clients we have here at the district. It's a privilege to be here. I'm very excited, and I look forward to working with all of you.
Thanks, Ms. Ense. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Ms. Ense? Other than to say welcome, and I appreciate your comments there. I think they're exactly in line with what we need. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a few things. It has been 150 days since we started COVID operations at the district, and right now, I think we'll be continuing for a while, it seems. I have an emergency order signed that goes until early September, and we'll just keep listening to our local governments, listening to our Department of Public Health to figure out, when we might be able to transition to a different mode of operations. But we continue really to enhance our safety precautions, our ability to work remotely, so that, we will continue to succeed over the long haul. And in fact, as I mentioned earlier, ECES gave us a trial. We had already done a mock hurricane. We call it Hurricane Freddy. And, we pulled that off, and then we got a real one, and we did it making COVID-related decisions along the way. And so I feel even better prepared should a real hurricane come our way. We have been doing a number of public meetings. Many of you have noticed that, since the last governing board, we had 10 total public meetings, including, like we just talked about, the ASR peer review panel. We've had Lake Okeechobee Watershed Protection Plan meetings, the EAA reservoir reservation that we're committed to so that we don't hold the core up, and the C43 water quality meetings are kind of the highlights. I would like to point out that our RAC meeting is August 27th, where we will be talking about the high water levels in the Central Everglades and how we can try to address them as the wet season continues and into the future. So that will be a lively discussion, I'm sure. But I would like to report that while we have been at this meeting, we got a letter from the Department of Transportation relieving one of the constraints on Tamiami Trail. They basically said the restriction to keep the canal levels below 8.5 or below 8.3 at different times of the year, that restriction is no longer needed for below 8.3 because they're rebuilding the road. And Mr. Bergeron was instrumental in talking and engaging DOT and getting that constraint eased. So we will have the flexibility when the 333 North structure comes online to use it more readily to move water out. And that should be online within the month. I do have an ordinance update as far as watering restrictions. 118 out of the 138 governments have responded to our letters and have engaged us. What we're starting to hear from a lot of the municipalities is that they don't want to be inconsistent with the county ordinance. And so they want to have the county ordinance go first so that they can basically cut and paste that. And then the public isn't confused by overlapping ordinances or nearby ordinances. And so we can understand that. So we are really focused on the counties, and it's really not good that we only have 4 of our 16 counties with ordinances. So we're going to ramp up those efforts, try to get those landed. Certainly, if anyone has paid attention to their local county commissions, they are a bit overwhelmed with COVID and public policies related to COVID. And so we have been hearing from them that the timing isn't good. But we're going to have a dry season before you know it. And so we're really not going to let up on keeping get that conversation going, that pressure going. So we have also since the last governing board meeting, in your board packet, there are 2 letters that we sent to the Corps of Engineers on some, public policies that are important to the public. The public and stakeholders have had a chance to communicate their thoughts on those policies. But one is the LORS deviation that the Corps is trying to push through to relate to harmful algal blooms being discharged from the lakes. And we, of course, submitted our support for that effort, for them looking at ways to reduce discharges of HABs to the lake, to the estuaries. We had a number of technical, comments, but on the policy side, they did have the authority given to themselves to do harmful discharges when they're in the beneficial use band. And our thought, when you're in that band, which is a lower band on the lake, you really should just do beneficial deliveries, and there's opportunity to do that under LORS to help the Caloosahatchee or the Everglades. So I wouldn't, when you're in that band, our thoughts were, let's do beneficial deliveries only, not harmful deliveries. And then the other letter we sent was on the combined operating plan, which is the Corps' plans for moving water past Tamiami Trail into Everglades National Park. And our only, we reiterated our comments before, and that really is along the lines of not putting in any procedures or policies that would constrict necessary water flow into Everglades National Park and Florida Bay during the dry season, when water conservation area A is low, Central Everglades is low. We still think that the effects of dry conditions in the park are bad for the park and Florida Bay. And so we really do not want to see additional policies on restricting flows. Now, the reason they are restricted is because we're seeing this tension in COP, in the combined operating plan, is because we're seeing this tension between the goals of the consent decree and water quality and SERP and water quantity. And there are ways to resolve that. And so we really charge the Corps. We're certainly committed to resolving that tension to try to get, these goals aligned so that we can move water, good, clean water when we need to into Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. So that was our position on that letter. The other thing is we will be following up with the board after our good discussion on procurement procedures, after our lunch and learn. We're gonna, Jen Smith is working with the team to put together options and thoughts regarding the thresholds, like thresholds for competition, like dollar thresholds, and thresholds for bringing items to the board, not to just to have a conversation with the board after our previous one in the future. And also, there was a couple of items related to scoring criteria on prior work done by people, and also location of firms to the job site. And so we're looking at those, and we'll bring those back to the board in the future, near future, for consideration. The last thing I'd like to finish with is the social media sites. And on your screen, you see that we have social media feeds at these 6 sites: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and Flickr. And we've got some incredible stories in those. I personally use Instagram to keep up with my kids. And so I went ahead and followed the district as well and been very impressed. And sort of, as you know, we have doubled the number of python hunters under the leadership of Governor DeSantis. And if you followed us on Instagram, you would know that one of our newest hunters, which we've doubled, our hunter number 49, Amy, caught this 110-pound, 17-foot python at night by herself. That was on our Instagram page, just had the most like of anything. You can see there are other types of posts on Instagram. They're really fascinating stories, but look at the head on that python. That I've got shovels that size, and she did that by herself. Now, while I like to talk and that size is relevant to pythons, it's not the most important thing when it comes to catching pythons. I want to assure our governing board members that caught these pythons, these little ones, these babies, that every python counts and that you actually got them before they ate up all the wildlife in the python. So congratulations, feel good about yourself. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. These two have also caught some pretty decent sized pythons too. So anyway, these are the kinds of stories that we're sharing on our social media. And of course, the kind of fun we like to have with board members during our board meeting. And so I appreciate your humor, Chauncey and Mr. Bergeron. Take it easy on me during final board comment. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much, I think. We'll finish up with general public comment. Rosie?
I see one hand, actually two hands raised. The first one is a call in with the last four digits of the phone number, 1201. The caller on 1201, we can't hear you. If you want to try again.
How about now? Is this better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Sorry about that. This is Tom McVicker, and sorry I couldn't get in earlier. I've heard a lot of conversations. It almost didn't matter what the agenda topic was. There was going to be conversations that relate back to the Everglades Forever Act and everything it did. And a couple of things from the grower's perspective that were really life-changing, precedent-setting. If you're a grower, you had to meet a phosphorus standard, an enforceable phosphorus standard at every farm. Every farmer had to pay a new tax. There's a research program to continually improve the on-farm performance, and the stormwater treatment areas were the other side of that. The stormwater treatment areas were debated at length during the settlement talks and during the development of the Everglades construction project, which was approved in the Everglades Forever Act. There was an opportunity to do chemical treatment or STAs, and chemical treatment, you would have had a handle on the cost, a handle on the land requirements, which were much less than STAs, and total control over the concentration of the outflow. But nobody wanted that. We were all willing to buy into natural wetland-based treatment systems, and I think we're all happy we got that. There are baggage related to that, hurricanes and limitations on how much water you can send in. I think Newton Cook made a very great point today talking about the lake water. You can look at the STAs, they're engineered systems, kind of like a bridge. You design a bridge to handle cars, and it can carry cars for 50 years. If you start routing 18-wheelers over that bridge, it's going to fail, and if it fails, nothing can cross the bridge. And we did that, I think it was 2003, by forcing lake water through the STAs. It essentially killed one of the STAs, and it was years before any water could be treated in there. The other part I really want to mention, you had a great opportunity today when you talked about solving the problem at the source. August is the month in the last 20 years where the district would announce the BMP performance by the Everglades agricultural area farmers. Last August, we got a nice letter. There's usually a press release associated with it. This year, we didn't get anything, and there hasn't been any public conversation about it, but the farmers achieved a 68% reduction in phosphorus loading under the BMP rule and under their permits, something that should really be celebrated. The farmers are proud of it, and the incredible staff working on that program in your office I know are proud of it. It was a precedent-setting step 26 years ago, and the amazing thing, there's still no other place in the country that has that mix of BMPs, taxes, and stormwater treatment areas to achieve the standard. I hope maybe next August, when the virus is gone, we can celebrate BMP performance again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVicker. Next, we have Drew Martin, followed by Benita Whalen.
Yes, this is Drew Martin with the Lux 50 Group of the Sierra Club. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Martin.
I just wanted to, I know Laura Reynolds mentioned the Bird Dry Basin, and we've had, I've gone back and talked to many of the other environmental people I work with, and they all agree that the land swap is not a good idea. And there's, people have talked about even putting a tower there. The wires would harm migratory birds. Bonneted bat has just come up for listing as an endangered species. Its habitat is in that area, and it's a lot of benefits that Bird Dry Basin provides to water quality and it also to aquifer recharge. So I'm hoping when this comes up that the board will not move forward with the agreement and will protect Bird Dry Basin, go back and do modeling, because we think that Bird Dry Basin can be really beneficial and that we need to go back and look how that can be incorporated into Everglades restoration plan. The other thing I just want to mention is, I appreciate Drew Bartlett's discussion on irrigation. I think it's really important that we move forward, because people are not taking this seriously in the areas where I live, and people don't understand that irrigation causes a lot of water pollution, because when you water during a rainstorm or right after a rainstorm, you get a lot of runoff, and if you put a lot of chemicals on that your landscaping, those chemicals are getting into your water body. So I really appreciate the work of the district in moving forward, but I hope we'll expedite that so we can get everybody on board with the irrigation regulations and get everybody doing things right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Next, we have Benita Whalen, followed by Mark Perry.
Good afternoon. I won't take up much of your time. Benita Whalen, Water and Environmental Manager for the Florida Cattlemen's Association. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to the very detailed and informative topics that were presented today. I'd like to make just a few general comments.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Whalen. Could you speak up a little bit?
Yes. Is this better?
A little bit. If you could speak louder.
Okay. I'm trying to adjust the volume. Well, let me start over. Benita Whalen, Florida Cattlemen's Association. I'd like to make a few general comments, if I may. The first one would be just to thank you for continuing lease opportunities for utilizing cattle as an effective land management tool, and also the continuing discussions that we're having with land management staff, sharing information between the public and the private sector on land management activities, what's being successful, and just general information. We appreciate that opportunity. Also want to thank again the board members for their past and some upcoming interest in visiting ranches in the Northern Everglades to see firsthand the landscape and the important ecosystem services that are provided on that landscape. And then I'd just like to close with, we would also like to encourage continuing those cost-effective voluntary ecosystem services partnership water projects with landowners. We believe that this is an important tool to continue to provide timely information implementation and even more environmental benefits in the short term before some of these larger public facilities that have long planning and implementation schedules can be implemented. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Whalen. Finally, we have Mark Perry.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
I hear you, Mr. Perry.
Yes, hi, this is Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. A lot been done today. I appreciate the district's meeting, and as always, I do want to bring up the fact that, you know, at the beginning of the meeting, it was brought up that to look into the constitutionality of the HB 5003, which kind of restricted the district into 40E61 as looking at it as just monitoring and implementing monitoring plan. That was done by the appropriations this past legislative session, and we really need to look into how that's hamstringing the district in getting 40E61 into place and really having it do some good. The storage north of the lake and the ASR discussions that went on, I'm glad there was debate and discussion, and I'm glad that we're very cautious and even debating whether to go into exploratory work and stuff, because there's a lot known about ASR. There were regional study, pilot projects done. We know the limitations and stuff and done, but it really is a questionable implementation for moving forward when you know you've got a lot to store up north of the lake. The intent was we need to store water north of the lake before it comes to the lake and then before it gets discharged to the estuaries. And that storage is capable within there's 3.4 million acres of watershed in Lake Okeechobee, and about 2.6 million acres of that is north of the lake. There are a lot of opportunities north of the lake to be able to store and treat that water before it comes into the lake. So I really push forward to, yes, get away from the ASR ideas and let's get into more how we can work with people north of the lake to store and treat that water before it comes into the lake and before it has to get discharged. And then south of the lake, again, as we talked about earlier, that amount of water coming from the EA basin runoff is truly incredible when you talk about it all going through the STAs, and very, very little lake water is going south through the STAs in the water conservation areas. So the STAs and the conservation areas are being used to help provide drainage and for the EA situation that's going on there. And I really, really hope you look into that and really hope we can utilize those state lands better for taking state water, namely Lake Okeechobee water, and heading it south as well before we take the EA basin runoff. Again, storage north of the lake, let's do it without ASR, and let's look at moving water south through the STAs from the lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we have Eve Samples.
Good afternoon, Eve Samples with Friends of the Everglades. I mainly want to thank the governing board members for the transparency of today's meeting on a number of topics, particularly with regard to the Bergeron contract and the very open discussion of what was entailed there, if there were any legal limitations or concerns. And I think it's great for the public to hear that open discussion, so thank you. I also think there were some really excellent discussions in terms of the STA's benefits, how much land should be surplused in addition to that. And then Governing Board Member Meads, I really liked hearing your process of thinking about the ASR wells. So thank you for that. Thank you for being real human beings who care about these issues. And finally, just want to mention something that Chairman Goss referenced at the beginning of the meeting today. You know, while these Zoom meetings are convenient in a lot of ways, they are kind of dehumanizing. And to the extent it's possible to see each other's faces during these meetings, I think that could help a little bit until we can all be in person again. So thank you, and look forward to following up on all of these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Next, we have Richard Weiskopf. Mr. Weiskopf, if you could unmute your mic.
There, I unmuted it. Hi, this is Rich Weiskopf. I'm an economist at the University of Miami.
And there was the talk about the attraction of science. There's another field that's been left out, and that's economics. And so, it's as if we have unlimited budget on this stuff. Now, in the early 2000s, when ASRs were first introduced as part of the SERP, we knew it would be very, very expensive to drill them, to put them the amount of water. And now we're talking about extending it again in the north. But the issue of money and the long term comes up because we know that the science is unclear. And so what's going on? But there was one speaker earlier that was fantastic when he spoke about the ability for local sugar and other agricultural interests to get together first and lower the phosphorus of the water before it got out, and then the STAs did the rest. Now that hasn't been done, as I understand it, in the north, so that the water that hits the lake is not quite quality water. So whether we put it underground or find another huge area to store it, as opposed to shifting the burden of cleaning and cleansing back to the producer, not in a way that will be exorbitant and that will compromise their competitiveness, but will be consistent and maybe improve their competitiveness in the market, as well as reduce the need for these extra external spendings by the state to clean up and provide the sewage services, because it's going to go into the lake and then it finally hits the estuaries. And so we're not thinking about the entire system, the economics of the entire system together. That's what I want to urge us to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisskopf. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the general public comment.
Thank you, Rosie, and thank you all for your comments. I sincerely appreciate them. It's now time for board comment. I'm not seeing a whole lot of hands pop up. Oh, there we go. Jackie, Mr. Lipich.
Thank you, Chairman Goss. I just wanted to thank Congressman Brian Mast for introducing legislation to prohibit discharges to the St. Lucie River at 8 parts per billion. I also wanted to thank Dr. I went to Bluefield Mitigation Bank and met Mr. Chuck Olson in St. Lucie County. And this mitigation bank helped me understand what mitigation banks are and how they can be the best they can be. And I encourage everyone to go. I went with Jennifer Smith, and she was very helpful at interpreting everything for me. And I also attended, as your representative, the Indian River Lagoon Council meeting, which is a national estuary program. They're doing incredible things. And Dr. Dwayne DeFries is to be admired. He heads that. Thank you all very much. I thought it was a great meeting today. I was just touched and inspired by our discussions. And I so miss you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olovich. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just be real quick. I want to echo Mr. Lipich's comments. Great discussions today. Again, tell the diversity amongst this board and what everybody brings to the table in terms of their expertise. And Mr. Bergeron, thank you for everything you've done there, and congratulations on the DOT win. Mm-hmm. That's great. That announcement from Drew, that's a neat deal. What impact that has, I don't know, but it sounds like it's going to help our situation in the water conservation areas. I don't think it's going to hurt it. So that was good. And Miss Meads, I thought about you last night as I was coming down US 1, coming through Key Largo and Isla Mirada. And I am ready to go catch my dinner. I'm fixing to go get a couple lobster here.
Good hunting. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, great meeting. I'm so honored to sit with all of my fellow board members and to make a difference for all Floridians and just even all of the stakeholders and all of their input. It's always interesting, and the ideas that we get from everybody. And I want to thank the staff. Great job. Very, very professional, and it's an honor for me to work with all the staff. I look forward to our meeting tomorrow with Drew Bartlett and in regards to the Cape Sable Sparrow. And then I also think that we need to seriously look at the 5 avenues in the southern area to lower the conservation areas to where there is capacity for more water to come south rather than go east and west at some later date out our rivers. I think that's extremely important. And I look forward to our next meeting, and God bless everybody and be safe.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. You too, you as well. Ms. Meads?
Hey, Ben, welcome to Isla Mirada. I wish I could have dinner with you, but I can't. Have a wonderful time. How long are you going to be here?
Oh, just through the weekend.
Okay.
Down here on Big Pine.
Oh, good. Well, Big Pine's a long way away, but have a good time. And I love you guys so much. Thank you for everything you do, staff. I look forward to the next meeting, and everybody stay safe.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Not seeing any other hands. I'm going to wrap up. I'd like to thank staff, as always, for all their hard work in general, and in particular for all their hard work on this meeting. I know these meetings, they're a day-long affair, and I know the presentations are all phenomenally good, and I know it takes a lot of work for you to put them together, so I appreciate that, as does all the board. And I'd like to thank my fellow board members for the excellent conversation and discussion, deliberation that we have. I'd like to thank the stakeholders for weighing in and taking the time to comment. It makes the meetings so much better. I'd just like to say real quick to Ms. Meads, never feel pressured to vote one way or other. I'm so glad you voted with your heart. That's the way you should. That's why you were appointed. You bring a lot to this board, and please always vote with your heart. Our next meeting, it looks like it's going to be September 10th. I imagine it's going to be on Zoom. I wish it weren't, but I think for now it probably is, but we'll let you know more about that. And if we have nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and call the question and announce adjournment. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you. Bye.